Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. Step on in here this Sunday afternoon, this fine spring afternoon where the weather now begins to finally warm here, just as we are on the precipice of summer. But welcome on in, folks. We're going to talk about a certain type of thing today that some of us don't want to talk about. I know many of you don't like to talk about the enemy, but Sun Tzu said, "Know thy enemy and know yourself. In 100 battles, you will never be defeated." And very much I think this is the case. You always, certainly, if you are in a position to want to take a look at what's going to become of your team in the future, you are only telling a partial bit of the tale if you are indeed not telling what's going on with those main nemesis that you have been dealing with over the past couple of years, considering also that they have been so strong in previous years. And this continues to be a part of this series that began a couple of weeks ago. Brandon gives you hope. Okay, so this is me attempting in these video series to build a case. Like I was saying, like a lawyer last week, I'm trying to build a case here, and I'm going to do it brick by brick. And this week is the next brick that I'm going to add. Because much like some of the other narratives that I've tried to go after here in this little series, a big one you're hearing out there, of course, is that the strength of schedule is just so hard this next year. We're playing within our own division in the NFC West, and this means that we have no opportunity and no shot to be good because of this. So let's take a moment here, shall we, and go through each of these teams in our division first. Look at some of the strength of schedule. Let's analyze and see if this really is the case. And what we're going to start out and do this is with each team, they're going to get sort of a three-pronged look on how we're going to look at this. All right. So I'm going to have little graphs and info shots here on the side of this so you can take a look at it and follow along with me. We're going to first look at what they did this offseason. And after we look at what they've done this offseason, we're going to look at what they did in the draft. Then we're going to look at what they've got as far as a schedule. And we're going to quickly kind of go through all parts of this, but it's in order to, I think, try to, again, let's do less of, we know this division is going to be the toughest in football again next year, or the second toughest division in football next year, because it has been so often recently. Yes, it has been so often recently, and it should be still very strong moving on to next year. But I will tell you, as I looked through and researched what these teams in our division have done this offseason, outside of one team, I wasn't super impressed. It didn't bowl me over. It was a lot of sort of treading water type moves and not a lot of instantaneous impact. So let's start out with, right out the gate, the team that I'm going to put at the bottom rung. I think we're definitely going to be jousting with this team if everything just plays to form as far as in that last place of the division or third place in the division. And this is going to be the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals came into this offseason with a couple of very key free agents that were going to go out the door that they didn't seem to have the money to sign. I think they were probably also impacted this offseason by the Acme Kyler Murray weight that hangs over this organization, as he had seemingly was saying, you better give me this money now. I need to get paid now. And maybe they needed to think, well, rather than getting one more year out of this guy at the cheap end of the deal, we're going to have to perhaps, in actuality, end up paying him. We'll see what goes on. It seems like that has, much like the Debo situation in San Francisco, quieted down just a little bit. But again, go through and take a look. I brought up the Niners and not the Cardinals, my bad. But let's go through and take a look at what they did as far as what they brought on versus what they lost. This being, of course, a Cardinal team by the end of the season that had, very much fallen off from their very hot start, right? They came out the gate. They looked like world beaters. Kyler Murray looked like he might even be a MVP. They still ended the season at 11-6. So obviously it was really good there. But again, let's just take a peek here at what's going on. And now when you look at this chart too, this is all of their signings in totality. As you can tell, on the bottom end of the chart, as you get through guys like Chris Banjo, Demetrius Harris, Jack Crawford, Aaron Brewer, Robert Alford, Brian Borders, these are not guys that are going to be of any real major impact here for the most part. Chase Edmonds is a guy they lost along with Christian Kirk and Chandler Jones. Those are the three guys that go out the door for this organization. They bring in Marquise Blair via a trade, though the cost was quite high in this case. I mean, essentially kind of like a first-round pick. That was a rough one there. Nick Vigil's okay as a linebacker. Steven Anderson as a tight end is not going to wreck anybody's game plan. And that's just about it. They also lost Jordan Hicks. So if you look at this offseason just from an additional free agency, you go, okay, you didn't get a lot done there with free agency. You brought back Zach Ertz was good. Justin Pugh is a pretty good player for them. They did bring back some guys that are having some value. The question that I come out of this with, and I'm going to pair this on the next note of what I'm going to show you here, is, okay, you lost your pass rush, and they brought back A.J. Green as well. So he was brought back in the fold on a one-year, $3.5 million deal this season. But you look into the draft, you lost Chandler Jones. Watt seems to be pretty injury prone at this point, / maybe he'll give you about 6 games this season. Where is their pass rush going to come from? I know they've got the one guy in there that can be okay, but not a lot of impact there. And in this draft, Cameron Thomas and Myjai Sanders are the guys that they're going to rely on as we look at this draft next. In the next part of this, they grabbed in the 3rd round, Cameron Thomas being to me, he was a bit of a tweener between a 3-4 and a 4-3 as an edge guy. Not quite a 3-4 outside linebacker, not quite a 4-3 defensive end. Myjai Sanders is okay. He weighs about 210 pounds. Really tall, really long, but not exactly another guy that, if you're talking about instantaneous impact, he needs a year to probably add about 15 to 20 pounds of weight on there. And then they got a running back to replace, obviously, Chase Edmonds here, and then some developmental guys down the line beyond that. I know some of you guys might have liked Lucetta or Marquise Blair, but, I mean, they got these guys in the 7th round. It's not changing the game. So I look at them and I go, okay, who's covering and who's rushing the passer? This team, again, just looks more and more to me like it's so weighted so heavily to the offensive side of the ball, especially with Trey McBride on the heels of getting Zach Ertz in addition to this, right? You bring back Zach Ertz on this big contract, or relatively big contract for his age at 32 years old, and then you go right back out and then you get Trey McBride. Now, it's good insurance, but that was the first pick in a draft you didn't have a first-round pick for because you had already traded for Marquise Blair from the Baltimore Ravens, who you had to trade for because you didn't re-sign Christian Kirk. See where I'm kind of going with this on the Cardinals offseasons and by the appearance to me? It looks a little bit halted, stilted. It looks a little bit like whatever move you're making is to replace whatever you're losing. And I don't know if I looked at that team at the end of the year and said this is a team that truly, really, over the course of a full season is going to be able to compete. They can win some ball games. This offense can be dynamic at times. But they also are losing, of course, DeAndre Hopkins for at least, I think, the first 6 games this next year to PED. So maybe not as sensational as last year. Maybe not quite as tough as what we saw as last year. Another interesting part here is we take a look at their schedule, and this will be kind of the 3 trifecta we round out through here. Is they've got to open the season with Kansas City, Las Vegas, and Los Angeles. That's a tough little row of teams to begin things. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if they started out 0-3. Schedule lightens up a little bit with Carolina, Philadelphia, and even our Seattle Seahawks. We got until we're good. I'm going to say we're going to be a little bit lighter until we're good. We'll see on this, but nonetheless, it then rounds back into shape here with New Orleans, Minnesota, two teams that'll be pretty tough. I don't think they're going to be dynamic, but very tough. In New Orleans' case, I think they're going to be surprisingly good for some. I think they're going to catch some people off guard a little bit with Sean Payton leaving. And a lot of people thinking, okay, now all the money they've owed over the last couple of years, it'll finally come due. But they might actually bring themselves around just a little bit. And then they've got still on the back end of the schedule, of course, the Rams, 49ers, Chargers, and then New England. Then Denver. That's to round out the season. And for a team that tends to fade at the end of the year, let's go from week 10 on, right? Let's go from week 10 to week 18 for our Cardinals and this set of games. You're at the Rams, then you're home against the 49ers, home against the Chargers, home against the New England Patriots, on the road to Denver in the thin air, then you're back home against Tampa Bay, on the road against Atlanta, and at home and you're at Atlanta and at San Francisco to close out the year. So that's what, the last 8 opponents, 7 of them are going to be very, very tough from Arizona's standpoint. Again, just as this is the first team we look at here, I'm not trying to make this alone should convince you in an argument, just that should we just go without saying that all these teams are going to be better than us? Should we go without saying and looking at this offseason that this team absolutely is positively just going to be so much better than where we're going to be standing? I don't know if I look at that and see that same sort of thing. We'll see how the impact of Marquise Blair factors into this along with DeAndre Hopkins. We'll see if DeAndre Hopkins can make it through a full year, as he is now getting older, even once he comes off the PEDs. I mean, one might ask, why was he taking the PEDs in the first place? The answer to that might be perhaps the body is starting to wear down a little bit, and he's looking for answers to keep himself on the football field. I'm not making determinations here. I'm just asking questions. But that back end row is going to be brutal for this Cardinal team. A team, as I said at the top of this, didn't do a whole lot with free agency. In the draft, they were out of first round or free agency and trade, because we will add, of course, Marquise Blair into this as well. They brought back Max Williams too. Jeez Louise, they're going tight end heavy. I think they're going to run 3 tight end sets. But just not a splash and dash here. Maybe they're just thinking Kyler's going to take another step in development / DeAndre Hopkins will stay on the football field for a full year. And obviously the difference between when Hopkins is on the football field versus when he's not is substantial in Kyler Murray's play. It is a night and day difference at this stage, and surprising about that, to say the least. The second team that I believe is going to end up rounding into probably second place this year, absent the number 1 team running into injuries, would be the San Francisco 49ers. And the San Francisco 49ers had a very interesting offseason. There is some hallmarks in here, as you can see on the signings, that echo a little bit of what happened here with the Cardinals. Laken Tomlinson's been a very good guard, especially in the run blocking game for him over the last couple of years. Robert Saleh, former 49er defensive coordinator, knows how good he is and brings him over there to the New York Jets. They do bring back Jason Verrett. Make of that what you will, for a guy that just can't ever seem to stay healthy. They did then lose DJ Jones to the Broncos, a very useful inside defensive lineman. The Broncos make him sound like he's the second coming of John Randall. But, look, he bent Joey Hunt in half one time. Let's not overstate it, Bronco fans. And that's the highlight they'll show of him when they get all excited. They got back Kerry Hyder on a very cheap deal, which I think is good for them. I liked how Kerry Hyder played for us. I thought he did what he was asked to do. They also lost Raheem Mozart, Kwan Williams, brought in George Odom. These are all negligible moves. I mean, Mozart hurts, but it seems like Shanahan can get by with whoever he's got at the running back position with his scheme. So I don't think that that's necessarily a monstrous loss for them. Kimiko Toure, Colts inside defensive lineman, he's being brought in to fill in for DJ Jones in that loss. Marcus Johnson at wide receiver, it's kind of a whatever move. Again, these bottom end guys just aren't going to do a lot as far as move the needle for me. Arden Key could be decent as an edge sometimes. He went to the Jaguars. That might hurt a little bit, but you brought back Kerry Hyder. Once again, though, when you look at this free agent period, they didn't have a lot of money to spend. We're going to talk about this in a second as to what's going on here a little bit with the Niners that we want to probably track and monitor here over the next year. But beyond that, what moves they made were sort of to fill back in the moves that they lost. Again, a team that was 10-7 last year that is obviously going to be probably reliantly leaning towards hoping that their young quarterback in Trey Lance is finally going to be ready to roll. Is finally going to be, I'll get my face here in the shot, is finally going to be in that position to hit the ground running. At some point, though, we're not hearing a lot of faith from him. So, faith from the Niners, at least as far as his performance goes so far in camp and practice. We're hearing some differing things, let's say. The players are saying some nice things, but we're hearing other things, so it's a little odd. The Niners in this draft, they, of course, were without a first-round pick because of the Trey Lance trade. This left them with a second, 2/3, a fourth, fifth, sixth, like 3 sixth-round picks in the seventh. I look at the draft and I go, I do like the Drake Jackson pick. I think he's a better player coming out of USC than our own Rasheem Green was a couple of years ago. He's got a great ghost move. He's going to be a useful guy for them on the other side, rushing the passer opposite Bosa in the long term. Not a bad pick by there. I like that. But then you look at the Tyrion Davis Price pick out of LSU in the 3rd round. This one had a lot of people's scratching their head. A guy that a lot of people have projected going a lot deeper in this particular draft. I myself was not blown away by what I saw out of his tape. But again, there's certain positions like Carroll with cornerbacks, Shanahan with running backs. I'm not going to question their approach or resolve when they decide they want to go outside the box. Even when they take a 3rd-round running back in Trey Sermon last year and don't play him at all, because you still have Elijah Mitchell on the other side of it. So I'm like, okay, I can't really say much. Danny Gray's exciting receiver out of SMU. He will be interesting to watch in his progression. Spencer Buford had some very tape for me. I scouted him out of UTSA. He was just a guy. Same thing for Nick Zagajavet out of Fordham. These are guys that some people were gravitating towards in the scouting process of the draft that really, when you go watch their tape, there's not really a lot there. Tariq Castro-Fields is a pretty decent cornerback who might round out into shape for them, and Brock Purdy is not going to do anything for anybody anytime soon. He's no Nick Mullins. You know what I'm saying? No Nick Mullins. But again, we look at the impact of this draft. We look at where this draft's going to land in the next year because, again, a lot of this is through the lens of what hits next year. As I already showed with the Cardinals draft, Trey McBride's a useful tight end, but he might be sitting on the bench all year long while Max Williams and Zach Ertz is on the football field, meaning that you didn't, quantitatively speaking, didn't get any value out of your 2nd-round pick in the upcoming season. And that's what we're talking about here versus, for instance, our Seahawks, who probably got 2 starting left tackles for this upcoming season, who probably got a good rotational rusher in Mafe and a good rotational running back, guys that are going to help you start to win immediately. Who on this list is going to start to help them win immediately? Will Kenterian Price get past Trey Sermon and Elijah Mitchell at this point? Can Danny Gray get past Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk at this point? Say nothing of the other wide receivers on the roster. I'm not so certain that he can, even though he is going here in the 3rd round. The rest of the guys are, again, wing and a prayer type guys. We'll see, what happens with them. San Francisco does also have a fairly difficult schedule overall. Of course, like all the teams in the NFC West, us included, they have to go to the AFC West. So those games are going to be slated in here. It opens up pretty easy for them with Chicago, even though that's at the road and Soldier Field at 10 a.m. That makes that a little bit tougher, those 10 a.m. games. That is only they only have 2 10 a.m. games. Thank you, NFL schedule makers, to San Francisco for that. Very nice of you. There's two 10 a.m. games. So gentle. So they're going to go through that. We got Seattle in week 2. They're going to play us, of course. Then at Denver, Rams, Carolina, Atlanta, Kansas City, Los Angeles. The schedule kind of goes nice and back and forth for them, doesn't it? We haven't got anything, kind of any deep reservoirs of difficulty here. Of course, this Kansas City, Los Angeles. So this Kansas City Ram Charger 3-stack is probably their tough run of their schedule. As you round into the back of it, you go to Arizona, New Orleans, Miami, Tampa Bay, Seattle, Washington, Las Vegas, Arizona. I'll tell you, I'm in second look on this. I'm actually not as. I think the San Francisco schedule actually sets up pretty well for them. There's no murderer's row point. They've got a mid bye week, 2 10 a.m. games. Anytime they've got a couple of tough opponents like the Rams and Chargers, then it goes back to the Cardinals, New Orleans, Miami, Tampa Bay. That's not the easiest there, but it's not horrific. It's not horrific, but again, this is a team that only went 10-7 as far as they did go into the playoffs last year, and they have a brand of football that plays very well in the playoffs. So it's not surprising to me that it does well when it gets out there, but that doesn't mean that means that particular brand of offense is necessarily winning them a lot more games this upcoming season than what it won them last year. And there still remains the other part that we want to talk about here, which we must discuss as it pertains to the 49ers, because this is a situation that is unresolved. Deebo Samuel has not yet been signed. And right now, when you look at the 49ers situation as far as the cap situation goes, they have about a couple $100,000 of cap space to spend. They don't seem to be sold on Trey Lance. So, but they want to keep on hold, means they want to at least hold on to Garoppolo because it's a hedge for them. It's an insurance policy for them. But to get two main deals done that I know both Deebo Samuel and Bosa want to get done, they're going to need to clear Jimmy Garoppolo's cap space this year. So let's say they've already agreed with Deebo on a contract in principle, and they're working on Bosa in principle, and then they've got to offload Garoppolo to get that deal done. Well, now it's all riding on Lance in year 2, isn't it? This brings me to the first potential fatal flaw for the Niners as we go into it, being that Lance was a very raw guy coming out. You could have made the argument he needed a couple of years to get right. I know we are in the impatient world as it pertains to quarterbacks where they got to get on the field now. It's a first-round pick. I got to get him out there. I gave up multiple first-round picks to get out there. He needs to get out there. Some quarterbacks come out a little bit rougher than others. Some quarterbacks come out a little younger than others. And I don't know that Trey Lance is ready even here in year 2 to get out there and go. He may very well. And remember, folks, I still stand by my evaluation from 2 years ago where I had Trey Lance as my second best quarterback in the entire draft. I look at him as that way. But I also at that time acknowledged and still acknowledge it doesn't shock me if he takes a little bit more time to develop. It's not about the time it takes him to develop. It's about what he could be. And in the evaluation process of a quarterback, you take in and say, this is where this guy's going to go. This is really where his potential lies. And that still does, in my opinion, remain the case when it comes to Trey Lance. So as things currently stand, the 49ers are projected to have just under $42 million in cap space in 2023, according to overthehead.com, based on a $225 million cap projection for next year. That doesn't include the potential $25.5 million savings if quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo's money is moved off the ledger. So they would have a lot of money, more money, even on top of what they're due to have moving into next year. We're looking just at a tiny bit of this. But we also have to factor this into the other part of this. George Kittle contract extension in 2020 made him the highest paid tight end in the NFL. Fred Warner became the highest paid linebacker in 2021. Trent Williams became the highest paid offensive lineman in the history of NFL last offseason with his 6-year, $138 million deal. And then you've got Eric Armstead slated to make $24.3 and $25.9 million against the cap over the next 2 seasons. This doesn't even include the Bosa and Deebo money about to click in here. And that's where the Niners potentially, even in the short term to the long term, have run into some issues. But it's the short term we're talking about for right now, this upcoming season. And I think what this means and boils down to again is, let's walk this all the way back. We have a free agent period that is not the most lightning of action, a slight bleed, a slight drain of players that go out. And Lincoln Tomlinson, DJ Jones, I didn't acknowledge. I should have acknowledged with them. They did get a guy in Shadarius Ward who's a useful corner. He's basically a league average corner from the Chiefs. I don't think any of us are looking at the Chiefs secondary over the last couple of years and going, yeah, outside of Tyrann, get me one of those guys. I don't think any of us are saying that. Now, Ward's not been bad. He's been all right. But he's not been great, and he's not been particularly good. That was their big quintessential signing this offseason. I should have given him some credit for that, of course. But again, corner's been a bit of a black hole for them now with them trying to run Jason Verrett out there and Mosley out there, and they're trying to run more man principles last year, and it wasn't really working. They'll try to run it back out there again this year. They still have a very good pass rush, but again, now you have no flexibility into this year to really go and try to make some other secondary moves if they've got to try to add on to the team if some injuries start happening to some of these frontline guys. They may even be more top heavy than the Los Angeles Rams, and that's saying something. But outside of Shadarius Ward, it's really negligible what you gained, what you lost on a 10-7 team. In the draft, you were down a first-round pick, which was already going to neutralize some of your value, but then you didn't do a whole lot with the draft. The schedule's a little bit easier in this third realm of things, but again, we've got to think about this situation that's holding over the top of this as far as what's going to happen with Deebo Samuel, and then what's going to happen with Bosa, and then how does that press their cap? They essentially, by having to sign those two guys, lose all of their rookie quarterback flexibility that they have with Trey Lance, because let's not forget, Lance isn't costing $400,000 on the cap. He's going to be costing like $10 million on the cap. I think this is an interesting situation to monitor with them and how it impacts their roster building here into this year. I still again say though, 10-7 team with an offseason that didn't exactly light things up. They didn't get the bells whistle and ringing. And again, this isn't about winning on paper, but if you're a team that was 10-7, which is just 3 games up over 500, and you're talking about a team that so many people put in this view of being that's a Super Bowl contending team at this point, no doubt. With that, all those players on that roster, yeah, definitely. But lost an awful lot of games for being a no doubt Super Bowl contending type team. And again, we were at our worst as we've been in 10 years. And there was a 3-game difference between us and the San Francisco 49ers. And by the way, we still beat them again twice. And Carroll's defense and Carroll's his general nature of leaning towards stopping the run is not a good matchup for the Niners, not last year, not the year before, and it won't be moving forward. Sorry, Niner fans. It's just the way it is. You're gonna have to make do with the fact that you get a run roughshod over the Niners or over the Rams most of the time. That's your consolation prize on that. But it's not stopping, okay? That's just going to keep going. That pain is just going to... You think it ends because Russell Wilson left, Niner fans? That's what you're thinking? You're like, oh, Russell's gone now. He's like 18-2 against us in the last 10 years. So now we finally get to beat Seattle. No, no. It's just starting. This is going to be like 30 years of dominance. So just sit back in your sofa there. Just get prepped. That's what's coming there. So I'm not scared by the 49ers. Yeah, I'll put them in second place. But I think we got a puncher's chance up against what they've done this offseason, where they are with their cap, how frugal they were in free agency, how inactive they were. And it was understandable why they were. Again, they were in a situation like the Cardinals. You have a player who you don't want to lose, who you value, who's come to you and said, pay me, or let me out of here. And you don't want to let him out of there because you're not going to get the value you'll want for him. So you're still going, well, we still want to try to bring you back in the fold and pay you. So we got to still keep all of that money in our vault for you, as opposed to doing something else out there in free agency. And I'm certain that the Niners and the Cardinals organizations would both tell you that both of these situations impacted their flow and the way that they operated this offseason. So we get to the final team. And this one I can't gloss over and I can't cover up. I can't make it anything other than what it is, which is a problem. We've got the champions of the football world, the Los Angeles Rams, and they came into this offseason and they are making moves. Still completely in go-for-it mode, despite the fact they came in this offseason, I believe, about $15 million over the cap. They found a way to get Matt Stafford onto a new contract extension and lower down his first-year cap hit to a butt-low level. A butt-low level on the dance floor on a Saturday night level. I mean, I'm talking, we're using the centimeter side of the ruler here. Now, they did lose Von Miller. It would appear that they're going to lose Odell Beckham, though that situation still remains outstanding. Austin Corbett, a very good guard for them, right guard for them, went to the Panthers. That certainly does hurt to a degree, but I would look at the additions they brought on, and even with Robert Woods going as well, and Demarius Williams, so they had quite a few losses in here, no doubt about that. Troy Reeder, Sebastian Joseph Day is a really good run-stuffing inside defensive tackle for them, who can sometimes give them a teensy bit of rush. Good role players there. And that's going to hurt. We saw this with our own Seattle team. This can be definitely a pathway to seeing a team start to dial back a little bit from a talent and an ability standpoint. But you look at what they added. First, Bobby Wagner. Now, we know what Bobby Wagner is at this point in his career. He's not at the same level he once was as a football player. It's not like he's fallen off a shelf, though. He still was a very good player, still nearly led the league in tackles last year. Had still his moments in coverage where he can still look good, even though he has probably lost a step or two. He still will, I think, at the end of the day, be an upgrade over what they had there at Troy Reeder. Reeder was a guy that never stood out for me in that Rams defense, a guy that should have been put in a position to really flourish, having guys like Donald and Brockers and Sebastian Joseph Day, and they've got the kid from University of Washington still there right now as a big boy plugging it up. You get a lot of room to operate as a middle linebacker in this defense. Those guys up on the front are going to take up a lot of the attention. We'll see if maybe that helps out Bobby. See if he maybe catches a few less guards coming downhill with him on the second level. Troy Hill's a guy they got back from the Browns. Browns, when signed with the Browns on a big free agent deal, I think the Browns just kind of gave him back knowing that the Rams and their scheme were going to get more out of him than what they could, so they might as well try to get something back for him. That's going to help them out. He'll round back into that secondary very well. Make what you will, I guess, of losing Johnny Hekker. I mean, whatever. Hecker's a very good punter for the most part. He's had some up and downs recently, I think. So it's then you've got also, though, Robert Woods and the signing of bringing him in. To me, you end up with, if I've got to take a pick right now, knowing that Robert Woods is coming off a torn ACL, knowing Odell Beckham's coming off a torn ACL, and then having having Allen Robinson, and you saying which of these three options do you want? I'm picking Allen Robinson all day, every day. I think he's a great player to pair with Matthew Stafford. Allen has had years there with the Bears where he has been routinely looked at as an underrated receiver because he'll get open in his route running, and there'll be a poor thrown ball where he's not even given a chance at the throw. I think he had one scat a year ago or 2 years ago where he had made the most catches on the most amount of in-catchable balls. So he's got a really big catch radius. I think he will fit really well there with Stafford and Cooks. They also still, of course, have Tutu Atwell, and Hodeneck and Rodeneck and Schwokeneck, I reckon. So we'll see what they do with that standpoint on that. But I did like what they did in free agency, all things being considered. Getting Stafford back in, Allen Robinson, Bobby Wagner, Troy Hill. Couple of losses in there, but to me, not substantial enough to overcome what they brought back into the flow of things, which I think will help them. Now, as far as their draft goes, not a lot there to speak of, but this is, again, the pickle that they've gotten themselves into, much like the Rams did, where they had already traded away not only their first-round pick, but their second-round pick in addition to that. This left them with a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, another six, 2 7s, or 3 6th-round picks and 2 7s. So you're looking at a lot of guys here that are outlier names, to say the least. I did scout a few of these guys, including Logan Bruss, Durant, Kyron Williams, Daniel Hardy. Didn't look at the other guys from Kansas State and A.J. Ekuri in the 6th round, but I don't think there's going to be a lot here from this draft that they're going to get returns on. Kyron Williams might help them at the running back position with this loss of Sony Michel, but you're not really seeing any game changers here either. Logan Bruss's tape was okay coming out of Wisconsin. It was okay. Nothing that's going to light the world on fire. And to Kobe Durant, I actually had a much later grade, I believe, on Kobe Bryant than 4th round. I think I had him up in the 5th, 6th round. So to me, they jumped ahead in value to go grab that guy. I'm not going to doubt with them, though. You've got to give the Rams recent credit. Though they've not had upper-level picks recently in the 1st or 2nd round a lot, they get a lot of work done from that 3rd to 7th round. They take a lot of swings, but they find a way and pull some guys that can be really good value who are then very cheap. So if 2 or 3 of these guys come out of this crop, that's going to put them in a good situation. Let's look at the Rams' schedule now. And this schedule is perhaps, in a second, I think we're going to see the schedule is, I think, the toughest in all of football, if I'm not mistaken. This is the one thing that maybe gives us hope here up against this juggernaut. We've got the Buffalo Bills at home there to start the year. That's going to be a fun game on Thursday night to watch. I know we'll all be checking that one out. Atlanta, Arizona, in back-to-back weeks gets a little bit easier there for them. They get a little breather. Then San Francisco, Dallas, tougher. Then a little bit of a breather back with Carolina. Then back to San Francisco, Tampa Bay, Arizona, New Orleans, Kansas City, Seattle, Las Vegas. Then they go Green Bay, Denver, Chargers, Seattle. So the end of the schedule rounds out pretty tough. Once they pass, I mean, you could, depending on how good Arizona is going to be next year, and I'm saying I don't think they'll be good. So let's prescribe that Arizona's not necessarily, let's say they're not great next year, that they're in that middle of the road, mediocre kind of state of things. So you got week 8, San Francisco, Week 9, Tampa Bay. You got to go out to Tampa Bay, by the way, on the road. Nice of the NFL to not make that a 10 a.m. game. As I also noticed that, isn't that interesting? Only one 10 a.m. game for the Rams. How nice of the NFL. How so nice of them. But that back end there, 49ers, Tampa Bay, maybe a little breather with Arizona. New Orleans could be plucky and tough. Chiefs are not going to be easy. I think we'll be pretty tough in that game. Potentially, we'll see where we're at. They've got to play us twice. We might be that easiest point of the schedule for them on that back half, depending on where we are. But then still the Raiders and Green Bay back-to-back weeks, and then the Broncos, and then the Chargers. That's a 4-game stretch where if there is a difficulty here with the Rams, and the one thing that I would wonder with the Rams, more so than the Niners, like the Niners lose Kittle, and so if the Niners lost, like, let's say, Kittle and Armstead, I think that they could still kind of overcome that and they could get through. If the Rams lost Donald and Cooks, or the Rams lost, Stafford and Ramsey, I don't know if they can sustain a loss of 2 guys. And they do have a guy in Stafford who even last year was fighting through his share of injuries. So no doubt about it here with the Rams, this is going to be a tougher team when we look at them as far as the roster still stacked up, but the strength of schedule is noteworthy. And I'm going to bring this up right now here, which is the strength of schedule moving into next year. This is, of course, a little bit of a paper stat, obviously, because this is based on last year's play. And every year there can be a wide fluctuation from season to season in regards to where teams are at. I'll try to make this chart just a hair bigger here as we go through it. But you can see at the top of this list, in the top 5, look at that. In the top 5, you've got 3 teams from the NFC West, and we are not one of them. Isn't that nice? Now, we're not super far back, but you have the Rams at number 1, the Cardinals at number 2, the 49ers at number 5, tied for number 5 with the Chiefs, and then you have the Seahawks at number 11. So we are still in the upper level half as far as difficulty of strength of schedule, but we have a considerably easier schedule than, let's say, where the Rams are. We're at 567 in our schedule. Opponents last year went 149 and 139 and 1, which is a 517 winning percentage. So interesting in that respect of things that we've got a little bit of an easier path here. Again, this is me trying to build a bit of an argument here, and I'm trying to build a bit by bit. I started with showing you how the running game was going to be more diverse, more talented in the backfield, more faster in the backfield and fleet of foot, that you're bringing in the offensive linemen to be able to help that really go and take off, right? That was my first thing I said. Now, last week we were talking about the defense and the cover 2 shell and the adjustments that will be taking place that have not been inputted in 10 years going back with Coach Carroll here in Seattle. This is the first time this defense will have changed in this so thorough of a manner. And now we look towards the teams in our division. They've got off seasons, which though the Rams had a very good off season, they also lost a good amount of their guys. The other 2 teams in the division didn't do a whole lot. Everyone's got a tough schedule going into next year, but everybody in our division has just a little bit more tougher schedule than ours, at least as it stands right now. So if you're thinking that it goes without saying that we're last place in the schedule, you can walk away from that with this take, and I wouldn't argue with you. But remember, the strength of schedule they have. Remember the light off seasons they've run through. Look at the position that they currently sit at when we look at the current cap space situation. As you can see, the 49ers right now with about 142,000. Like, the Niners are going to have to go give the NFL offices like $140,000 just to get themselves under the cap. Like, they're going to have to drop a bag on their doorstep just to get them to be able to play this year. They're so close to the cap right now. You've got them sitting at literally 32nd in the NFL right now in cap space. I understand the Garoppolo situation is there for them to clear some room there. But that's the only place. All these contracts I mentioned, from Kittle on down to Williams, have all been new contracts. You can't restructure them or move money around in them to provide any kind of real flexibility or space. They are stuck. And if you move off Garoppolo just to merely compensate them Bosa and Debo, now it's all on Lance. Now it has to be Lance time. Now there is no backup plan. And just a couple spaces above the 32nd ranked San Francisco 49ers in the least amount of cap space in the entire NFL, you have the Arizona Cardinals at the 30th spot. But Kyler still wants to get paid, though. Didn't you guys hear? Didn't you guys hear the news? Kyler wanted to get paid, though. I mean, how do they? They only got $1,300,000, but they want to pay. But Kyler wants to be paid. He's going to want to make 40, 45 min. Boy, that's a conundrum, isn't it? That's a little bit of what we might call an enigma. So we've got the Cardinals sitting there with their acme weight of Kyler Murray hanging above their head and only about $1 million to spend. And then we merely leapfrog a couple of little spaces on up to number 27. And we land on the Los Angeles Rams with, it looks like, a mere $4 million, a little bit better contingency for them to deal with, though we didn't speak about their own particular acme weight. And this is one that has just rounded out very quickly here, where Aaron Donald, reportedly, as it's saying, is if he does not get his updated compensation the way that he wants to see fit, will retire. Now, I'm not saying that that's a true threat and that he really intends to do so. This is all leverage and contract negotiations, and that's undoubted. So I'm not trying to make it more than what it is. At the end of the day, though, if he does hardline it and he says, I'm a first ballot Hall of Famer, I'm an NFL champion, what more do I have to prove? I mean, that can go through these players' heads. We've seen these players retire now early and earlier, especially when they've gotten their money. We'll see if this becomes the case for Aaron Donald. I don't know. But again, the Rams don't have a whole lot of money there with only $4 million to try to get Aaron Donald underneath. If he's wanting a new contract, it's going to be for, what is he going to want? Minimum $50, $60 million in guaranteed minimum. And you have guarantees always have to operate off of a 4-year increment period. So you take the $60 million to divide it by 4. So run this math with me, folks. Even if he has to get paid, there's no doubt I got to get paid. And it's $60 million guaranteed in that neighborhood, if not more. Because he would be paid the highest paid. He would be made the highest paid defensive player in all of football. That's a minimum of $15 million, even if you lock down and pull down his base salary to $1 million on the first year of that deal. You're still paying $15 million on that. And I just showed you they only have $4 million to spend. If you wake up tomorrow and you flip open your paper, because yes, this is old school. You went out in your loafers, in your robe, your front porch, you picked up the newspaper and you flicked it open and you learned Aaron Donald is retiring because he can't get paid what he wants to get paid and the Rams don't have the cap space to pay him. Do you view next year in this division just a hair bit different? I'm just saying. I'm just trying to make an argument here. I'm just trying to plead my case here. I'm just trying to build it up little by little. But I'm going to tell you this. I don't look at this offseason and find my knees as shaking. I don't look at the offseason of this NFC West teams and go, oh my God, everybody's still in this go-for-it approach. I see a lot of conservative moves. What happened to this wild and free NFC West? What happened to the all-in approach like we had with last year where the Cardinals blew everybody out of the water to get J.J. Watt into the room? Now it's just kind of like everybody's just sort of sitting and waiting. Outside of the Rams, I'll give them credit. They're pushing it. They are pushing it. But again, the Donald situation sits there. And like I said again, too, they lose 2 of those big dogs off their team. That's a team sitting in a wildly different place. And as I just showed here a second ago with the current cap situation, Rams 32, Cardinals 30, or Rams 27, Cardinals 30, 49ers 32. None of our teams in this division right now have a whole hell of a lot of cap space to really work with. And Niner fans will sit there and go, Garoppolo. I just told you. Once you clear the Garoppolo cap, it's all going basically to Debo and Bosa, and then it's gone. And you'll be left with nothing. All right, well, that's my case to you guys on this upcoming season for our division. I don't have a lot to fear from them. I don't think you should either. You are a person there that thinks this team's not going to be good this year. I get it. I'm not gonna go die in this trench fighting you on this particular battle, because even in my prognostication with Brendan a couple weeks ago when we looked at the schedule, I saw an 8-win team, if all things just sort of break out as we think they will break down on paper where we stand now. But there are no guarantees for the situation. None. And a few things break in the right direction, and the Seahawks could be one of those teams right there with everybody else in the mix of things. Like I said, it could get dirtied up in the NFC next year really quick. And by dirty up, I mean no real true front runners out there. Maybe you get a Cowboys team that's been basically filleted by the NFL schedule makers this offseason with how easy they've made their upcoming year run. But outside of that, Rams with the strength of schedule, Tampa Bay with a quarterback so old I used to watch him on black and white. No guarantees. Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers, the petulant one. He tends to have his calves shred in half for no good reason, or collarbones break. You never know. Just takes one little twisted turn of fate in one little direction or the other, and suddenly you're that team, especially if you have a dominant running game, and a defense that's catching the whole NFL off guard in its unpredictability. And then you also get a little bit of luck on the other side of it. You never know. That's all I'm saying. You never know. I appreciate you guys watching. Please do hit the like button if you could. If you liked what you're watching as well, please do come along and subscribe. We are growing bigger every day. We just crossed yesterday, actually, the 7,400 mark here as far as subscribers go. So it's been awesome this offseason watching us getting bigger and badder and greater than ever. So thank you to you guys on that, all of your support. Let's bounce over to you guys in the chat, see what you guys think about this upcoming season schedule and where you see some of these teams allotting and who you think might separate himself. If you think this Rams team is going to be the one that can really be the true difference maker in this division. If we're going to be, again, the second toughest division in football, or maybe we'll be more of the lower down this year. You never know. Either way, I appreciate you guys watching so much. 283, what's up? Maxwell, hello. TJ, Singh, Jeff Forno, go Hawks, hello. Can't wait to go for the kickoff either, man. Jeff, we're getting closer and closer, man. Training camp is a mere, what are we, 2 months away? Almost exactly to the day, 2 months away today from training camp. TJ, Mariners are going to Mariner? Yeah, Mariners are getting depressing. They're getting depressing. Very depressing. Paul Third with a $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. He says, get the Maker's Mark ready just in case. Yeah, there's going to maybe be some Maker Mark days this year, Paul. I'm not going to lie. If it goes sideways, there's going to be a lot of Maker Mark Sundays, post-game Sundays. I'll tell you that. We got to get through that kind of season. I'll take my medicine. Paul. But I'm still going to need my spoonful of sugar, Just my opinion, who gives up more sacks this year, Denver or Seattle? Denver by a considerable amount, just my opinion. Like, if I have a Vegas bet right now, if somebody wants to point me to a Vegas bet to put this up there as an opportunity, and Vegas will actually put that on the odds out there, I would lay money on that. Because that's a team over there in Denver from an offensive line standpoint. Back-to-back seasons with quarterbacks that have been more pocket passers than they've been mobile guys, and they've still been amongst the league worst. They're not going to get any better with Russell Wilson back there. Versus the guys we're going to have running back there that aren't going to be trying, I think, to scramble as much and just get the ball out of their hands, as is predicated by the offensive scheme itself that they're playing in. Mason Dale says, I was so high on Ebiketie, so seeing how we barely missed out on him kind of hurts. Still like Mafe, though. Yeah, it's a very interesting situation there. And, of course, if you guys haven't had a chance to, John Boyle wrote a very interesting article this week. He's a team reporter for the Seattle Seahawks. And he gave us a little peek behind the curtain into a draft day, into the draft war room. I love that they call it a war room. Into the war room of Seattle. And in this war room, he was being able to watch and report a few of these juicy little details about the ongoing situation as it was playing out in real time. If you guys didn't get a chance to check out the article, I posted down in the description section of this video a link to the article so you can go read it. And as well down here on the scroller beneath me, you can see I've also pulled out a couple of the interesting little tidbits. One of those tidbits to Mason Dale's point on this was that the Seahawks were really kind of hovering around there watching late into the first round, just sort of laying low there, just getting nervous because they had a couple of pass rushers that were at their top end that they had as high on their board as almost anybody else. And they still wanted to have an opportunity to get them. Ebiketie seemed to be one of those guys. Now, Mafe also seemed to be very close to Ebiketie as far as where they rated him. And certainly Ebiketie going off the board pushed them in this, based off what we read in this article, Ebiketie going off the board pushed them a little bit to drafting Mafe and how close they saw those two guys' value versus how far the drop-off happened after those guys. In the same way that Breece Hall's selection pushed them into Kenneth Walker in the same kind of drop-off that they saw at the position. I think that was a part of that I walked away from with that article as well, is that they did not necessarily like where the pass rush and running back talent went as you moved into the depths of the mid to later parts of the second round and even onward. So it's a really interesting article to read. A couple of really good tidbits in there, and also including the Seahawks liked Charles Cross over Evan Neal. They had a second-round grade, I believe, on Abraham Lucas. So yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff by John Boyle there. Shout out to John. Michael White says, I think Mafe, I like Mafe more than Ebiketie just because Mafe's potential, I think, is higher. I agree. I think Ebiketie is more of it's already baked, whereas Mafe is still, you're just putting it into the oven. And that to me doesn't, I like going for the potential a little bit more. Living Sacred Cacti says, go Hawks, man. Just my opinion. Marquise Brown, yeah. Oh, Hollywood Brown, yeah. Mason says, my dad befriended a Broncos fan, so we're going to try to come to Seattle for week 1, but tickets ain't cheap. No, tickets are going to be way too expensive for that Russell game. That's going to be, yeah, I bet those tickets get up into like $1,000 for really good seats, if not more. Tribe says, 40-winers imploding faster than a time bomb. I'll tell you, I'm interested to watch what's going to happen here with the Bosa situation. Bosa's been a good soldier and remained quiet here as Debo's done a lot of the squawking, but from Bosa's standpoint, I've already tore my ACL. My brother's had his share of injuries. We haven't exactly been able to hold out here. I probably want to get my money here pretty quick. Jay says, I'm about to work out, so going to listen to music, but I'll be back limited playing baseball, and I'll be 100% playing around first or second week. All right, Jace, we'll take care of that body, man. Don't get beat up. Don't get yourself beat up too much. Paul Third says, how did they get Donovan West as an undrafted rookie free agent? He was a steal. Who did Donovan West go to? Donovan West went to the Niners. I don't think I was all that blown away by West. Let me see where I had him on my big board. Somewhere here on my big board. Jeez. Oh, yeah, I had him in the 7th round. So he wasn't nothing, Paul. He wasn't nothing. Neither of the two Arizona guys did I like all that much myself. He was a little better than their tackle, but they were both Calendish, but they were both basically. I don't think he's going to do a lot for them. He's a good run blocker, though. I mean, that might help him on that length, Paul. And they might need help because Alex Mack, I think, was still trying to decide if he wanted to retire or not. But Inlet, what's good, man? Zach Holt, Donovan West went undrafted free agent. Crazy. I would have loved the Seahawks to get him. Yeah, he was. I was trying to bring up my notes on him for what because I did scout him, but I can't remember. I can't remember exactly what I had as far as my thought process on him. Let me see what I had as far as my notes. Because I know that I had looked at him, but he was a good run blocker. Their running back was really good. What I have here, Donovan West. He's really, yeah. So West, the reason West dropped 5'2", 28-inch vert, 112 broad. He's very quick off his stance. That'll help him with that stuff. Smart center. Cause a draw. Roots down as well. Yeah. So my worry is that he wasn't mobile enough to do the man-on, to do the zone-based stuff. So I think he was probably eliminated from a lot of teams' draft boards because of the lack of ability to do the zone. But he was really well suited to go to a man-based more kind of scheme. And I know the Niners run a lot of the zone stuff, but I think what he does will fit well with what they do. I don't know if he could have hit some of the reach blocks and things, would be athletic enough to hit that like we want. Specifically, that's a lot, Zach, why we're bringing in Austin Blythe almost, mainly. If you took Austin Blythe's combine and matched it up against West, there's I think a fairly stark difference. Mason says Donovan's West 40 really hurt him, but he definitely should have been drafted. Definitely should have been drafted. I would have taken him in the 7th round. It's kind of surprised our Seahawks didn't even at least take that flyer versus going 2 wide receivers back to back. I mean, I would have gone, that's good value there to grab him there. But again, I think they just didn't trust him to hit the deep second level stuff. If you want to talk about a time where 40 could potentially impact a lineman, wouldn't it be when I need the lineman to go from point A to point B, and point B is going to be 25 yards? And that I need you to be able to get to that spot in time to lay the block, not it takes you the extra 3 beats to get there. I think that's the one thing that a team might point to with West and say that's the part where we like all what he does in a phone booth, but get him outside the phone booth, he doesn't have a Superman uniform on. Chowder says, Hawk fans, what do y'all think? Where do y'all think you rank in the division? I think right now, Chowder, we're probably 3rd or 4th right now. But if things break our way, if this goes the way that I'm talking about in this series that I'm trying to build upon, where there is the optimism, and if it goes right, it's like every NFL season is like a type of alternative season that can play out. There's all these different types, and if you played an NFL season out 100 times, it's not going to play out the 100 exact same way every time. There's a high level of unpredictability here. So I'm leaning into the unpredictability, and I'm saying that we're probably 3rd and 4th, but I could see us elevating up into a 10-7 realm, even 11-6, if we were able to really get the running game rolling and the defense was able to really come together quickly with this new scheme. But Chowder, yeah, I'd go Rams. You got Rams, Niners, Hawks, Cards. That sounds good to me, Chowder. I'll go with that. Paul Sousia, we still don't have the talent to compete in the NFC. Good drafting, hoping for the best. I mean, potentially not. But as I said, the thing is, you have 3 quarterbacks who are getting very old that the top teams are relying upon to remain healthy. And if they don't remain healthy, those teams are in a way different place. But this is a rebuild year. This would be a surprise if we were to come up out of the mire and suddenly shock everybody. There is no doubt about that. But I've seen stranger things happen in the NFL. I have. Rogers Green, Hawks will be better than most think. I love it, Rogers. I love the optimism, man. I'm with you. Paul Third says, isn't Debo still contracted for another year? He is indeed, Paul. This is the interesting point of this standoff. We saw this last year with a couple of guys that were doing this hold in, right? You had, before Jamal Adams signed his deal, there was the hold in with him. And then there was the Quandre Diggs hold in. And then there was the Dwayne Brown hold in. Does Debo come in there and go, my hammy's just really tight? I don't know how the NFL will find a way around this, by the way. I don't know what they're going to do to combat this because it's a new thing. Players used to just hold out and that was going to be it. Now they can't do that anymore. But if he starts to take that route, Paul, do they still just sit there and dangle on the fact of, well, we hope he'll get out on the field here at some point this year? Or do they go, okay, well, he's not practicing. He's being a problem child with this. We can't see any injury here. That means he's just going to sit here and just take up this final year of his contract for nothing. I'm not saying he will do that for sure, Paul, but I think it's a factor to how these negotiations play out versus this just happening in the it looks good on paper situation of the CBA where it's like, okay, Players Association, we're tired of you guys having your players hold out all the time when we sign these contracts. That's got to stop. Players Association goes, okay, that's great. What do you want to do about it? What we're going to do about it is now we're going to fine them by the day if they hold out in this new CBA or we don't sign the CBA. You're not going to sign the CBA if we don't do this? Yeah, that's what we're telling you. Well, that's stupid. Yeah, well, we think it's stupid that they're holding out every day. We hate that. All right, put it in. And then they put it in and now this happens and I don't know, Paul. We still haven't seen a player get to a place where it's reached where the player is just holding into the season and letting it get that far. But then does a team file a grievance? Does it get dirty? I don't know if Niners want to roll down that door, but again, they can't really afford to lose Debo, can they? Tony Gorin says thoughts on the Aaron Donald's contract situation. Well, my thought is that understandable for Aaron Donald to come back and want to be paid. I'm a guy that says if you're a player that has more than 1 year left on your contract and you're coming in asking to be paid again, you're really putting a team in a ridiculous situation. And we had to deal with this ourselves. Marshawn Lynch did this. I believe Chris Clemens may have done it. Cam Chancellor did it, where they had multiple years left and then wanted to be paid. And boy, is it tough. Because when you pay that player, you're still in the midst of trying to eat that bonus money that's spread out over the first 4 years of the deal. And now he wants to be paid again with new bonus money, which now doubles up that bonus money that you're having to pay on top of the old contract. It puts teams in a really, really tough bind. Like I said, more often than not, I'm going to say to the player, you shouldn't be going and doing that. You can't ask a team to do that. You're being unrealistic. But in the situation of Aaron Donald, and because I want to see the Rams eat shit, I am perfectly happy saying that, yes, he should go get every last dollar bill that's afforded to him. I think that they should pay him because he's the best defender in the NFL in the last 10 years. He's perhaps one of the best three techs, if not the best three tech defensive tackle of all time. He literally, even in that Super Bowl game, was making game-changing plays to turn the tide. If there's one guy who deserves to go outside that rule of thumb of saying you don't pay him outside the multiple years, he would be that guy. And he is reaching at that age point where it's understandable from his standpoint of saying, hey, I've been dominant every single year. I've gone out and played in every single game. I'm now getting a little bit older. There is a chance I'm going to get maybe a little bit more injured here now in the next couple of years as we go. I don't want to have given you all that and laid all that on the line then for you to cold-bloodedly drop me out the back door as soon as I stop being anything less than the most dominant player in the NFL because it's more financially feasible to you to be putting the money towards the quarterback position. I can understand where Donald's coming from. So as I showed you on that chart, $4 million ain't nothing to sniff at. Who's the money they're clearing from? Who's right now sitting on money that they can't do with Ramsey? They're in that same bonus money game I just talked about. Can't do it with Cooper Kupp. They're in that same bonus money pickle I just talked about where you're too early on in trying to get some of that bonus money to eat off the books to start to tap into it now. They don't have a lot of answers here with Aaron Donald, and that's really at the head of this why this has remained unresolved. It's not probably because they're like, well, you have 2 years left on your deal, Aaron. We have a team philosophy here where we don't cross that bridge 2 years in with 2 years left. I think in this situation, they're looking at like, no, we would cross this bridge for you. We're trying to cross the bridge. We are, but we're a little weighted down by the fact we only have $4 million to spend. And there's no way we can give you $60 million and find another extra $11 million on our cap to $12 million on our cap. They'd have to find 3 times the amount of cap space they're currently sitting on to facilitate an Aaron Donald deal. Excuse me. Spring here, so it's getting a little bit, throat's getting a little dry. Rogers Green says Bo Melton equals Hawks Rookie of the Year with Kenny Walker. Well, that'd be an amazing thing if we see it. Jeffrey Nicholson, I agree. I don't think we need Odell Beckham Jr. I was a proponent of it last year when he was out there on the market, and you had Russell here and that stuff. This is a different time, and we're not in the go for it mode to bring all of that whole carnival into the room. I'm good with that. Michael White, he says, Drew Lock beating the Niners twice is the cherry on top this upcoming season, no matter what our record could be. That certainly will be amazing if we're able to do it again. King Bomber with the 2 wins against the Niners, 50-50 against the Cardinals, and Rams were 9-7. That's what I'm saying, King. I'm prescribing an 8-win year, but it's an easy fluctuation of 3 to 4 games if a few things break in the right direction. And again, you can't undersell the fact that if you have a dominant rushing attack, a rushing attack that teams have to game plan for, that teams have to take a safety and bring them up into the box and now create matchups on the back end where DK is getting one-on-one coverage all the time and Tyler Lockett's getting one-on-one coverage all the time. These are 2 players that were doubled at a very high rate last year. And the only way you're able to pull those double team rates off like teams were able to do is if you're able to play a lot of cover 2. And this would remove that at this point. Now you're going to have to pick your poison as far as the passing game. So much is built out of that, and it doesn't end there because now when you're running the ball, you're moving the chains, you're bleeding the clock, you're shortening football games because the clock doesn't stop like incompletions cause. And this also now makes it so your defense doesn't have to play as many snaps as the average given team out there. They are fresher, and by being fresher, they then vis-a-vis should be better. All of this is that circle that all comes around. It starts with the running game and then building that and what they already have on the roster around that running game that then gets to the defense, and the special teams factors into that as well, being such a key component of this team as they are. And you round it out to a team that is all around good, that doesn't have as many fatal flaws as it's had in recent years. And that's the type of team that can be better than average. Now, I'm not talking about dominant force. I'm just talking about a team that can be knocking on the playoffs and surprise quite a few folks by being in that position. Tyson Olwasser, what's up, Tyson? Good to see you. Nick Breslin, hey, what's up, Nick? Good to have you back in the house. Tyson says, who's going to the home opener at Denver? I wish I was, man. David says, don't expect a lot in the next few years after trading Russell Wilson. I don't know, David. I don't think that I would prescribe to it being either two ways on this. I don't think I would either say it's going to be dark for the next few years without Russell Wilson, nor would I say that it's now going to be that the sunshine has been let in because Russell Wilson is gone. Ding dong, the witch is dead. No, I'm not saying either on that. I'm saying we don't know what it could be moving into the future. I do know this, David. I knew that they just crushed this draft as well as they've done in 10 years. I know that when I look at next year's cap, because I just showed you this prior year's cap. Let's take a look here at next year's cap. Where are our Seattle Seahawks at? They are there they are. Oh, look at that. All the way right now as we currently stand with the second amount most cap space in the entire NFL next offseason. So I guess I'd ask you this, David. If we go 10-7 next year with this team, with this quarterback situation, and I got the second most amount of cap space in the entire NFL, and I got 2 first-round picks, and I got 2 second-round picks. Oh, are you listening to me yet? Do you hear me yet? Because this is what I'm talking about. You're going to tell me that type of team's got to go spend years in the abyss? That type of team's got to go be thrown out of the desert for its own little 40 days and 40 nights until it's allowed to return emaciated? No. No. This is the NFL. And in the NFL, things turn around in a heartbeat for good and bad. You can be the champions of the world. You can be on the precipice of a dynasty. You can have the most amazing defense the NFL has ever seen. And then the very next day you wake up and it's all ashes to the wind. It works both ways. The knife is sharp on both ends. And just as if it can cut you down in your greatest of glories, so too can it slice down your foes and see you raised and elevated to prominence. Don't undersell it. Don't make predictions that we don't know aren't certain. Megan Cockroach is in the house. What's up, Megan? Good to see you. Thank you, DJ. Good to see you as well. Travis303 says, I've been watching bear videos today, getting ready for Katamai bear season next month. Well, good. Dude, best of luck on that, Travis. That's the most dangerous game. Make sure you got a big gun when you go out there. Sean Riley says, Arizona will have the biggest decline this season, 6-11, and everyone gets fired. I don't know, Sean, they just gave out contract extensions, I think, to the general manager and coach. Wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that you could fire the guys so soon after doing that. But I think it makes it a little harder because that's a lot more for the owner to swallow. I do agree with you, though, that I look at this upcoming season from the Arizona and I go, I don't like your pass rush. I don't particularly like in secondary. You've gone kind of oddly heavy in recent drafts to linebacker, and then not really as much even to offensive line. It's been more about putting into the skill positions. I understand they're taking you got to give them credit. They're taking a certain road, a certain particular road unto them that is unique to them. But I don't know that I trust that road they're going down. I think at one point or another, it's just going to give out to a sinkhole and they're going to fall into it. And then mud's going to fall on top of them. And then that's going to dry and no one's ever going to see them again. We're going to go like, Arizona, didn't they used to have a football team now? Yeah, they did. So we'll see how it goes with them. We'll see how it goes, but I do agree. I could see them definitely declining. Oh, I missed some super chats. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you. He says, when are OTAs? Will we get any info at all on the quarterbacks? I think OTAs are going to be here they have one more OTA session, I believe, that's right at the start of June, if I'm not mistaken. It's like a 7th, 8th, or 9th type situation. And then they've got that long period of like 40 days until camp. So it's somewhere right in the neighborhood of a week, 2 weeks into June, couple day camp, and then they're off till we get to training camp on that one. Probably won't get a lot of information, Randall, on the quarterback situation. I have heard, for whatever it's worth, that Geno Smith has a slight lead on Locke as it stands right now in the competition. But of course, until we get to the live action, live bullets being fired, not just blanks, not just guys in shells, not just 7-on-7 drills, we're not going to know really who's going to be the one to sort of steal and take the day. But that is probably how that'll play out, and I wouldn't take out Randall much from any reports here on the quarterbacks because there'll be a lot of glowing praise from everybody. You know, Locke looked amazing today. His arm was really live, and Geno's decision-making today was incredible. He's going just with the right plays, the right ball. Like, you'll hear stuff like that. Thank you for the donation, Randall. Devin Martzall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Devin. Says, hey, Brandon, I always look forward to your Sunday show. Well, I appreciate that. I look forward to doing it, man. I love this. You know that. It says, great way to end this week with some Hawks talk. Always appreciate what you do. Let's go Hawks. Hey, let's go Hawks, Devin. And I appreciate you jumping in here and all of your support to the channel, a long-time support of the channel as you've been. I love doing this, man. So we've been most part been able to do this twice a week here as we've gone through this offseason. We'll just kind of keep picking it up as we go along here. But I'm having a ball with this. And, man, I've just been blown away by our growth lately we're just really coming along. People are signing up for the Hawks Nest experience, and I'm loving it. Loving it. King Bomber says we'll easily get 5 wins. I can see easily that. I mean, the 3 last place teams we play alone. I mean, to me, Carolina and New York Jets in there. We'll win those teams. We'll win again those games. We got those teams. Come on, we got those. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, might be jumping off for a Trojan stream for an hour soon, or an hour soon, but we'll be back, B. Sounds good, Megan. My lady Danenda. I appreciate the donation. And no worries, you know where I'll be. You know where I'll be, Megan. I ain't going nowhere. Travis, I know what... Oh, sorry. Why do Weiss's contracts are finalized at work? No more time to watch film. From now, my top three are quarterbacks are Tyler Van Dyke, Will Levis, and CJ Stroud. All three decent mechanics, good size, and can make all the NFL throws. It's a good list. It's a good list. Why do I? I'm just getting into my quarterback study here. So I was watching a little bit of Jefferson earlier today, actually, with my morning coffee. So... why do I says Aaron Donald, give me $30 million or I won't play for 20? Okay. Well, and it's why do I? It's all about the bonus money there. So it's, the bonus money's already been paid out to him a couple of years ago, and now he wants to come prime the pump. That's really what it's about more than is what he's making on APY, because APY is going to factor in base plus bonus, and he already considers that bonus in the bank paid out. Paul Third says, I think the offseason optimism will be dead by week 4 and fans will be saying tank for the first overall pick. Well, I think it certainly is actually not the worst of places to be if this team starts out in just a bad run of things. For a couple of different reasons on that, Paul, because it does put them in a better position to maybe now take a foot off the pedal versus they get to the week 13 and they're still kind of in it, so they're still pushing all the way through. As well as that'll give them a chance to try out different things and really commit to maybe more of an experimentation. I can't spell it. Experimentation. There we go. On just scheme and personnel and how they use guys. Could open that up. That's part of why I'm going to just try to have fun with this upcoming season, Paul. I don't have any expectations. I do have hope. I do have some optimism, but it could be, Paul, that it quickly dies out by that point. It's possible. Robbie Grayuski, I'm excited to see how our corners will play this year. I think Ugo gets cut, so Woolen takes over even though Ugo played nickel. It's going to be hard for him in the first year, Robbie. Woolen's got a real long way to go as far as his technique and just his footwork especially. He takes some false steps in the wrong directions at times. It gets him into trouble, and I think Carroll can clean that up. I don't know if Carroll can clean that up in just one short offseason into a year on a rookie season. I agree with you. I do think Ugo's going to probably end up getting cut when it's all said and done. But I think, Robbie, it's going to be more Kobe Bryant out there. And Trey Brown might get slid in. But remember, we got Justin Coleman coming back too. And I know Coleman's not played well recently at other destinations and stops. But I think he was really perfectly suited for this Carroll defense, at least at the time. And defense is changing. But he's another guy, I think, in the competition on that. So Trey Brown, Justin Coleman, Ugo Amadi, they're going to battle it out. What's nice about this, Robbie, along with Marquise Blair. So you've got 4 guys battling it out for one starting spot, where in previous years we've had Ugo battling it out with basically a safety convert alone in Marquise Blair. So at least the competition has definitely upticked a bit there. Klaus82 says, Seahawks just need a quarterback, but look out for Jacob Eason. Hey, you never know. He's got the strongest arm of any quarterback on this roster right now. I'll tell you that. Now, that might be about the only thing he's got on there, Klaus, at least from what I've seen. But he'll be in the running, and he's going to get his chance. Megan says, how much cap do we have left? Are there any players we're now looking at to use the leftover cap space for, or are we saving it for our quarterback in the future? I would think, Megan, that we're probably where our cap sits right now. Bringing up the chart here to see what it's at. So, you're at... my poor old eyes are failing me here. So according to this, we're at $12.5 million as we sit right now. Yeah, we could. You could theoretically still go out there and pay on somebody. It was a little bit tough today to see that Jadeveon Clowney's going back to the Cleveland Browns on like a 1-year, $11 million deal or something. That one stung just a little bit to see. First, we grabbed Owusu for 2 years at $20 million. I know there's probably more that goes into this from the Seahawks standpoint because they probably saw Owusu as a younger player, more on the rise and less of an injury risk. But I think what they would like to do, Megan, is roll that money over. Take as much of that money and move it into next year's cap as they possibly can. Or grab a guy at the trade deadline if they happen to be into it. Either way, I think they'll more often than not probably sit on the majority of that money as long as they can and just try to remain patient with it. Stimpy says, I'm certainly excited. I love it, Stimpy. It's good to hear. It's great to hear. AZ Killer Birds, I'm going to sit back and watch the NFC West collapse. I don't think it's going to collapse this year, AZ Killer Birds. I think it's going to be not quite as strong as it's been in recent years, but I still think it's going to be a solid division. Oh, Marquise Goodwin. Goax Alive says, breaking news, Seahawks signed wide receiver Marquise Goodwin to the 90-man roster. All right. Isn't that he's a former speedster, right? Isn't that the guy that was a former track guy? He goes real fast. He's quick. Amari Taylor, did you know CJ Stroud is a Seahawks fan, and do you think we should tank for him? I did know he was a fan. I saw that he had a tweet out there asking who's your favorite NFL team, and he said Seattle. He's a fun player to watch. I need to watch a little more tape on him. I think any of the quarterbacks right now that I'm making an evaluation on, I'm making it just off of too little information, in my opinion. I can like a guy more than anybody else, but to do a true, this guy's the best, this guy's not the best, this guy's 2, this is 3. CJ is good. He's a really good player. I like his mechanics. I like his delivery. I think overall plus mobility, throws well on the run. That especially stood out when you get him even moving a couple steps one way or the other. He still can throw pretty well. But I think when you get to tanking, that's tough talk, Amari. I mean, I think it's rarely has worked out for any NFL team out there that's decided they're going to try to tank to go get somebody. Here and there you can find certain examples where that's maybe worked for some team or another, but more often than not, that's an empty strategy and approach. You have a lot of draft capital next year to move up in the draft if you have a true target at quarterback that you want to go get. There's also going to be probably somewhere in the neighborhood of even 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round next year as it's currently projected. So there may not be as much reason to go up there and move up for that guy. Is the CJ Stroud guy you're getting at the pick of number 3 so much better than the Jefferson out of Arkansas that you're getting at 14? I mean, that's going to be the debate and the discussion that we have over the corresponding next year. But one that in my opinion, I'm more use some of those picks rather than using a ton of those picks just to go get that one guy, unless we're really sure. Paul Third says, Brando, your analysis of the NFC West team seems focused on what the other teams lacked, not their strengths. That's not very subjective. These are some of the NFL's best offenses and defenses already. Who cares about their development players? They aren't in a rebuild. Yes, this isn't meant to be a comprehensive 4-hour breakdown on every team. Paul, it's definitely. I'm trying to just give a nutshell look at the team's off seasons more than anything else. So I think you're misunderstanding, Paul, and what I'm doing, which is looking at these teams' off seasons and what they've done to either add, subtract, or maintain where they were, not to show their strengths or weaknesses. I think we already know what their strengths or weaknesses are, but I don't think everyone always, again, it's know thy enemy, so it's knowing what they've done is the purpose of this particular show, not strengths or weaknesses. These teams are all really good, Paul. Like I said, even in my projection, I've been pretty concurrent with this. I'm looking at this team and saying that there's a very good likelihood that they end up at 8 wins or even worse. And the going sentiment out there, Paul, what I've done over the last 3 shows has been a common theme. I'm showing a theme of, I get it. I hear the chorus. I hear the cascading roar from the 12s out there of people saying that this team's going to be crap and there's no chance they can ever be good and they're stacked up against this and they're stacked up against that and it's going to be nothing but pain and nightmares and torment and bleeding and all of that. And I've heard it right and left and I got it. It's in there. Everyone's aware of it. What I don't think as many people are aware of, Paul, and what I'm attempting to do with this show and the last 3 shows is to try for a second to pull back the curtain here and let a little bit of light into the room, to maybe not have us sit here and just twist and writhe on the floor in our own discontent, but actually look for maybe a little bit of hope within this. The Rams are great. The Rams are a great front-running team. The 49ers are great. They're a great up there front-running team and be a great competing team. The Cardinals are all right. But my point on what I'm showing is that they do have some flaws with them too. They do not walk on water. They do not change water to wine. They do not take 2 fishes and a loaf of bread and turn it and feed 5,000 people, which is a little bit what I'm pushing it back against in general on this, Paul, is a little bit of that narrative that I'm hearing from other Seahawks fans, as though these organizations are just doing all of the greatest things since sliced bread, and we're sort of just over here doing nothing but, putting our hand behind our butt and smelling our own farts or something. I don't know. So that's kind of what I'm more trying to do here, and what I'm trying to accomplish with these run of shows, Paul. I think it's been battered and beaten enough, the negative elements and what is the likelihood of where this team could go. And I think there's only so much you can get by, I think, with just hammering on that, where it's like, well, they're just going to be real building and they're just going to be sucking crap and that's just going to be a crap team next year. Maybe. But as I'm making my argument in this, as I'm trying to build it slowly too, I'm trying to say look at a couple of these other points as a possibility too, where it's not all just, it's going to be dead and rot and nowhere, we're just going to be horrible no matter what. Whitey White says, the more I think about it, Seattle skill players and the offensive line improvements, the more I think Seattle could mess this all up and contend for a playoff spot with a league average quarterback play. That's the argument I'm making. Alexander says, how crazy the playoffs were pretty much giving, and now it's a hope and a prayer to even make it to the dance. Hope and a prayer to make it even to the dance. Well, I'm trying to make an argument. It's more than just a hope and a prayer, but like I said, I understand. Caden Peters, I think Seattle could really do good this year because Russ did hold us back. I think there's a component of a bit of both on that for me, Caden. I think there's some elements that in Russ's play that did hold the offense back to a degree, but then there was also elements to his play that I think really elevated this team as well on the other side of it. And he was by far more good on that side of it than I think the bad. I think we're definitely going to have to overcome his loss more than we're going to just be, lit forward. But I think there is a measure of a point there in what you're saying for sure. Jay Newfield, finally someone who says we can actually do some damage. Yeah, I'm just trying to be a little more positive with it. Like I said, I hear the folks, and I'm not saying that the folks that point out and say that we're going to probably be not good next year, we're going to probably be in this bad shape next year, it's going to be probably I'm not saying that they don't have a point, but I'm just also saying I think there's a little bit of this that's being hit so hard that people are forgetting and not looking at some of the potential here of how this could go right. Yeah, Jay, I think 10-7 is doable. Agreed. Robbie says, no way the Seahawks keep more than 5 wide receivers. Metcalf, Lockett, Swain, Eskridge, and probably Bo Melton. I doubt Goodwin makes the final roster. Robbie's got a good point here. We signed Goodwin. He's a guy that's feels like he hasn't played a whole lot of football recently. He's a speedster, but he's on the outside looking in probably to make this roster. Tony Gordon says, if you are the Rams, what would I do? Well, if I'm the Rams, I've made my choice a little bit. I'm in go for it mode no matter what. And I've sort of done that pretty succinctly. So I probably have to look at my roster and find a way to clear the money to afford to have $16 million of cap space. So they're going to have to do whatever it takes to find an additional. Oh my goodness, are they only at? No, that's next year. They only have $2 million of cap space next year too, which is hilarious. They have more caps. The Rams have more cap space with $4 million right now than they do next year with $2 million. That's hilarious. So they got $4 million right now, but again, I don't know who they're going to have to just convert somebody's base to bonus. They're going to have to convert a lot of guys' base to bonus. So probably Havestein, You take his $7 million, convert it to bonus. Probably Cup. They'll do the same. You do a couple of those moves, you could probably clear just enough move. But boy, like I just said, they're already programmed to have $2 million next year. I mean, they're pushing the envelope here. You can bend the cap, you cannot break it. You can bend it to a point of where it's like, why is this still holding all this water? When is this going to snap? And it's just sitting there like this, like, oh, it can. There's no way that balloon can hold any more, and then just finally it does give way. So. They're probably really having a hard time pulling that trigger to make those moves, but they'll make those moves, I'm sure, when it's all said and done. David Bacco says, do you really think Denver doesn't have a good offensive line? No, I wouldn't say that. What it is this. I think Denver has a very good run-blocking offensive line, which will help Russell Wilson to a degree. But the last couple of years, they've been one of the worst offensive lines in the league as far as pass protection is concerned. And especially in their efficiency. And so, David, where I'm pairing this is I go, okay, you have a team that's bad in pass protection in recent years, who's now taking a quarterback who historically and especially in recent years is holding on the ball later and longer the later he goes into his career. You look at Russell Wilson like 3 years ago and he had like a year where he got the ball out of his hands in 2.64 seconds. And then at the end of his career here where he was back at like 3 seconds as far as the time in the pocket that he was holding onto the ball, which I know sounds like a very small amount, but that's actually a huge difference in the amount of time he's holding onto the ball back there. So I put those two aspects together. It's not just about the Denver being not necessarily porous as far as in pass protection. It's also Russell's penchant for holding onto the ball. I put those two things together, and I think that could probably open the door to there being some issues with yeah. Whitey Weiss says, I saw a stat trade Brown 6 yards given up per route before his injury. Kobe, Woolen, Brown might be the foundation of a great cornerback room for the next 3 years. The D is young, but could be special. They're definitely starting to build some elements, man. They've got to show a little bit more on it, of course, and that's 6 yards given up per route, of course, with Trey is based on just a kind of a small sample size of games. It's always hard with the sample size to take too much data extrapolation away. But nonetheless, he was very exciting as a young player. I think wide to wide, he played as well as any young rookie quarterback as I've seen in the last 10 years since going back to maybe Sherman. So it's been quite a bit of time. Jay says, Seattle beat the Raiders. That is about the time when the Raiders fall off a cliff after starting the season with a great record. Well said, Jay. Hawksnest, what would you do if you're the Rams regarding the Aaron Donald contract and the team's offseason moves? Yeah, so, Tony, they can move. They'll be able to move. They will be able to technically move money around where they convert base to bonus of players. But, again, the problem comes in on that, be it Cup, be it any of these guys that they Hammerstein, any of the guys they try to do this with. You're already eating a certain amount of bonus. Now you're adding more bonus onto that into into the corresponding next couple of seasons. It really puts future years of cap than at peril. But the Rams they've made their play. They've already decided with what they've done that they're going for this. So they don't have to apologize at that point for making that move. I mean, the fans would understand. Everybody understands. Alexander's got Boye Mafe with 9.5 sacks. That would be awesome. If he has that, that'd be amazing. Lisa Benz, how you doing, Lisa? Herbicide says Clowney keeps shooting himself in the foot. Why does he only sign for 1 year at a time? Well, I can still, if I was playing any of the Warzone, I'd probably be jumping on, being able to play with them more, but I just can't play that game. But we got a guy that jumps in here from time to time. Heat Cranks, who's really good friends with Clowney. And, at the time that Achuna Owuzu, signed Herbicide, he's like, I don't know why Seattle would do the 2-year, $20 million for Uchuna when they could have gotten Kalani for 2 for 30. And, maybe they didn't want to do that deal for the reasons they didn't want to do it. But, teams, I think, have a little bit of fear, I guess, when it comes to Kalani and his injury situation in that knee. And they just maybe don't trust the health as much as others. And they want to keep it at a 1-year deal. And if he's going to do a 1-year deal, he's like, hell with it. I'll just come back to this place where I had my best year if that's going to be the way that this plays out. I can get that. I understand why it would play out that way for him on it. And, at the end of the day, he's going to when he walks away from his career on whether he's signing 1-year deals or whether he's signing 2-year deals or whether he's signing 4-year deals, Kalani's going to walk away from this sport having made probably $150 million or something in contracts. So, at the end of the day, he did himself fine with the money that he made his money. Christian Fowler, are any of the available free agents next offseason worth going after with big money, assuming they don't get re-signed by the respective organizations? Yeah. The hard part about making this kind of looking at this, Christian, right now, though, is that there's going to be re-signings and contract extensions that are going to be handed out between now and next free agency. There's going to be trades. And then there's going to still be franchise tags. So you've got to get through the 3 rows of the gambit there before you even get to the place of them being true free agents that you have an opportunity to go out there and really sign. So to look at them right now is probably a little bit premature. The one part that could open the door to this, though, Christian, is that they could always go out there this year with the cap space that they're sitting on right now and make that trade a little earlier. Go out there mid-year this year. If there's, let's say, a fantastic left guard who suddenly is on the market who Team A doesn't want to pay him a contract extension, and you flip for a draft pick, bring him in here, give him the contract extension. As John Schneider likes to say, it's a 365-day situation with them looking to improve the roster, not just on given parts of the year like offseason or just before training camp. So you could kind of add it at any point in time. But yeah, they will end up using that money to something, Christian. And I think that if you look in-house, you really only have DK Metcalf, Damian Lewis, and perhaps Jordan Brooks as the only other 3 guys that are going to command any kind of real contract extensions from within in the next year. So you got to spend it on somebody. Emmett Brown, what's up, Emmett? Good to see you. He says, we got a top 3 pick coming next year. Then the Denver Bronco won anywhere from 24 to 32. It's not bad to have if that's the case. Who should the Seahawks go after free agent wise with that money? Well, I'll give you a couple guys, but again, this list, it's so early to do this list because of the fact that these guys are going to be in different states and stages and things are going to happen that, doing this now is just so early on here versus what's going to be what. Let me bring up the list here. It's not even showing it here. 2023. So you got, as far as targets for our Hawks, I think you're looking at, obviously, offensive line. You'd love to get a guard or a center in here, left guard or a center. So Rodney Hudson's going to be a little old at that point out of Arizona. Mitch Morris from Buffalo could be interesting. Jason Kelsey, obviously, at that point is probably retiring. Left guard-wise, it does look like Quentin Nelson, though I expect him to have a contract extension here. It may be due to be a free agent. There's no way the Colts let him go. Not a lot of guys I'm seeing on the inside guard to center that are going to get people very excited, especially no real left guard here that jumps out to me. So it's going to be a little bit light. As far as that goes, they're probably going to have to go back to the draft or through trade to find something there. Take a look at the defensive line real quick. Fletcher Cox, Yannick Ngakoue, Stephon Tuitt of the Pittsburgh Steelers could be an interesting guy they take a look at. Again, not a super, super deep list here. Kind of light. Free agent class is looking light. I might argue some of this might be coming from more a trade and how they bring a guy on and then they give him a contract extension versus looking to free agency. Because some of the positions of need, defensive line is looking a little bit weak. Edge isn't looking all that great necessarily. Let's see about outside linebacker if there's something there. Bradley Chubb. Boy, it is. It's pretty hellacious, folks. I don't like what I'm looking at here with free agency. We're going to need a lot of people released. Hold on, I'm going to get a little more coffee. I'll be right back. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, would be a real conundrum if Locke goes and plays well. Say we go 10-7 and make the playoffs. Denver pick is number 7. Do you extend Locke or go for a quarterback? We'd have to get really specific, Randall. I mean, if we're talking about him playing just a good game manager role, and then he's going to command a Ryan Tannehill type contract as an equivalent, I'm not making that move. If we can start to fully establish, Randall, a mid-tier contract for quarterbacks where it seems like here you're either low end or you're high end, and there's really not that mid-scale game. And what would be for me, for instance, what would be considered mid-scale for me would be giving a guy $23 million a year, $20 million a year maybe. And him able to perform better than just being game manager. There's actually times he's elevating the team, not being a star, but just at times he's elevating things. If Locke went to that realm and he was willing to take that kind of low end of a deal, despite playing that well, when in actuality he most likely would command the Tannehill type contract, then I'm out. But if he wants to be one of those first quarterbacks to realize that, what if you're that guy that's really good, but you recognize you don't need to take up twice the value of the next highest paid guy on your roster, and that by doing so, you're going to help out the rest of the team and building out a better team? Maybe some quarterback will get that particular light bulb to go off above their head, but there's not been one yet to do it. I don't know if Locke would be willing to be that guy either, considering he's not yet been paid, Randall. But if he is, I'm open to it, but he's got to be willing to go fairly towards the low end into that mid-tier to talk about extending him. Randall also with a $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, Russell Wilson, overrated, underrated, properly rated. I think it's a question that, as always, when I try to answer these questions, it's for me never really into the black and white phase of things. I think Russell Wilson spent probably the first 6 to 7 years of his career terribly underrated by the NFL. I think he had a 3-year run point where he was playing as good as any quarterback in the sport. And that was when people started to give him his measure of respect and recognize what he was as a player. I then think now over about the last year and a half, there's been a dipping down to 2 years. We've seen I think a little bit of now maybe the skills not eroding, but maybe now sliding back just a tiny bit. Where now he's starting to get maybe just a hair to a point, just a tiny bit, just a bit of, from a national perspective, just a little bit overrated. Still a very good player, don't get me wrong, but I think the national perspective at times on him, he's a top 3 quarterback in the sport, or even maybe a top 5 quarterback in the sport. I don't think he's that at this point. I think, Mahomes, Herbert, Allen, Brady, Rodgers, and maybe Stafford even at this point. I don't know for sure on that one, but I'm just a smidge, Randall, just a smidge. Robert Pennington, my brother. How you doing, Rob? It's good to see you in the house. It's good to see my brother in here. What do you think of the Godwin signing? he's a speedster. He's really fast, but Robbie's had like in and out the last couple of years to my memory. Let's bring up his stats. I think he's not been on the football field a lot. His good win stats. So we got 2019. He plays. He catches 12 balls in 2019. Plays 9 games. Starts 6. Then in 2000, then he doesn't even play in 2020. And then last year for Chicago, he is in 14 games, but he starts 2. He has a 50% catch rate with 20 catches. Yeah, no. He's not making the roster. Sorry, he's not making the roster. He's going to have to come in and light the world on fire and be something that he's not been in the last 4 years. And even when he was at his highest, even when he was at his best, how good was he really? I just don't think, I don't think much on this signing. Good to see the Rob. Elop, Ipo, Raiders made playoffs with all hell broke loose last year, beating Chargers to get into the playoffs. They did. I think the Raiders are solid. Mark Coppercorn, what's up, Mark? Says, I think just because a young team with many rookies that they can't be very good. I'm thinking 7th seed. Like and sub for this hard-working man. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for reminding me of that. If you do like what you're listening to, please do hit that like button. It's a small little thing, but it's a major thing in my heart. So I appreciate it if you do that for me. It does help this channel grow tremendously. And that be, like I said, I'm in my highest prescribe. I'm saying likelihood is, 5, 6, 7, 8 win team is definitely kind of the likely area of us, this team, but I could also see them pushing into that 10 win realm, which would get them into that 7th seed mark. Let's not forget, there is an extra playoff team that has been added in recent years to both conferences. Oh, that's right. Pumpkin is missing. Good call. We need to get the cat power in here. Let's see if we can. Here we go. Let's bring her on in here. Your presence has been requested. All right, let's get Pumpkin in here. Whoa. There we go. Look at her. She's looking right at the camera. She knows she's a star. You're a star. I got that wet food today, so they're super happy. Super haps. Good call, Eric. Good call. Huh? You're missing the part where Donald would have to pay back part of the guaranteed money if he retired with the year left on the front-loaded contract. Can't see him doing that. There are why I would offer to you that it's a little bit different with that, and that's another one of those things where it sounds good to do that, but there's very few and far between teams that actually do go back after the bonus money like that, especially if you have a pillar type player within the organization. One of those type of guys that you'd build the statue in front of the stadium for. If he decides to retire, you're not coming back after his money, especially on the heels where you just won a Super Bowl in big part thanks to what he brought to the team. So no, they wouldn't go after his money if he were to retire. That's not a thing that would be on the table here. Why? I know why you would think that and there are some times where there have been some teams that have pulled that lever, but they do it usually for cantankerous, contentious type situations that have occurred between the player and the organization. And I don't think that that's what's going on here. This would just be more of the Rams just don't want to pay the prime the pump. David Bacco says, I like your show. Thank you, David. It's very kind of you. Eric Gilbertson with the $5 donation. He says, Pumpkin, she's in the house. She knows she's a star. Yeah. You tell him. You say Seahawks? No. Thank you for the donation, though, Eric. And thanks for reminding me about Pumpkin, too. It's not a Hawks Nest show if we don't got a pumpkin cam going here. We get that pumpkin cam going. Jeff Fornell, I hear we just signed Marquise Goodwin for the 49ers. Yeah, there's not much there with this one, Jeff. I think he's a camp body. He's a veteran type guy. But he's not a guy that's done a whole lot. He's real fast. He's very, very fast. But he's not been a very particularly great player on the field recently. Do I always get the Cardinals logo wrong? Why do people always get the Cardinal logo wrong? I don't know. I was just, because it probably wasn't important to me. Why would a Seahawks channel get the Cardinals logo wrong? I don't know. I wasn't purposeful. You guys need to change your logo anyway and stop using the East Coast Cardinals and start using the West Coast ones with the less plumage on their stack. Why do I say Seattle could be a much better team in 2022 and still lose as many or more games than 2021 because of youth and poor quarterback play? And I'm okay. I'm totally okay with that. Yeah. Why do I? Did we have such amazing quarterback play last year though? I know Russell did well at the end, I guess, against teams like Detroit, Houston. But, was he blowing the doors off at the position throughout the course of the whole year? And I know he was injured for a good part, but that's not what is in contention. Pretty much from the moment he walked back on the field after being injured, he was a well below league average quarterback when he walked on the field. So you got a lot of the wins you did last year, sometimes in spite of Russ. Not always with him like it had been in previous years where he was just carrying the day for you. Randall says the bending of space and time and the Rams salary cap. That's right. Alexander says legitimately top 12 to 15 in the league and looks as if he can get better. That's actually a really tough decision for me. Oh, wait, did I miss something on that, Alexander? James Stoltz, you want to also keep a winning culture going. That's true. It's the other part I don't like about doing the tank thing, is that the winning culture thing is not a light switch. To establish it is to establish a methodology, a mentality, and an approach. And you don't accomplish that by telling your guys hey guys, don't try to go all the way hard this game because we want this good drop pick. And then next year be, okay, now we're really turning it on, guys. And they build in bad habits and that type of stuff. There are ways you can kind of tank for like resting players and that type of thing that maybe aren't super injured or whatever, but it's just not a good look, and it's not really as good a strat as it seems like. Chicken God says any quarterback in the NFL can have top 10 stats if he has a great running game to back him up. Look at Tannehill in Tennessee or even Dilfer in Baltimore. Chicken God, it's a great point on your part, and one that I'm sort of echoing myself with this little series of shows that I'm doing, is that you can create a team around this type of quarterback, and though it is more of a bit of an outlier, anomaly, a rarity, that's okay. It can be built this way, and there is a sort of step-by-step process to how you have to do it. Dominant running game, great defense, awesome at special teams, don't turn over the ball, run the ball well, control the clock. We go through all of the little details that have to be covered, but the Seahawks are covering those details. They're taking care of those things to set the stage for this. And what this does then, by taking this approach, is remove the need as much for the quarterback to be that game changer at the position, to carry the day, to be the miracle worker, the magician, the game saver with the final drive at the end of the game. Guess what? You don't need him to move the ball up the field for the final drive at the end of the game because you're already up by 10 points and you're grounding the clock out on moving up the field with the last 6 minutes of the game. So good point. Very good point. Mason says, we need the most improvement on third down and defense. Our time of possession last year was pathetic. The new defense should be more aggressive, which should help. Agreed. Those things should all fit into it. I think a more consistent running game will also help. So that's going to breed in there to that just a little bit. But you do need to help. And this is what by playing this method of approach, running the ball more than you pass, not trying to just move the chains of the first down. Let's also not forget Waldron's offense is built to move the chains first and foremost. Be less of the big play and the whole shot, and more of the just take the first down. So second year of a new offensive coordinator is usually where you get the rocket ship shot going. Hopefully we get a little bit of those same kind of returns this year with Waldron. Randall says, it's why I'm hesitant on Baker. What if we get the 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions Baker that won a playoff game? Do I then extend Baker? I don't think you do. It's same thing. I think I apply the same lock reasoning that I would apply to the Baker. I would anticipate any quarterback taken, be it first round, second round, especially, that they're looking for their first contract. They're going to want to make as much money as they possibly can make. And I don't behoove them for that. But the other part of that is that they're not going to take a little bit less than I'm really willing to pay. I'm not going to pay Baker $35, $40 million a year. I'm not paying Locke $30, $35 million. I'm not giving them that money. That's to me a bad way of allocating your resources. So if they bring those guys in, they're bringing in, be it Locke or Baker, Randall, they understand that these guys are not going to cost them a lot to bring in. So they're really just trying to up the ante on this particular year than I think they are looking to the long term. I truly believe that they want to replicate the blueprint from 2011, 12, 13, but they also understood in this particular draft there wasn't that quarterback that had an equivalency to what Russell Wilson was coming out. And that being the case, they were going to need to wait a year. I'm really believing that that's how they looked at the quarterback room here, and why that they're maybe looking for more of kind of the stopgaps here until we get to next year. Chicken God says, Baker's immature as heck in a head case. He's another Jay Cutler, great talent, but doesn't mesh well with teammates and coaches. Agreed. I'm not a big Baker guy for many of the reasons you mentioned there, Chicken. On top of the fact that I don't think he's all that incredibly talented. I mean, at least with Jay Cutler, he had an absolute howitzer for an arm. Baker's arm is it's okay. It's okay. Herbicide, having a couple of awesome quarterbacks on your team is a good thing. Can always trade one for stuff. It's a good problem to have. Randall says it's almost more of a gamble to extend a guy who's had minimal success over 4 to 5 years than to draft an unknown commodity with talent. I would say that that's a well said, Randall. I also think that it's the case of every team's different too, right? So if I'm a team that needs my quarterback to make a lot of throws and control things at the line of scrimmage and really run the show from the offensive perspective of things, well, maybe it's not as much of a gamble to get the veteran who's already able to handle those duties. If I'm a team that wants to run the ball and play to my defense and special teams, and I'm going to limit the amount of throws I ask my quarterback to make, well, now that gamble and risk is much more larger versus other teams. So I don't think it would be this way with everybody, Randall, but I do think it's this way with the Seattle Seahawks. Why do I? What do you think Seattle's front seven packages look like on first down compared to third downs? Can Blair finally stay healthy and make a difference? I'm so rooting for the kid. I'll go backwards first. The Blair situation and his injury situation is as big a question mark on this team as anything. And to make a prediction on that is to make a prediction blind, throwing dice. I don't know what to take from Blair at this point. He just can't stay healthy. He also has kind of a little bit of that live, it's almost kind of like a little bit of a skinny frame that you worry about. Maybe it's a little bit of the frame thing where he just can't quite hold up on a football field, just doesn't have a body built for NFL football maybe to sustain what he needs to sustain because he's barely played and he's been injured. So I can't make money predictions on him. I'm not soured on him. I'm just not counting on him for much anything. The front seven packages, I would imagine, would look something like this. On early downs, you're going to see Al Woods at the 0 tech, and then you're going to probably see them trot some kind of combination of, I'm guessing they're going to try to put Puna Ford out there at defensive end, and you'll get LJ Collier out at defensive end, at least on early downs. Maybe a little bit of Shelby Harris in there as well. Some kind of mix of those three guys in there. Achuna Wuza and Taylor will be your starting outside linebackers. Achuna will be on the blind side. Taylor will be on the strong side. Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks will be your inside linebackers. Kobe right there. So that'd be your front seven pretty much. So I'm not sure on the defensive ends at this point. Some of this comes from I'm not quite certain at this point how much they're going to run of the 3-4 to 4-3. If it's 4-3, then it's Puna, Al, Achuna, not Darrell Taylor early downs at that point. You're probably getting more of a run stuffing guy early downs on the outside then. I don't know. I got to see how much of the scheme they're going to run early downs with that 3-4 versus the 4-3. But if it's 3-4, definitely Woods and probably Puna and one other guy in there. Mason says, with an inevitable extension next year, the Broncos are tied to Russ for at least the next 4 to 5 years. If his play continues to regress, they could end up stuck and unable to move off from him. It's a very good point. It's the thing that I think was the final. This was the final thing that hammered down his exit out of town, and that was that Russell Wilson was going to want $50 million or more next year. That his people had indicated that was going to be the cost to retain him. And I think the Seahawks just went, man, that's so far beyond the pale of what we want to pay for the quarterback position. We love you, Russ, but that's just way too expensive. And I'm sure Seattle, from their perspective, was hoping, hey, we've already given you 2 big contract extensions. How about on this one? Maybe you take a little bit of a discount. But as the Denver Broncos will soon learn, Russell Wilson doesn't take discounts. And it's going to put them in a very tough bind because he's going to want to be paid top of the market next year, wherever that market is. We can talk right now about $50 million. But what happens when he asks for 55 or 60 or a percentage of the cap every year that slides like a scale depending on how big the cap goes up? We'll see. I think it's going to be a tough situation for Denver, though. This was the year that they needed to get their returns on him. Part of the reason that I'm a little bit confused by some of their inaction when it comes to free agency, especially as it concerns, for instance, the offensive line. Lisa Calorino, how you doing, Lisa? It's good to see you. E-Dub, the Scrub, what's up? Chicken God, Russell's play has flatlined over the past 3 seasons. His offseason behavior has regressed, and he now behaves like A-Rod Jr. Well said. I do think that the play has regressed over the last year and a half. The question, though, that comes up to play on this is really 2 things that I don't have an answer for. Number one, has that play regressed because we just have not put a great pass-protecting offensive line in front of him, and that once he gets that, he'll be able to truly excel? Is it that he went in the tank because he was finally getting a chance to fly? He was like that bird that had been caged for the first 10 years of its life, and then finally the cage was opened, and just as he got flying high, just as he started, having his little feet scraping the clouds, he comes back down to the master, to the coach, to the what is a bird owner called? There's probably some fancy English name for him. But he comes down to that guy, and then he slams him right back inside the cage for the next year and a half. And maybe that just killed Russell's spirit. And maybe now, now uncaged back in Denver, he can go and ride again like he says he wants to go do. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes with it. But I don't know. Eric Gilbertson says that whoever writes the scrolling news on the bottom of the page should be hired by ESPN. Describing the Browns as little bitches is gold. I try to slip in a little funny where I can, Eric. They're being that way. They are. They've done Baker a little dirty, and now they're like, we want our value. We want our value. You want our value. He's a first-round pick. We want our value. No, you guys put yourself in this bind You guys did this. Now you can sleep in this bed. Mason Bale, too early to look at the 2023 quarterbacks, but I got to keep my eye on Will Levis from Kentucky and Anthony Richardson from Florida. Both seem toolsy with ideal size, but too early to know much else. It is too early. We need this full year of college football. I will be doing a weekly monitoring tracking for our shows, so I will be doing kind of an update on this, as these guys week by week on how they're doing, just because it certainly is going to be an important, I think, thing to monitor. So, but this last year tape is everything. Certainly last year's tape and the prior year's tape matters too, but hell, I mean, you mentioned Anthony Richardson. He has 47 attempts or something like that at Florida. He's barely gotten on the field yet. So we got to see him, see what he can do. David Casey, what's up, David? Good to see you. James Tomlinson, my only real defensive question is Cody Barton. I don't see him shedding blocks in the 3-4 defense. I'm curious what the Hawks saw in him and why we haven't seen more competition there. I think it's a very good question, James. Certainly Seattle had some options there in the second round if they wanted instead to go away from Kenneth Walker to they could have taken the kid out of Montana State. Leo Chanel was sitting there. Maybe even like a Channing Tindall if they wanted to. But they decided that they're going to ride with Cody Barton and also beyond him, Ben Burke-Kirven and Dunker. Whatever they think of Dunker, we don't know. I don't think there's probably a lot there, but he still is on the roster. Make of that what you will. I share your worries, James. I don't have a ton of confidence in Cody Barton in a 3-4 defense. I already didn't have a ton of confidence in him in a 4-3 defense, but I think in a 3-4, especially when we have, I think, in addition to this, question marks up front in the ability of the guys, especially our defensive ends in a 3-4, to be able to eat up blocks. That does make me a little worried that that's going to open more of the door to those guards and centers getting down to the second level on Cody, which is really the place that he starts to struggle, is getting free of those blocks. Once you get locked on him, you stay locked on him. He's relatively good in coverage. He's got some wheels. He is a capable tackler when he's kept clean and free, but I don't know how much he's going to be kept clean and free, I guess. Stev S. says, hey, a long time no comment. Well, good to see you in here, Stev. It's good to see you back. Says, this is a random, but I'm betting money on Russell Wilson throwing a pick against us and the Seahawks wide receivers versus Denver at Clearwater Casino. And the Seahawks win versus Denver at the Clearwater Casino. Okay, Stev. Okay. I could see it. I think that Russ is going to come in with a lot of that pressure of, I'm going to show them what they did was stupid. And that type of pressure you put on yourself as a player makes you sometimes play outside yourself and make you make throws and things that you wouldn't normally make. On top of the fact at that time, Steve, this is going to be his first game with Denver. It's the first one. So he's got to learn these players, learn those receivers on the outside. Very good likelihood you get one guy running a route this way, and he thought the guy was going to run a route that way, and then ends up picked. So I like the bet, Stev. I like it. Herbicide says, I say center, inside linebacker, quarterback, and defensive line for the next 4 picks, for the first 4 picks next year. I'd be okay with them going that route, Herbicide, but I'm more, with me, Herbicide, I'm more of a BPA. So I'm more of a best player available on the board when it comes to drafts. And if you're lotting in, we got to get these positions, you're moving usually then outside of the realm of BPA and more into the realm of picking for need. We do have those as need going into next year's draft, no doubt about that. But I would try to lean more into just grabbing who the best. I mean, if there's an edge rusher with one of those first picks, if you could have Anderson from Alabama looking you in the face, but you're like, yeah, but we need a defensive lineman, we need a defensive tackle here, Well, too bad for the defensive tackle position. We're taking Anderson. Stev says Russell Wilson has one of the best deep balls, but now that he isn't as fast, one of his best tools, he's pretty Mr. Limited. He's still got a lot of good components to his game. I still think he's on the plus side of the mobility end of things. I think he could run a little bit more if he wanted to, but chooses sometimes not. He still has the prettiest deep ball in the sport. I do think he's lost a few RPMs on his fastball, and he's probably lost a step. But that is what naturally happens when guys get to be 33 years old. Even with the best trainers, we can talk about the best trainers, and they can, eat avocado ice cream and, sleep 8 hours in a cryogenic chamber, whatever they're trying to do. At the end of the day, You turn 33, the body's 30, 32, 33 years old, the body's going to start to dial back from what it was in its prime. That's just, that is the nature of things, unless you're on the juice. Mason Dale, the Goodwin signing reminds me a lot of Philip Dorsett. It's kind of like that. I mean, even Philip was a little more legitimate. He had like a year of really good play at the Patriots out of the slot, whereas Goodwin didn't do much last year and didn't even play the year before that. But yeah, it's kind of similar. Randall says Mahomes, Brady, Rodgers, Allen, and Herbert are better than Russ. Probably need to put Stafford above him too. All things equal, would you rather have Russ or Lamar? I agree. I think at this point, Stafford coming off his season last year that he played, especially in the playoffs. And as he was getting, I mean, let's face it, Stafford had the year he had doing the same thing Russ was doing last year, where Stafford was going to a brand new offense for the first time and having to learn it. And not only was he learning it on the fly, but he was at times dominating as he was learning it. Would I rather have Russ or Lamar? All things equal. And I think by all things equal, you mean like, let's not take into fact the contract situations at play. Just if I need to go out on the football field and win a game between Russ or Lamar at this point, I would go with Russ. Yeah, I would go with Russ. Sherbert. Why do I says waiting on the pumpkin cam? Yeah, we got to get a pumpkin cam going soon. We will at some point. We'll have it. I'll set it up like right here. We'll have it aimed right at her little cute face. Herbicide says the cats are going to get OnlyFans. Randall says we have a cat that looks just like Pumpkin. His name is Andy Cohen. Your boy Michael Brando, who's your favorite non-Seahawks player that is currently playing? Mine is Josh Allen. It's a really good question, your boy Michael. There's a few different guys that I really appreciate and enjoy watching. If I gotta pick one, if you gotta make me pick one. I'm just going through all the names in my head, making sure I'm not missing somebody that kind of jumps out to me. I mean, it's not gonna be as fun to say on this because he's in the enemy, I guess, but I do enjoy watching Aaron Donald play because what you see with Aaron Donald to me every week is a guy that the offense game plans for, draws double teams, and still somehow, some way finds a way to just wreck shop. And that to me is always impressive. I haven't seen players be able to do what he's done from the inside and wreck games the way he's been able to wreck games. Not just be dominant, but just destroy football games. It's just amazing to watch at times and how he does it. So he's a guy that is, to me, pretty fun to watch. I think Allen is a guy, to me, that definitely is very enjoyable as well for how he plays the position. I'm trying to give you maybe another name, but nobody's popping up that's really separating themselves outside of that. I like Kamara. You know, when he's going with the Saints, he's such a fun running back to watch work in space and shed tackles, you know, sometimes just effortlessly. I think this kid, Javonte Williams from the Denver Broncos, is going to be kind of become one of those next players on that list because he's just run so violently. And he breaks tackles like Marshawn Lynch used to break tackles. So he's kind of the up-and-coming guy on that list for me. Why do I says it would be interesting to see how much Aaron Donald would have to pay back early retirement. I agree. If it's a couple million, they shake hands and say thank you. But if it's 10 to 20 million, I'm not so sure. I just don't think they do a why do I, not on a legend that's out of that organization, not for all that he's done. You know, you can, for one baseline of guy, you know, why do I, if you go and look into the recent history of teams that have come back for players when they've announced their retirement after signing a recent contract extension, the amount of teams that have come back to those players asking for the money back is probably at like a 2% realm. It's just insignificant, the amount of teams that actually would do that. They just say, hey, have a good retirement, call it a day. You do well for yourself. Thank you for all your contributions. Why do I? I mean, let me give you an example of this. Why do I? Okay. Brandon Brooks is retiring from the Philadelphia Eagles, right? So Brandon Brooks has now been a really good guard for the Eagles. He just retired prematurely. Seems like he's got some maybe issues going on outside the football field as to why he's retiring. He signed a contract extension recently. There's a significant amount of money that they could come back and grab from him if they wanted to here. And Brandon Brooks, though he was a very good player for the Eagles, is nowhere in the realm of Aaron Donald as far as reputation is concerned. But the Eagles aren't going to do that. And the reason that you don't do that is not only do you not do it because it's bad form, but you also want to do it because you don't want to show this to other players in the league. Hey, if you go sign with the Eagles and you happen to have to retire for whatever reason, they're going to then come after your money. That's not a precedent that you want to set in the league. I think the Lions still get raked over the coals for doing this type of stuff with Calvin Johnson when he retired. And I think they even ended up forgiving it, or I forget what it was. It was silly. Herbicide says Russ only did good when Penny came alive. Very true. Jig got over the past several years. Russell's play has cost the Seahawks about 3 games per season. Yeah, he's had a couple games. He's also won on the other end, I think, at times too. But I get what you're saying too. It's valid to throw some criticism in that direction. Jeff Fornall, thank you for Brandon for answering my questions. Go Hawk. Anytime, Jeff. Always good to see you in here, my man. So I appreciate it. Anytime. Mason says, I've seen some early power rankings with the Jags over us. We literally blew them out with Geno. Well, people are selling short on us. But I like it, Mason. I like that underdog role. I like that everybody's counting us out role. Count us out. Good. Go for it. Go for it. Get nice and comfy, NFC West, count us all out for the first time in years. First time in 10 years, you go, oof, Seahawks got no rust. We can finally take a breath when we go into Seattle. Think that way. Just keep that energy, I want them to keep that energy. We'll see. Randall says, I keep saying it. Jimmy G was a dropped INT away from representing the NFC in the last year's Super Bowl, a game manager at best. He is. He's definitely, and it says something that they, excuse me. It says something that, springtime and the allergies. Here we go. It does say something that the Niners now are trying to find a way here for 2 straight seasons to hold on to Jimmy G after they just did draft Trey Lance. So I think that does speak to what they think of him as well. I'm not as high on him, Randall. I mean, he's a little bit to me of one of the luckiest quarterbacks, it seems like, at times in the NFL in the way that he's able to win and just by doing the very bare minimum to get it done. But can't deny it. Like you said, he's very close to have been representing representing a team in the Super Bowl the last couple of years, and there are few quarterbacks that have ever been in that kind of position. Kronos says, even in 2020, Wilson's best games were when Carson was healthy and feasting on the ground. Definitely a few of those in there. Yeah, he had a couple I thought he carried the day on there on those record-breaking games that he had in that territory of things. But Carson was very good to start that year out. That's for sure. Good point. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. Just a sec. Allergies, kitty. I got allergies. What are you doing? Why do I says total possibility that Geno or Luck play as bad as they have their whole careers and Seattle loses more games because of it? They might improve, revert, or pollute. Pollute. That's a new word for me. I'm hoping for revert and a high pick. Fair enough. I think the thing we do got to consider, just again, give a little bit of hope to the situation, was Geno Smith playing behind the greatest of offensive lines when he was in New York, getting his first chance. And as I've just described in regards to Locke in the last couple of years in Denver, that's been a team that has been one of the worst teams in pass protection in recent years. You could argue when you have, as I've argued many times, when you put a young quarterback behind a bad offensive line and pass protection, that does not bear out the greatest of results. We may be bad in pass protection ourselves this year, because I know that's what you would say to me. Why do I? Yeah, we're going to be bad in pass pro this year, though, too. Maybe. But you have drafted 2 tackles that their first and foremost skill set is in pass pro. And there have been recent examples of offensive linemen coming in very early in their careers and being very good in the NFL. It's not necessarily a position that takes years to get out the returns for where you drafted them. But we'll see where it goes with those guys. It's going to be interesting to see who wins the day with it and if he can take advantage. As I said, I think it's going to help them out, and it does start to make a little bit of what happens with them this year. Whether they revert or whether they elevate or whether they remain the same of what they've been. Some of that starts to matter a little bit less if you build up the rest in the other parts of the team. Herbicide says, as much as I hate to say it, Jimmy G is good in the playoffs, better than Russ is. I don't know if I'd go that far. I watched Jimmy G play in the playoffs last year, and he had a couple of games that they didn't even have any points in the first half. I mean, I thought that there was times in the playoffs last year they should have gone with Trey Lance in certain games. I mean, I couldn't have been any worse to me. Jabor Michael says we could just do what the 49ers did if we have a game manager at quarterback and use all our picks and stuff to move up for our quarterback. Mm-hmm. I think there's a little bit discombobulated there, Jabor Michael. You might have to rephrase that a little bit. Hawks, do we trust Pete so much he only has one winning season without Russ? The one winning season without Russ thing is a little bit of a strange thing to call upon. So I think if we got to go only one season without Russ, we got to talk about this in his Seahawks stay. I don't think that we can look at this in his stints with the New England Patriots and the New York Jets. Reason being is that he didn't have the control from a player personnel standpoint at that time to do the things he wanted to do to get those teams right. And I think that we also have to acknowledge a little bit of Bill Belichick and having the quick success he had when he took over for Pete was part of a little bit of the groundwork that Pete laid there with New England. Listen to some of those former players talk about Pete's time there and him as a coach, and they certainly are not throwing a lot of shade Pete's way, instead really talking him up. So when you talk about Pete only having one winning season without Russ, when Pete arrived in Seattle and got that control as he did, he had a roster that was in one of the worst shapes in the entire NFL. Tim Ruskell, with his safe driving sort of way of going about his business as far as the players he looked at, being he wanted 4-year starters and he only wanted to look at major college programs and he wanted only seniors. He had a very tight list of guys you'd look at in the draft, and that led to not having great drafts, and that led to team eroding after Holmgren left. So when Pete walked in, the roster wasn't exactly at the perennial point to be able to just put the pedal down to the metal and now flourish. He had a lot of house cleaning to do to get this team right. So when we talk about the only one winning season thing, it's a little bit of a misnomer. It was going to take him a little bit while to get elite talent on a roster that had very little of it. And the second that he got that elite talent and then paired it with a quarterback, it took off. But I think that I just, the one last season thing I don't quite get because of that reason on it. How much faith do I still have some shaken faith in Pete? Yeah, I do have some shaken faith in Pete. The thing that encouraged me is a little bit with this Hawks that why I start to now warm a little bit in this area of things is that I had a myriad of things that I would hammer Coach Carroll on about over the last few years. A myriad of things, right? How they've spent their money, moving players out of their natural position to their own detriment, Staying stuck schematically on the offense and defensive side of the ball, where you are so easy to prepare for and you are so predictable that it doesn't make you hard to deal with as a football team because of that. But in these things that have happened, I've also said within that they're correctable mistakes. These are not holes within Coach Carroll's game that he cannot round out. And what have they done over the last couple of years? You've thrown out your 1980s offense to bring in a modernized offense that takes advantage of pre-snap motion, the short passing game, yak, running to the edges of the line instead of hammering everything up the middle. And then now defensively this offseason, you're moving to the cover 2, 4-3 under, cover 2 high shell, 4-3 under defense. That's going to be a little more attack-based. That's going to be it's not just going to be way more unpredictable. It's going to be 180 degrees difference of unpredictability versus what you were before. So now they begin to correct that as well. Well, let's look at this last draft. Take our top 4 guys that they're taking in this last draft. Hell, take the top 5 guys they're taking this last draft. Charles Cross, Abraham Lucas, Boye Mafe, Kenneth Walker, Kobe Bryant, and Tariq Woolen. Well, Charles Cross was a left tackle in college, going to be a left tackle in the pros. Abraham Lucas was a right tackle, is going to remain a right tackle. Previous Seahawks teams might have taken a guy like Abraham Lucas and said, hey, Abraham, you're going to be drafted by the Seahawks. That's great, coach. Thank you. And also, Abraham, what? We're going to go put you at left tackle as well. They're not doing that. Same thing down the line. Boye, outside linebacker, it's going to be an outside linebacker. Your 2 corners, Kobe and Tariq, going to be outside corners. They're not moving their players out of the position. So again, I go, okay, you're learning your lessons, which was my theme of this offseason. Learn your lessons. Well, they start to learn their lessons. And if they start to learn their lessons, at least on paper, that's a beginning. And that's going to start to give me more encouragement and hopefulness towards them to them being able to right this ship. It doesn't mean it's guaranteed, but it's I'm a lot more optimistic about it today than I was probably 7 months ago. Chicken God says John Schneider is an excellent maybe I can pronounce it right here. John Schneider is an excellent evaluator of quarterbacks. I have a lot of confidence going into next year's draft that he will zero in on his favorite guy and go get him. Agreed, Chicken God. He was at the pro days of Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, which of course pissed off Russell Wilson in his camp a little bit, but he does seem to have a little bit of a decent eye towards looking at quarterbacks. Can't deny the Russell Wilson selection in the 3rd round. He was really the guy that drove that selection. So I've got some confidence with John in quarterbacks. Mason Dale says, I feel like the Green Bay is going to end up regretting not trading Love this offseason. With how weak the quarterback class was, and after this year, he only has 1 year of cheap play remaining, making him less desirable. Yeah, I think ideally they would have liked to have offloaded him for some good returns. What was the best trade probably sitting on the table for Green Bay this offseason for Love, given that he has not gotten on the field in a couple years, and the one time he did against Kansas City last year, he really looked like a deer in the headlights. I think that from the league's standpoint at this point, they look at Love and they go, we'll give you like a 5th round, 4th round pick for him. And I think Green Bay goes, wait, he's a 1st rounder though, just 2 years ago. I'm like, yeah, he's 4th or 5th round is what he's worth right now. And so Green Bay goes, that's not worth it for us versus holding on to him. And the one thing he does provide them, Mason, is an insurance policy on a quarterback that's going to be 40 years plus of age here. A quarterback that does have some injury history. So it's not the best of ways to use a 1st round pick, and they're certainly not getting the most out of this cheap rookie deal of Jordan Love. But I also don't think that they made this draft pick with the ideology that they were getting the cheap years out of a quarterback. They were doing it to get their replacement in place, just like they had done with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers before. Because don't forget, Aaron Rodgers sat 3 years behind Brett before he actually got to play. This is just sort of the Green Bay way that they do it in Titletown. Elliot Clark with a $5 or a $3 donation. Thank you, Elliot. I really do appreciate it. Says, I'm not liking the D. Eskridge pick. Feels worse. I'm not either, Elliot. I've had some of those thoughts this past week too, and just thinking about the situation, especially as it's limited us to being able to upgrade the receiver position. If you didn't have D. Eskridge here, you'd have so many more openings to go and look at other guys that have not only been available here recently at the receiver position, that could have been available coming up. And you have kind of made your peace with it because you have already DK and Lockett here. You already are investing as much money as you probably want to invest into the position. And you couldn't go into this draft and put an early round pick on a receiver after making the Eskridge pick last year. And so I think I get your vibe on this one, which is that it's a pick that's tough in this case where it stands right now, not only because it prevented you from a Creed Humphrey, but then also because of the fact that it now doesn't allow you to be more free-willing in looking at other receiving options out there as a better third and fourth pairing for DK and Tyler, which I get. Hopefully the kid can do something this year. He's got some talent. Herbicide says we should have went for Allen when we had the chance. Could you imagine the stones of Carroll and Schneider if they were to have pulled that trigger back in 2018 when Russ was playing as well as he was playing, and he was playing at like league best level at that point, to flip around and try to make that trade to go get a Josh Allen that at that time was looked at as very raw, barely 50% completion rate in college. And I mean, you can close your eyes and throw for 60% in college football, but would have been interesting. Hawk says, I don't know, but I think he's like 15 games under 500 as a head coach without Russ. Yeah, and again, though, context matters, right, Hawk? So like that's the only issue when you bring up just those stats without any other context to it, being that he's at New England and he's at New York before these stints. Those teams weren't in the greatest of shapes when he necessarily took over those particular programs necessarily. So you're going to have some work to do as a coach. And then he wasn't given a very long amount of time with either of those two organizations to right those particular ships. He was given that time in Seattle, and when he was given that time, he righted the hell out of this ship. So I think it's a little bit of like context matters here outside of just the records under the, without Russ. But unless it's blame KJ for Blair, he's the one that broke his knee. That's true. Sniped the hell out of that knee, didn't he, bud? No. Randall says, would Allen have developed as much under Pete and company? Hard to say, Randall. You would have had the old offense, and Allen would have been maybe just enough, been just successful enough to not ever drive towards updating that offense because he would have had those young wheels and been able to do a lot of vintage Russell Wilson stuff to overcome the simplicity of the offense. I don't have a good answer for that, Randall, because it could easily have been that stilted him a little bit versus playing there as under the Bills and running some of the offense in the way they have. Dustin Ruth, I'm in Fairbanks watching. Thanks for talking shop with us. Anytime, Dustin. Hope you're doing good up there in Fairbanks. It's starting to warm up for you guys over there now, like it's warming up for us here. We had a late spring, so I'm hoping the sun starts to come out now. It feels so much better. Go on some walks. Just feels better. Just feels better. Certainly, though, Randall, too, Brian Dable helped out Allen quite a bit. That's part of what got Dable that job with New York, and we didn't have, I think, an equivalent to Dable. Alexander says that we don't know what our quarterback development looks like since we've had Russ for so long, laughing out loud. It's a good point. It's a very good point. We've never actually had a developmental quarterback that actually had promise. Yeah, that's true. It's a very good point. Well, we will see how they'll do in this realm this year, won't we? Or at least in the next couple years. Why do I says, do you think Bo Melton has a shot? He showed flashes of Tyler Lockett. Hard to project because of the poor quarterback play at Rutgers. The poor quarterback play does affect definitely how hard it is to evaluate a little bit of what he has going on with him. He had a bit of a pedigree to being sought after by some of the larger programs out there, like in Ohio State. So he's got that in his past a little bit. I think he can push Swain. Some of why, though, I think he can push Swain wide to wide has more to do with, I think Swain hasn't exactly, embedded himself into the starting position, and the door's kind of wide open for someone like Bo Melton to come in here and take that job. But he's very competitive at the catch point, which is fun to watch. For me, that's where more of the shades of Doug Baldwin come into play. But he's fast. I don't think he's got first step quickness, and I think his routes are a little rounded off at times in how he runs them. But when you're playing with poor quarterback play like he is, you can't understate it. He had a couple of go balls he would run that would end up as back shoulder throws, and not on purpose, in watching the film on him. And he would still slow down, make the catch. The cornerback would be hanging off of him because now the corner's caught up. So, and I love Bo's game. He's a fun player to watch, and he's got definitely a shot. I mean, why do I always got to do this point is beat out one of Penny Hart, Freddie Swain, and Marquise Goodwin. So it's not exactly the murderer's row he's going up against. Herbicide says, Russ came prepared. Give him credit. I never looked at Russ like Peyton or Brady, though. Agreed. Randall says, I suppose we developed Russ. He got better for sure and then possibly regressed too. Quite the arc. Yeah. I mean, I think what you did with Russ, as much as anything else, is you just leaned into his skill set. He has one of the more unique quarterback skill sets that we've ever seen in NFL history, quite frankly, especially prime Russell Wilson. And I think Seattle, rather than trying to force Russell into a box and say, this is the quarterback you need to be, they said, and this is totally to me Coach Carroll's style, they said, no, we're going to get more out of what you are. We're going to lean into what you are. And they really leaned into it. But yeah, I think the leaning into it, while it brought them the development you talked about, Randall, I think the leaning into it as well also brings you back a little bit of the regression at that point, because you're not forcing him to do certain things at the quarterback position that he needs to start doing. You're just getting caught up on the things that he does really well. And teams will eventually take away the stuff you do well to force you to do the stuff you don't do well. And that's where, again, the regression comes in a little bit. Stephen Piddle. It's not asking too much of the defensive line to change back and forth between 3-4 or 4-3, or is it? No, it's not. And the main reason that it's not, Stephen, is that Stephen, I'm going to get some coffee to think about my answer to this question. So, Stephen, I was having a hard time answering your question because I think that there's a way that it could be hard switching between the two, and there's a way that it could be fairly simple and easy. When Seattle's in a 3-4 defense, they're going to be gap and a halving, which is, of course, you tend to traditionally, Stephen, have one gapping or two gapping. I'm either going to just hold at the point of attack, and then I need to be protecting on both of my shoulders, which is two gapping, or I shoot one gap or the other, which is one gapping, right? Very straightforward and easy. Gap and a halving is a lot more complicated for a defensive lineman. It makes them have to think on top of attacking, which is a little bit hard to do, both of those, right? Chewing bubble gum and rubbing your head and singing a song or whatever at the same time. So it's already a little bit difficult to do the gap and a half and do it just right, because what you're going to want to tend to do at the gap a half is you're going to want to still just attack that gap. And you're not going to get back to that back gap. You're just going to end up getting too much in attack mode and not enough of preparing that back gap. And then that's where teams really will now start to, especially gouge you in the running game. So if they're staying with the gap and a half, whether they go between 3-4 and 4-3, the answer to your question is no, it wouldn't be asking too much. It wouldn't be as complicated to have them do that, because now it's just about you adding an extra man on the field. It's not about the defensive lineman himself doing different things, playing and play out. Like, what am I doing on this play? Oh, you're single gapping. Okay, what are you doing on this play? I'm gap and a halving. Okay, what are you doing on this play? What am I doing? I'm two gapping, and that's when I need to. So you're probably going to be asking quite a bit if you ask him to be going between those two or three things at a big level on top of switching between the 3-4 and 4-3. But if you're just staying within the base tenets of this new defense, which I believe they will be, which is just a gap and half it shouldn't be as big a deal. Alexander says, yeah, Russ had his fair share of limitations, but the main thing I'm a bit worried about with our quarterback development is his decision-making. It's a fair point on that, Alexander. Throws into double coverage more than he throws with anticipation. My my impression on this, though, Alexander, coming from a standpoint of looking at a lot of quarterbacks through the years and evaluating them, my feeling on this, and the chat is free to correct me if they feel differently on this, a quarterback can either throw with anticipation or he can't. Throwing with anticipation is not a skill that they tend to develop. And there are those skills, be it a quarterback or a receiver or whatever else, that you either have or you don't have. Like DeAndre Hopkins' innate ability to track a ball in the air, his uncanny ability to know right where the ball is, to get his hands in the right position, the right spot. It's a skill that almost can't be taught. It's almost like he was born with it. And I think Russ's lack of throwing with anticipation is a little bit born out of that's the way he attacks and approaches the quarterback position. I just don't think he's an anticipatory thrower by nature. I don't think that has anything to do with development. And you can tell a quarterback to throw with more anticipation, easier said than done. But that's just my kind of read on it. Mason says, man, it feels good to be, and I think too, Alexander, just one last point on that. I think too that the coaching staff leaned into that part of Russell's game because the happy result for Coach Carroll having a quarterback that didn't throw with anticipation was that the quarterback was only going to throw it when he saw it open, wide open, and that meant that the quarterback would then, by the nature of things, throw less interceptions, less contested balls, less balls into tight windows. And that's going to appeal to Coach Carroll's nature as well. Mason says, man, it feels good to be the underdogs again. I won't contort my mind and expect a playoff berth, but we're not going to roll over for our opponent every week like some are suggesting. That's a good point. Agreed, man. Chicken God, what about Russell's decision-making? He missed seeing open receivers all the time and also was credited with a great number of quarterback sacks. Yeah, there's a set, and I don't want to harp too hard on Russell Wilson because I think people get sensitive on this, where Russell's still a really good quarterback, and Russell's got some great elements to his game. I spoke to the deep ball and the accuracy and getting the ball to land just right over the top of the defender. That's the beauty of the moon ball, of course, is that it comes up at a trajectory and comes down at a trajectory where it's coming up over the shoulder of the cornerback who's trailing in coverage and just has no chance to even make a play on the ball. But there are things within Russell Wilson's game that are limitations, that are things that he did not ever really fully grow and round out his game like you'd expect of a 33-year-old Hall of Fame quarterback. Pre-snap mastery and ability to identify the blitz and where it's coming from, stacked fronts, throwing with anticipation, going through multiple reads consistently, making subtle movements within the pocket like climbing the ladder or taking just a couple steps one way or the other to clear himself and buy just a little bit more time. These were all, factors within his game that just didn't quite, develop as he went along as well as I would have liked them to develop. Like I've seen in other quarterbacks like your Brees and Mannings and Rivers and Brady's and the like, Rodgers. Herbicide says sitting your rookie quarterback the first year is a smart move. It can be. Again, I think it's situational dependent. If you have a Trey Lance who's 20 years old, 21 years old, and he's real raw, yeah, it's smart to sit him. If you got Mac Jones coming up out of Alabama who's pro ready and he can hit the ground running, then and you got a good offensive line in front of him and the parts and pieces are there, then maybe it's okay to play that guy as a rookie. But I do think it's player dependent on where they're at. Alexander says, well, quarterback sacks generally come with being a scrambler. It worked for so many years that it just is a part of his mindset. Agreed on that. Yeah. It's just how Russ plays the position. Daniel Bayless says, if we run heavy, do you think there will be enough targets to feed DK? Do you think he might be upset if that is where the offense is going? I think DK is very well familiar now with the fact that it's going to be hard going, right? He's going to be kind of going uphill a little bit if he's going to draw the amount of double teams he drew last year, which was to the tune of almost the most in the entire NFL outside of every other single receiver except Devontae Adams, and only by 1 percentage point difference between those two receivers. So I think he probably understands we need to get more of the single coverage going here, less of the double away from me. I think that comes from Daniel being able to have a running game that is so deadly. You force that strong safety up into the box, or with these split safety looks, maybe sometimes it's a free safety you're drawing in the box. The point is that then you're clearing on the backside one safety. You're leaving him in that cover 3 look where that safety now has to play center field, and he has a lot of room that he has to cover. And that's when that's going to now open up more opportunities for DK. So I would tend to think that he understands one's going to build to the other, but it's a fair question to ask, and one I can't answer for sure if he's going to be happy being in an offense that's not, trying to throw the ball all over the football field. I do tend to look at last year with, the game he had, for instance, with Jacksonville and Geno really feeding him the ball over there, and there were times with Russ where Russ would just ignore him. I'm not as certain on the other end of this that there's some big drop off in his production with a different quarterback in there, even though we're not having as talented maybe as a quarterback as we had before. Paul Third says, well, I guess we disagree on what the full scope of Know Thy Enemy entails. Could be on that, Paul. Again, I'm trying. I try to concentrate the opening as I can on kind of one sectional thing. And if you want to unpack every team in the division and their strengths and their minuses, I think that's a good another whole. And you're bringing up a good suggestion on a future show. Is let's maybe look at where their rankings and what they did last year and all that. I'm sort of taking into account some people are already kind of aware of that, and whereas again, I don't think they're being as aware on this other side of stuff. But again, it's to be made to look at it as a general thing too, Paul. We're not made to make any sort of, we're not making any like, we're going to go win the division because of this information. It's more of, here's some hope that you can maybe derive from this situation. You have multiple teams in the league multiple teams in the division that are in bad cap situation. You have multiple teams here this past offseason that didn't do a whole lot to add to their team over the course of this last offseason. They're good. We've known for multiple years that the teams in this division are good. But I don't think that they're as aware of where these teams have been at this offseason. But no worries, man. Jeremy says, with age taking Russ's athleticism, his decision-making has been on Front Street. Agreed. Yeah, it used to be able to cover a lot more stuff up when he was able to be fleeter of foot behind the line of scrimmage, and you weren't getting as caught up with the fact that why didn't he find that guy on time? Because he ended up finding the guy 50 yards down the football field, and it was all good. But yeah, the second he lost his legs, and this is why I say this is that developmental part of his game. He didn't have to do those things I just mentioned prior at the early part of his career because he was so great in so many other elements that he could overcome that. But the second you lose some of those other elements, a couple miles per hour on the fastball, a little bit of your 40 time takes a bit of a whack. Now those things start to become brighter. And now that's why you've got to develop them as you get older. And it hasn't quite been there. He's gotten a little bit better with controlling things in the line of scrimmage. That stuff was coming along over the last couple of years a little bit, getting the protections right, changing into the right play, running some more of the up-tempo stuff. But it's still the other things I was talking about, I think, still do apply. Weston Baylor says 2 quarterbacks I think you should check out are Hendon Hooker from Tennessee and KJ Jefferson from Arkansas. Both have massive frames, rocket arms, and can run. Jefferson's a better athlete. Hooker is a better passer. Weston, I took a look this morning at KJ Jefferson out of Arkansas. Sort of shades of a Cam Newton in the way he sort of throws and the way he moves, and he's even got the number 1 on his jersey. He's got a good. I like the fact that delivery really comes over the top and pretty free and easy, and even throws like Cam. It's weird with him, Weston, where he's very much all upper body with his throw. Nothing's coming from his base. With Jefferson as a thrower, I really am not infatuated with what he's doing. Everything kind of below the waist there, where his legs get really wide. He doesn't step to his target correctly. His timing of his throws with his legs to his upper body are not in conjunction with each other. They're sort of moving separately. He still has a very strong arm, but he just gets kind of just weird in some of his delivery at times because his base is so off and his footwork is so sloppy. He's really a good mover, though. I mean, the guy can definitely get around and get out there in space and cause problems as a guy with the ball in his hands. But could he operate this offense with the West Coast stuff and be good in that realm? I'm probably going to need to see more tape with him to be convinced of that. He's got some tools. But boy, as a thrower, I'm going to need to be kind of sold a little bit more on KJ Jefferson. I will take a look at Hendon Hooker, though, Weston. That's a great suggestion, and I'll take a peek. I know we've got a lot of quarterbacks out in this draft that are potential guys to be in that first round, and we'll see. I'll see what I think of him on that one. I like Jefferson. I got to look at it through the lens of, can this guy operate a West Coast offense if we're going to draft him? And that's a guy that's running a lot of that Matt Corral type, Panther 2000 vintage 2015 Panther offense, read option to a one read look and then run if that's not there type quarterback play, which I just don't think we're going to be looking for as much. Oh, shoot. Living Sacred Cacti says, any free agent pass rushers we can snag for a year? I don't think that there's a lot out there right now that are going to get you very excited. Clowney was the guy prior to him signing today that was the one I was really kind of hoping maybe they'd make a little bit of a run at, just to sort of stack up the pass rush a little bit more. Like you, I would like to see this pass rush built up a little bit more. Taking a look at seeing what's available. I've checked this list before. I don't think there's anything that really jumps out to me. Most of the guys have now been signed at this point. See what we got here. A lot coming up here. There's not really a name that jumps out to me. They're probably making a trade if they're looking for another pass rusher. But I'll say this too, Living Sacred. I think the selection of Mafe probably puts them locked down with that. You've got Taylor Uzie. I'm never going to learn that guy's name. Boye Mafe, and then you got Alton Robinson still on the roster, at least as a 4-stack, that they can kind of build around beyond that. So I don't think they make a move for anybody else at this point, unless they get to camp and it just looks really bad. Our Alexander Video says, for sure not. Russ has definitely regressed in that regard. I'm not saying because he can still do some stuff, though. Last year he still thinks he can break away and will give up. Yeah, he still falls back in those old habits, Alexander. I agree. And he's just not can't get away like he once could get away. Mason, unfortunately, I think Geno will start more games than Locke. There was a press conference where Pete was talking about Drew and said something like he has turnovers issues, but that won't work here. I do think Geno's got the lead dog on it. Geno's also had some times where he's been a little bit loose and free and easy with the football too. So that's going to be a big determinant on who wins that job, is who can be protecting the ball as much as who can make the wild throws. Why do I says ACC shows full games online. You can watch Van Dyke control the huddle like a vet, even though he's a redshirt freshman. Team made him team captain when he took over the starting job game 3. Yeah, he's good. He's got some really nice throws. I like how he plays the position. And to your point on that, he's really in command in how he goes about his business there for even being a really young guy. Randall says Hollywood Russ probably got the hookup on Endochrom at this point. Maybe so. Living guy, sacred characters will make him taller. Jeremy Bohm, I'm very curious to see the Hawks hybrid 3-4 this coming season. I love watching a great running game and great defense complement each other. That's how you win with a game. Manager at quarterback. That's how you do it. There is a blueprint here. There is a baseline. And if you fit to the baseline, you can get success out of it. And you get some really good success out of it. You can make the argument that you are capped a little bit. A team like Baltimore that's been trying to utilize this approach, or a team like Tennessee that has been trying to utilize this approach over the last couple of years, have reached a certain ceiling to how far they can get through that. But there's certainly an argument to be made that can get you into the playoffs if you do check all those boxes. Ari Lynn says, would you rather take a chance on Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold? Oh man, Ari, that's not a fun choice to make. Who would I rather go with? I guess Baker Mayfield. I'm not a big fan of Sam Darnold's game. Baker. David Bacco, Brandon, you have a good show. Wish the Hawks the best. Thanks, David. Appreciate you checking it out. Welcome in. Come on in anytime. Brandon says, I want no part of Sam Darnold. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. I'm good. I'm good. David Martzall, bless you. Oh, thank you, Devin. I sneezed. I appreciate that. It's these spring allergies, I tell you, they're horrible. Randall with a $2 donation says, is our next head coach on the current staff? Hard question to answer there, Randall, because so much is going to be determined by what kind of success we have moving forward. Because if the current coach is on the staff and he's being hired, it's because they've had a run of success and now Coach Carroll is retiring and they're just bringing in the natural they're bringing the natural progression, the natural next guy up. But if Coach Carroll continues to come out or comes out again next year and we fall flat on our face and the team looks in disarray, there's really almost no chance that next head coach is coming from within. So it's really dependent upon that conclusion of things here, Randall, on if that plays out. They win, then it's probably Sean Desai is the main guy to look at. But if they lose, it's anybody's guess. Randall's got John Taylor as his favorite non-Seahawk. I'm not surprised on that one, Randall. Mason says, do you think in the future there could ever be an offensive evolution that requires a little of the quarterback like the 49ers, that positions like a receiver, offensive line, or tight end become more valuable? Requires so little of the quarterback. Yeah, Mason. I mean, you can see the college game is already showing you sort of this approach. You bring in spread concepts. You build in a lot of simplified passes into the playbook, like bubble screens, crossers. You build in fly sweeps. You test with the running game laterally as well as you test with it vertically as far as against defenses. You open more of this up to become the way of things. And I do think, Mason, that it will eventually get to that place where even your mid-grade quarterbacks can be very, as we're seeing even now. I mean, middle-of-the-road quarterbacks now can throw for easily 4,500 yards. Jared Goff a couple of years ago threw for 4,600 yards. I think that the game's being made easier and easier for these quarterbacks to get it done. And the more it gets easier for quarterbacks, the less that this stuff is required on them to have to be true difference makers, the more the rest of the team starts to matter, and the more that we go into the direction of this becoming back to being really a team sport, being that everything's on these quarterback shoulders. And I think what really ends up driving this as much as anything, Mason, is the cost of the quarterback position. All these teams are learning that even if they have a decent quarterback that they bring into the team via the draft or whatever, they end up, or trade or free agency, they end up having to pay so much money to the position that there does become a breaking point where it's like, this is too ridiculous of a cost. I'm paying $70 million for this quarterback position. My next guy on the roster is making $15 million. I've got to find a different way, and that will lead to this innovation that you're talking about. Michael YT's favorite non is Darius Leonard, Micah Parsons. I like it. Those are good. Steb S, who are your realistic quarterback targets next year? Way too early, I'm sure. Is there a quarterback or two you would trade down for, assuming Locke and Geno will play how they are expected? I've taken a little bit of a look at these guys. It is too early, Stev, so we do need a little bit more of this tape. The early guy in the clubhouse for me as we round into the back nine is going to be Will Levis out of Kentucky. I really loved his tape. I thought he really jumped out to me. and early on has separated himself from the other quarterbacks that are out there. I do think, Stev, that this next upcoming draft is going to be wildly different than this recent draft, where instead of us seeing only one quarterback taken in the first round, I think we see a minimum of at least 5 guys taken in the first round as far as it stands for me. I certainly think that Bryce Young, Stroud, and Levis will go in the first round at some point, though I think Young will go a little bit later. And I think that Jefferson, Richardson, Van Dyke, they will also push themselves up into that contention as well. But Levis, Stroud, Jefferson, Stev would be my 3. No, Levis, Stroud, Van Dyke, Jefferson would be my early 4 stack of my early ranking right now. My, as you say, way too early ranking. Byron D with a $2 donation says Bryce Young will be a 2012 repeat. Well, he's got about the same. Well, he's got the same size as far as height wise. He's probably about 15 to 20 pounds off where Russ is. So he needs to be in that weight room this offseason. I better see a yoked up Bryce Young this year and be like, oh, dude, somebody was just living in the weight room. That's the main thing he needs is add some weight. I mean, he's never gonna get taller, but he's got to get a little bit thicker. But I like it, Byron. Bryce has got some good throws. He's understands how to play the position. He can throw with anticipation really well. So, but is he Tua Tagovailoa or is he Russell Wilson? That's the part we'll have to see. Doesn't quite have Russ's mobility though, too. But it could be the path. Bud Inlet, every time D touched the ball, he made something happen, though. He just has to stay healthy. Agreed, Bud. I mean, he provides an element to this team that they don't have on the rest of the roster at all, outside of maybe Derek Young. I'm unsure of that right now as it stands. So, he is a vital part of this offense. The Rams offense runs and works because of that fly sweep guy, just like the 49ers run game works because of the fly sweep guy, the pre-snap motion. Taking the linebackers and moving them out of the gap as the guy goes in pre-snap motion so that they can have one eye to that wide receiver if he gets the ball, to getting over to him in space laterally if he gets the ball, versus just having a stagnant offense that doesn't try to move those linebackers pre-snap even a step or two in the wrong direction. But you have to have a guy that can be a threat as that fly sweep guy, and Freddie Swain, Tyler Lockett, Penny Hart are not the same type of threat that Eskridge is. When he had a chance, when he was given touches last year, to your point, he really excelled with them. But it's a very small amount of touches that he had. And there were times too, I will say this, but there were moments last year where he was healthy and he was not the 4th or 5th wide receiver coming off that, coming off the bench in certain games. Hawkso says, would you like the idea of the NFL allowed teams to trade for cap space from other teams? No, I wouldn't. There's too many cheap teams in the NFL that are trying to turn a profit every year that it would cause too many problems from that. No. They sort of do it right now anyway. There is a little bit of the so it is allowed as it is. I mean, if you think about this, Hawkso, go back to the Jadeveon Clowney trade we'd made a couple of years ago. He was on a franchise tag, and you've got the Houston Texans to pay half of his contract that given year to bring him over. You do see teams. There was a deal like this a couple of years ago, I think, with I'm trying to think of who it was. It might have been the Texans with the Broncos and a Brock Osweiler, or the Browns. Somehow or another, the deal worked where they were going to take on Osweiler's contract and get cap space back. So it works a little, not to your point exactly straight away, like I just get cap space from you, here you give it to me. But they do allow it a little bit as it is now, but not just fully free will. You have to play a little bit of a roundabout game to make it work right now. I wouldn't like it though, Hawkso. I think the salary cap levels the field, I think, in a good way. I think parity is good for the sport. I think a sports league is at its best when 32 NFL franchises feel like their team is truly trying to compete and go for it, versus we suck. We're always going to suck. We'll never be good because we're not from New York or LA. Herbicide says, I'm liking our chances versus the Broncos. I think it's the best timing to play them the first game. I agree. I think it's definitely helpful to get them early on there with them. As well, Herbicide, I like it's a Monday night game opening week. You're going to be hyped up to the moon. The fans are going to be hyped up to the moon. It's just going to kind of elevate the stakes a little bit more than just a normal opening week game. And, Broncos are going to have to learn Russell a little bit. He's got some picadillos that you kind of got to learn your way through a little bit. It's not as straightforward as, he's just a great player, insert, plug and play, and it's good to go. Mason Dale says, I don't ever think I've been more sure in my life that Seattle will play a close game than I am week 1 versus Denver. I like it. But Inlet says, Tim Ruskell was the worst. Y'all hate on JS, but you have no idea what a bad general manager looks like. Yeah, Tim Ruskell was really frustrating as a general manager. And as frustrated as I've been at times with John Schneider, I still don't think it comes close to some of Ruskell's picks that still just really irk me. The Kelly Jennings pick, the Darius Butler selection. He just even taking Curry where it was taken on that, where it's like, dude, outside linebacker, you keep talking about LT, you ain't running a 3-4 defense. Where's he going to play? He's going to play the will linebacker position. Ruskell was a frustrating guy, and especially just I hate when people have their rules that then have them eliminate putting the most talented roster together. Only a big school, 3-year starters, 2-year starters, and seniors only. And man, he pared his list down to a very small subset of certain players that could be potential guys that they would take. Herbicide says the Broncos game will not be a blowout. Love it. Drinking God says, I have no problem with Schneider whatsoever. My problem has always been with Pete running interference in personnel decisions. Good point. Seems like something on that maybe have changed this past offseason, but certainly Pete's had his share of say in the matter here over the last couple of years. And Pete does just need to worry about coaching, bud. Agreed. Stick to what you need to be paying attention to. Don't worry about personnel stuff. Matthias 23451 says, best case scenario for our offensive line this year, how do we solve our center position? Well, I think you're not going to solve the center position this year. I think you're going to have to end up attacking this somewhere else down the line, be it either in free agency or in the draft next season. I think that the best case scenario for us, Matthias, as far as the offensive line and being realistic about it, is to say we have the whole offensive line re-put together within 2 years from where it was. This past offseason, you had an aging, older Dwayne Brown, barely kind of getting through the last of his career, a Brandon Shell that was really a kind of a just run blocker first guy that had some injury problems. You have Damian Lewis playing out of position left guard, and Gabe Jackson getting older and long in the tooth at right guard, and the center position is just a black hole. I think if you look at this now from 2 years from now, if they just commit to next offseason, be it in the draft or free agency, to finding a left guard and a center, you will have now rounded out your offensive line room in full in 2 seasons from where it was and how I just described it. You have your book and tackles, you have Damian Lewis slid back to his natural right guard, and you'll have found your center and your left guard. So I think there was only so much they could take care of this offseason, Matthias. It's very hard to rejigger your whole offensive line in one offseason. It just is, especially when you're eating $45 million of dead money on players you're letting go. It made it almost nigh impossible at one given point or another. So I think that they're going to address it, but we're going to have to wait a year for this to happen, and that's probably still the best case scenario of it. But the good news is, Matthias, I think it's going to be a lot easier to go find a left guard and center of the future than it is in finding your left tackle and right tackle of the future, which we've accomplished this offseason. Chicken God says lots of great players, lots of young players on short-term contracts. This is a great way to create competition to see who gets the big deal and a recipe for success. You get them hungry. You get them hungry and all in. And I agree, it does. It definitely can help in that realm of things. Guys do get paid, and it does definitely cause many to ease up just a little bit. Herbert says, as Trey Brown killed it last year at cornerback. Can't wait to see what he looks like healthy. Me either, man. Mason, I feel like the NFL media dislikes the run first play good defense approach because it isn't the sexiest product on the field. I don't care about sexy. I just want to win Super Bowls. Agreed. At the end of the day, it's about winning, and however you have to go about your approach to win, so be it. And I agree with you. I think they do the same thing. I think the same thing can be applied, Mason, in the way the media looks at us because of simply our quarterback situation. They don't even pay attention to the rest of the roster at this point. If we don't have a quarterback, then the rest of it's all null and void. It just doesn't matter. It's a very lazy approach to looking at the team. And it's part of why I think that they're, kind of selling on us a little bit, is they're getting caught up in just the only one thing and not really taking the whole story into play. Chicken God says Stone Forsythe's a great run blocker. What do you think about giving him snaps at guard? Well, Chicken God, I got to push back a little bit. I don't think Stone Forsythe's a good run blocker. He's a pass protector first. He has a very hard time with the leverage game and the run blocking, and I watched a lot of his snaps going back into college. So he's not a good run blocker. He's legit 6'7", and the issues that he has at left tackle with the leverage game are only going to be compounded if you try to move him into guard. So he's strictly a left tackle, not even a right tackle, just strictly a left tackle. By then, Let says, I think Stone has a real chance of beating out Lucas this year. I can't say that I agree, man. I think Lucas is a lot more talented player as far as play strength in the run game. Just a little bit more of an ability, I think, at handling a little more of the strength aspect of things. But if Stone develops over this offseason, he can push him. I still don't go to again, but I don't think Stone can play right tackle. He's a left tackle because he's just not the mauler people mover type that you would need for the right tackle position, or like was being mentioned above for the left guard position. That's just not his game. And I don't think he's ever going to get so good at the leverage thing because he's just naturally 6'7". He's just big. Why do I says beautiful thing about the season? I could be optimistic about having a PO chance and still be happy if it all collapses. There isn't a big downside for me that I can see. Training camp start yet? Mere couple weeks. And I'm excited too, man. Whatever happens, I'm excited. Jerry Bohm, I was getting tired of Russ's passive-aggressive shtick. Yeah, I share a lot of people's frustration with where Russ was putting this. Somebody was mentioning about a little bit of the, how could Russ the last couple of years be saying he wants to stay here, and then leave at the drop of the hat. And this is a little bit of the disingenuous nature of things that sometimes has played out for us recently that sort of does spurn people a little bit, where they go, just be real with it. Don't stop playing games. But there was a lot of game playing going on here over the last, year to build up to that trade. And understandable from my standpoint why that would frustrate some people. And they'd be like, I didn't like how that was played out. I didn't like how that went. Seemed like there's a lot of fakery going on there a little bit. Jordan Kraft says, Bo Melton will be out Freddie Swain easy. I could see it. Bud Inlet, you ever get around to checking out KJ Jefferson? So yes, I did. I was watching him this morning. Very much Bud Inlet to me, shades of Cam Newton in almost every way, down to the rough mechanics in his kind of throwing motion. And he's good up top, shoulders up, everything looks good, delivery looks good. But legs below everything, feet, legs, it just doesn't. He needs to definitely clean up the delivery a bit. There's times where he gets so wide with his legs where it's like he's almost doing the splits on throws, and his feet get very stagnant. Like they get very much into this position where he plants and he just sits on the feet, and there's no real motion to what he's doing. There's no activity in his motion. It's just very stagnant. It's very much also, again, in the read option, one read and run kind of approach to quarterbacking where he's not doing anything even approaching what would be a pro style system. So I liked him. He's got a pretty strong arm. He's not terribly accurate. I don't think he has, I think his arm strength from what I'm reading about a little bit, first what I saw is just a tiny bit overstated. I certainly do see a guy who has some elements that could easily round into being a first round prospect. If he can continue to build on what he showed last year on the tape, Bud. So I like the tape, but it wasn't enough to unseat Will Levis as my number one guy. Will Levis is a lot more impressive just doing he's running a pro-style offense, and he's doing small quarterback things that KJ's just not doing. There's a subtle movement in the pocket from Will that KJ just doesn't have in his game. If he's going to move around out of the pocket, he's leaving the pocket. He's not trying to take a step or two and keeping his eyes up the field. Herbicide says, I hear Bo name a lot in other dudes' podcasts. Everybody likes that dude. Hope he balls out. Me too. A lot of people add him up a lot higher on their draft boards than where he went. And certainly when you take into account a lot of his production was impacted by the quarterbacking at Rutgers, you start to get a little excited there for him. 4.34 speed on the 40 at the combine. So he's got some explosiveness to him. He's got some athleticness to him. And again, Freddie Swain has not exactly set a high water mark here that's impossible to overtake. Osprey Raptor says, are we going to become the next Miami Dolphins? No, Osprey. Miami Dolphins are bad because they have, at the top of things, bad ownership. Bad ownership carries on down a lot of the times. I don't think we have bad ownership necessarily. Or at least that remains to be seen. We don't have an owner paying our coaches to lose games, Osprey. We're not at that level. Osprey says they haven't been able to find an elite quarterback since Marino. Yeah, but there's a lot of organizations that are like that, Osprey. The New York Jets are like that. The Chicago Bears are like that. All three of those teams have something in common, though. They have pelts on the wall, Super Bowl trophies in the trophy case. So while it's been a while since they found Marino, that's the quarterback game. It's hard to find elite quarterbacks. But again, you mentioned why we're not going to become the Miami Dolphins. Part of why they don't have an elite quarterback right now have a lot to do with quarterback, have to do with the owner coming in and inserting himself when he should not insert himself. He was a big Tua Tagovailoa guy. Brian Flores was supposedly not. If Brian Flores got the guy that he wanted, does that go differently? So, nope, we're not going to be that, I don't think. Jordan Kraft says, playing Red Dead Redemption 2 while listening to you two. Thanks for being so entertaining, Brando. Well, appreciate that. I try if I can, man. Very kind of you say. I hope you're out there putting the six gun to work. I think too, Osprey, one other thing I'll put in addition to what you say with that is that keep in mind too that the need to have a Dan Marino type guy that you go and find is lessened when you're not building an offense around, let's say, the quarterback position first and foremost. So the need for us to go find the next Russell Wilson is really not there with how this team is being built. It would be nice to have. It would be amazing to bring that in. But we can still be a great team because of the way they're building the team if we don't happen to go that route with it or find that guy. Jeremy Bones says Pete's going to be fine while the second guessing of the coach who brought us our only championship. Has he made mistakes? Yes, but he does learn from them. Well, I can't speak to everybody else on this, Jeremy, and with me, I'm growing to have a little more faith in him, but I think that he's also done some stuff in recent years to rock that faith. And like I said, this offseason, my theme for this team, it was learn your lessons. In recent off seasons, I've had a theme where I said all in and go for it. This offseason was a different approach, and they have started to learn their lessons. But he also took a very long time to learn them, Jeremy. They need to update their offense going back years, and the same thing was said for the defense. It was going back years they needed to do this, and they kept waiting and trying to redo the same old stuff that they had done prior. Carroll himself admitted this in the combine interview that he had, and he said, we've been a little bit arrogant in our approach. And when you're arrogant in your approach, you're going to annoy certain fans in the respect of they've recognized that arrogance long ago. Why did it take you so damn long? Fix this. But at the end of the day, to your final point on this, what really matters is fixing it. And if he fixes it, all is healed. All is fine. Just try and fix it. Take the steps. Don't keep doing the same thing that isn't working. King Bomber says, I think when the Rams team starts to fall apart, McVay, Donald retiring, spread the cap over 3 to 4 years that they've accumulated, and they'll be terrible and have zero contracts over $1 million for 3 to 4 years. Well, the price gets higher and higher for them to pay, doesn't it, King Bomber? With every contract that they have to pay out earlier than they would want to pay out, yeah, it's definitely going to put more and more of that time frame into the future in peril for them. But I think when they walk away with it and they say, hey, we got a Super Bowl title out of it, even if just one, I think they would say that it was fully well worth it to go do so. And I would tend to agree with them in that respect. Whitey Wise says it'll be fun to see how the D does in zone blitzing. It's not something that they did much in the past. How much will Pete let his coordinators coordinate? Well, it's gonna decide how successful this new scheme will be, YDY. Much like we saw last year with Waldron's scheme, at times sliding back into the old offensive scheme the Seahawks have been running into for the past 10 years prior to Waldron, where you can bring in a new offensive coordinator, but if you just have your old habits that you want to lean into, you're going to do that. And if he can step away and let these coordinators coordinate, that will bring about the best and greatest success for this defense moving forward. If Carroll pushes himself back into things and tries to have them, no, let's go back to more of the cover 3 stuff. Let's do a little bit more two gapping this week. Okay, let's do some two gapping. I think that's going to then limit the success of this defense, much like the offensive success last year was a little bit limited, I think, by sliding back into old bad habits. King Bomber says they can be good for 2 decades of messing with the cap, but when they do that, they'll be bad for 2 decades. Yeah. No, the Piper is due. One way or another, you're going to pay the price. You can push it off for quite a bit of time, but you will pay the price. Roland Connor says 50% chance Russ will miss the playoffs in that division and entire AFC in general. Agreed, Roland. I don't think that it's a straightforward no-brainer that this team in the Broncos that finished in last place in the division last year is going to be able to make the playoffs in an AFC conference that is much tougher than the NFC conference. Indianapolis Colts, Tennessee Titans, Chiefs, Chargers, Raiders, Buffalo Bills, New England Patriots, Browns, Ravens, Steelers. There's a lot of teams that are going to be pushing to try to get in that playoffs. A lot of competition. How many top 10 picks have the Rams had in the draft over the past 20 years? Yeah, they've had a few, right? They had Bradford and Chris Long and Jason Smith. I mean, shoot. Aaron Donald, I don't even think is a top 10, right? Wasn't he like 12? Justin Goins, Drew Lock, my thoughts. Drew Lock is a guy that has got a lot of talent, Justin. He's very mobile, and he's got a very live arm and easy motion. You know, they say throw it free and easy. It comes out of his hand very free and easy. He's got a little bit of an issue with ball control and turnovers, and that is a thing that can kill him with Coach Carroll. So if he doesn't fix that very quickly coming into camp, that's going to get him behind the 8 ball as far as that competition in camp, because I think Geno Smith, being here for as long as he has, will understand how much Carroll values that. And again, this has been a bit of the bugaboo to Drew Lock's career up until this point, just not always putting the ball in the right place. And, sometimes trying to trust that big arm a little bit too much. He still has a lot of good talent. There have been quarterbacks in the past, Justin, who've had a first stop in this league, and even second-round quarterbacks who've had a first stop in this league that didn't go well, went on to their second stop, and then found a lot of success. Brett Favre is, of course, the number one guy that stands out to me as that kind of guy who went to Atlanta, washed out in Atlanta, didn't look good, went to the Green Bay, still took a couple years to get to his full MVP form, but then what a form it took at the end. Now, that's the high upside on Drew Lock. That's the best case scenario, no doubt about it. But it is a scenario that is a possibility with a guy that has this much talent. He's got to go out there and prove it at this point, Justin. We've got to see the next step in his development to get there. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, thoughts on Jody being involved during the draft, at least being present. Big jump after being next to invisible. Maybe she heard the whispers of the fan base. Yeah, I think I'd first say, Randall, I don't buy the whole where Pete's saying, oh, she was in there competing, like being a part of the process. I think she was probably listening and paying attention to what was happening, but I do think, to your point on this, her presence being entered into that room during this draft had a lot to do with the fact that people have been questioning about just how active she is being in this room. How active is she being a part of this organization, or is she simply treading water until she can offload the team in 2 years when they are available to be sold at that time? So there's a little bit of this that screams to me a little bit, Randall, of PR, of a PR move to try to save face a little bit. I do like it if this is legitimate and this is a sincere her wanting to understand what's going on and be a part of it, then I would very much embrace that. And I think that's a lot more in line with also honoring her brother and what he had done to build this prior, which is what I think that, not to tell her what she needs to do with her team, but if I'm in her situation, that would be sitting at the forefront of my mind. Thank you for all the donations, Randall, though. Very kind of you to do so. I hope it continues, Randall. I hope she remains as a active participant here. We need an owner that's not invisible. We've seen that. And if it brings that kind of draft that we got this time, Randall, let her sit in the room every time. Hell, let her stand on the table. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, I was bummed to see Cleveland got Clowney, but happy for him. They'll probably be good depending on Watson's suspension. Orange Cat, thank you for the $5 donation, Charles. And yeah, I was lamenting it as well. Boy, it does sting. I hated at the time of the Nchuno-Awuza because I did have inside info at that time bet that we could probably have gotten Clowney at a 2-year, $30 million deal. And now he goes out and signs a 1-year, $11 million deal with Cleveland. And you go, man, I would like him a lot more than Awuzu. I would. I think he's just a better player. Maybe Awuzu's got a little more upside. Maybe Awuzu's going to be a younger player. Maybe Awuzu's going to be a little less injury prone. And I can't argue against those points because they are valid. Clowney does have a decent injury history going on. But he just came off what was essentially the best all-around year of his career, including 11 sacks as a pass rusher. I would have been happy to pull that kind of deal he got from Cleveland, or even give him a couple more million to bring him in on a 1-year deal. That would be a lot more exciting to me than the Achuna is. But what are you going to do, Charles? What are you going to do? 16-bit blocker. I've been watching the 2013 season. Russ was amazing, young and hungry. He's still good, but I noticed a lot of drop-off. It's true, man. It's true. It's what's happened here with Russ, I think, for some folks noticing this drop-off is that he was really reliant on scrambling behind the pocket and using his legs. And then you get 11 years into his career, he loses some of those legs. And let's face it, he's played a lot of football. We know he's had some lower leg injuries that start to rob you over time, I think, a little bit. And so he loses those legs. Now, what other quarterbacks in this league do is right about the time they get to that 32, 33, 34-year-old of age, where they've played 10 years, they've played in almost 200 football games in the NFL, they've seen every blitz, they've seen every kind of coverage, they've seen every type of strategic way a defense tries to attack them and their given skill set and who they are as a player. And they can operate around those tactics of other teams and take advantage of it. We see guys that are masters of this, like a Brady, Manning, Breeze, Rivers, these type of guys. And even once they got to 33, were able, at least for another 4 or 5 years, and even onwards, in Brady's case, to still be very, very good players. Kurt Warner was another guy at the Cardinals when he arrived there that this was that way. But with Russ, you didn't see those same leaps in the things that he should have mastered. Pre-snap mastery, post-snap mastery, being that what he sees pre-snap is what he's going to see post-snap, right? Not getting fooled. Like, I saw cover 2 pre-snap and I counted on that in my reads, but then post-snap it turned to cover 1 and they brought the strong safety down and I never saw that coming. Too often that happens to Russ where he gets confused. He gets hornswoggled. And that's where you would expect him to maybe take a little bit more further steps in his game as he gets older and sees these things, but that part stayed stagnant, much like the throwing with anticipation, dealing with blitzes, dealing with stacked fronts. Just there's those things that you need is now, if you're going to lose the athleticism, you need to get better in these other elements. He may very well eventually get there. Much like Carroll controlling and fixing his prior mistakes, Russell Wilson can still take another level to his game. He can go up even further than where he's been prior. But it's going to be reliant on him going down this list of items I'm talking about and starting to solve those things and understanding that he has to take responsibility for it and really, truly address it. Not address it in the way I'm going to show you cute little Instagram photos of me throwing hole shot throws on my little personal field with my emblem, but actually in the film room studying how to do it. I don't know if you guys watched it, but he had this silly little film cut up of Manning over the top of him, and he's like talking Manning through. If you watch the film studies, all he's doing is talking Manning through, looking a safety off in one direction and throwing back to a skinny post. Whoopity-doo. That is not advanced quarterback play type stuff there. And if you watch Manning's face, you can see him just sitting there kind of nodding, going, okay, you're just talking about looking off a safety and throwing to the backside skinny post? What, Russ? What? You know? And he's smiling and nodding and going, yeah. But I could just see Manning in the background going, this is your advanced process? Whitey White, I have a theory. Russ started dogging it on purpose because Pete changed the O after the string of turnovers in the second half of 2020. If he comes out the gate on fire in 2022, my conspiracy theory will be cemented. That would be interesting, man. Boy, that would be tough if that's the case, but you're right. You're right. If he comes out and he's back to that 2020 state of the first half of the year and it's just comfy and cozy, that will be very interesting. I will say the one thing that I think changed at that time, that's the thing he has to overcome this year if he's going to get there, is teams were playing a lot more single high against us at that time when he got to really bust out in 2020. They were playing a lot of that single high safety because they were bringing that extra safety in the box to deal with our running game. Now, the second they slid into the cover 2 defense in 2020, Russ hasn't found a solution to the cover 2 defense here for the last year and a half. And that's the other part of this that he's going to have to find a way to solve, and I don't know if he necessarily has or can as of yet. Dat Boy, you ever tried Weddle? Nope. I don't know what Weddle is. Never heard of it, Dat Boy. Sean Pruitt, DK needs to find a way to beat Jalen Ramsey off the line to get open. He's got to Jalen a couple times, Sean. He's got to, definitely get a quarterback to throw to him on time, right? Remember the Rams game last year in LA? And DK's got Jalen smoked by 2 to 3 yards. He's wide, buck naked open, and Russ underthrows him because of the finger issue at that time. And Ramsey's able to catch back up and knock the ball away. There are times like that I've seen the last couple of years where DK's gotten the best of him and the ball's just not put in the right spot. But I think he gives Jalen just as good as he gets in that situation, in that battle. Jeff Forno, can't wait until we get a young dominant center and move D-Law back to right guard and get a good left guard. We start meshing, look out, go Hawks. Hey, you stack up a line like that's five good across the board, that's when we can start to get really excited, especially the type of team they're building. You build a line, that would be a line at that point, Jeff, that would be top 4, top 5 in the sport. That's a building block to the rest of the team. That's a building block that helps out the rest of the team. Just one reason I've been harping on it for years. Thank you, Chicken God. Exactly what Chicken God said on this. Sometimes just Russell didn't get it to him. It's been a back and forth for me, Herbicide. I think both DK and Jalen have had their moments they've gone back and forth. Even to, DK's, I think, rookie year where he cut a bomb on him. I don't think any one guy's dominated that matchup. Jeff says, if we start using Jamal Adams the way we should be using him by sacking the quarterback, I think we will, Jeff. I think that's what this change, a big part of what's driving this change is to better get value out of Jamal Adams. Peter Ryby says, Dunlap? Yeah, no, Peter, I don't think so. As King Bomber points out below, Dunlap's a guy that really is a 4-3 defensive end, and that's his only spot. Part of the reason that he was shipped up out of Cincinnati was they were transitioning to more 3-4/5-1 type defensive elements, and he wasn't a fit for that, and he won't be a fit for it here either. Unless Seattle is looking to play a good amount of 4-3 at times, which maybe they intend to do so. And if you do sign Dunlap, that would be an indicator that they're going to run a little more 4-3 than we might be thinking. But they haven't yet, and until they do, I'm going to take for granted the fact that we're going to see a predominant amount of 3-4 defense on the football field, play in and play out. Why do I? It says if you watch multiple analysts' quarterback breakdowns, all that to watching successful NFL QBs, you come to see how hard it is to overcome the mechanical flaw of dropping the ball down before bringing it back. I think throwing motions are something to definitely pay attention to. Why do I? It's why when I talk about KJ Jefferson, for instance, I talk about his lower half. You can correct, I think, lower half stuff. And he's very much a guy that looks very similar to Cam Newton in so many ways, shape, and form. Cam had that same problem of bottom half to upper half working in conjunction of each other. He would be very much just a shoulder thrower in the way he would do what he would do. But you can fix lower half stuff. To your point on this, though, I don't think you can fix arm motion stuff. Always Tim Tebow being like a poster boy for this, right? Or Tim couldn't fix it either. That big, long wind-up motion, he tried and tried and tried. And by the time you get to the pro level, it's set. Those habits are ingrained. Why do I says apparently the undrafted free agent quarterback is not going to be a Seattle's next starter. Laughing out loud. How shocking. Well, it feels a little bit good from my angle because by the end of the show last week, I was probably getting a little touchy about it, but we were getting so much Levi Lewis questions. I was like, what the hell's going on? What is this Levi Lewis? Why do I got to care? And then he gets cut this week, kind of to my point. Just there's some guys that just aren't going to be able to hack it at the next level, and you do need a certain size quotient in this game to get there. And when I heard played in the kitschy offense in college and really undersized and never taken snaps under center, it just wasn't gonna work out for our guy Lewis, unfortunately. Jeff says for a year we'd have a look at to get cut after training camp and cut downs to 53 roster. Go Hawks. Chris says even with a losing season, Pete has been guaranteed another year. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traded Russ. I can see us winning in 2023 at least a playoff game. I can too, Chris. I think they've done a lot of the groundwork here this offseason to put themselves in that position. As you look into next offseason, what do you really need? Having the second amount most of cap space that you have, having 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. What are the dire positions of need by that point, especially if you sign DK to a contract extension? You will be looking at maybe a left guard, center, backup running back, a defensive tackle, an inside linebacker, and that's kind of your needs moving into next offseason if things develop as we think they'll develop this year. That's not a lot you have to go out there and accomplish considering the assets that you have to utilize. Should get everybody really excited. I know it does me. Megan Roger back in the house. Hello, Megan. Back from the USC stream. Says, at Randall McDaniel, I thought that, but I'm not sure as Paul was always in the room and was hands-off as much as Jody, if not more. Agreed. I think Paul, I do think with Paul, Megan, he was active in the background. I don't think he would have been active on, like, draft day, but I think he definitely had more of an ear to what was going on within the organization day-by-day basis-wise. You know, you hear, for instance, Megan Schneider had to write a report to Paul Allen every Monday after a game explaining kind of what happened for good or bad. That means Paul is pretty actively invested, I feel like. Sean Proper says, I got 1,500 odds on Levis going number 1 in the next year's draft. Seattle will be bad this season, but can't see them having a shot at number 1 or even a top 5. Agreed, Sean. This is where some of the draft capital factors in. This is also, Sean, where some of the amount of quarterbacks going in the first round should factor in. Because if there are 5 or 6 first-round worthy quarterbacks, does it matter as much if we're not able to get the number 1 guy? Is there that much of a drop-off to the rest of the bunch that you will be maybe having more of an opportunity to draft? So, can they move up in a draft to get a guy? Probably. They can go. Maybe is it Levis? I don't know. But can they go move up if they really want to do it? They have the assets to do so, yes. And is this draft going to be a unique draft versus this last draft where, Sean, you actually have the top-end quarterbacks available who are warranted to be picked in the first round? Maybe they're not the special talent that Levis might become, but still very, very good talents and still absolutely worthy of being selected in the first round. I would tend to believe, Sean, that even if they're sitting at 7 or they're sitting at 12, they might just make that selection of that quarterback at that position and say, we're good with this guy. he's got enough here in the tank to be elite in the areas we need him to be elite because we're building up the rest of the team around him. That will be good enough. And that's the key marker there, of course, Sean, is you're building the team first, not to quarterback first. Most teams in the NFL, many teams in the NFL, build the quarterback first, and then here comes the rest of the team. We're building team first, and then the quarterback comes in. I think it's the part we got to remember at the forefront here. Brian D says we should trade all our 2023 picks for Russ. Above average herbicide, that's right. Just get an above average quarterback. Bud Inlet, Marcus Tubbs, shaking my head. Yeah. Tubbs had the one good year, Bud, right? He had the one good season. Schecter 7 says, I see us shutting down Russ. Pete would be the guy to know how to stop him. I agree, Schecter 7. I've been saying this too. Like, if there's any one guy that knows all of the kryptonite areas to a guy's game, it's Pete of Russell Wilson. Very much agreed. Chris Snape says, just watched Levis. Wow, he looks good and mobile. Big and good. See why he's my number one, Chris? He just pops off the tape, doesn't he? He's the one quarterback so far in this draft, and I've liked some of the other quarterbacks. Some of these other quarterbacks are first round worthy to me, and I get to have further time to make my evaluations. This is not my final opinion, right? We're gonna write this in pencil, not pen. But Levis to me is the one guy in watching the tape of any of these guys so far that's really popped off the tape to me that looks like a difference maker, an upper level kind of guy. Peter says, people think we'll shut Russ down because Pete knows him so well, but no one thinks Russ will change his game. I still hope we beat the brakes off him. Well, the one thing is with that, Peter, you're not wrong. He could maybe change his game. But the question I would come to you, Peter, is does Russell year in, year out, game in, game out, play the game particularly differently per opponent? Or does Russell just play the way he's going to play and let the chips fall where they may? And from my standpoint, Peter, I look at the way Russell plays, and it's not a bad way to say this of him. It's just this is the way Russell goes about it. He's not a Tom Brady, I'm going to attack your weakness and go after it, and every weakness will change week to week depending on the opponent. Russ is a guy that comes out there and he's like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I'm going to scramble around. I'm going to look for the big play. I didn't see a lot within Russ, especially this year, Peter, as he was now changing to a new offensive scheme, a lot of changing in the way he played the game. Still looks pretty similar this year as it did 3 years ago, as it did 8 years ago. $16-bit blocker. Lucas looks nasty. I'm excited about our OT. He is nasty. He's a great player. Dr. Von Wiggles, is there a place for Stone moving forward? Well, I think he's going to be a Dr. Von Wiggles in true competition with Charles Cross here to begin things. Let's not forget Charles is 21 years old. So if he's a little bit, slow and being ready right from the jump, it's understandable. But he was always going to be basically a swing backup tackle for us. He was going to be a guy that first guy off the bench, the left tackle if there's an injury, and he can be very competent in that regard. And then he could also be very cheap in that regard. Those are very nice things to have on a roster, and they're vital on a roster, I would argue. But as far as there being a plan for him going forward to being a starter, no. But this is why a guy like that goes to the 6th round in the first place. Megan says, back man, the news out in USC is epic. Can't wait to be in LA in September. Nice. Megan says, good to see Pumpkin is in her rightful place and showing how interested she is. I know. She's only interested if I'm petting her. Hey, baby. What? Yeah? Tell me about it. You tell me. You're pretty cozy there, aren't you? Yeah. Good girl. 16-bit Pumpkin's living her best life. Yes, she is. She's a happy girl. She's a happy girl. HB, do you think we're a little thin at tight end? If we run a lot of 12 and 13 personnel means we would need more than 3. Thoughts on Derek Young being a wide receiver tight end hybrid? He has the size. Don't know about him blocking. I'm not worried about the 3 tight end sets, HB, because historically speaking, over the last 12 years, we've run with 3 tight ends every year pretty much. Is there times when you get to a light stage of things where you've been at 1 or 2 tight ends? Yeah, but I don't think I see the team carrying 4 tight ends as a measure of protection up against that. So I'm not worried about it. I know what you're saying though, and that they do run a lot of the 2 tight end sets. If they had run more plays last year rather than the league minimum amount of plays, they would have been far above the top 10 that they were in 2 tight end sets, and probably would have been easily in the top 3. So I do see where you're coming from with that, but it's just by the nature of how they have with having 53-man roster and only so many guys active game day, they're going to just run with 3 tight ends and call it a day. I look at more as Derek Young. If I'm looking at a hybridized position for him, I would say more wide receiver running back than I would say wide receiver tight end. Because to your point, I don't think that he's the blocker to be able to pull that off at that position. You could have him as maybe your move tight end, like you're going to have Noah Fant be, as maybe a backup to that. But I do see more of a kind of running back thing to his game a little bit in the way he goes about his business. Megan says, with Pete and John, I'm back to them. Pete and John, I trust B, but let's be real. I was never really off of it. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. That boy says, who is Marquise Goodwin? He's a speed burner that came out a couple years ago, track guy, epic levels of speed or speed realms, as Coach Carroll once said. But he hasn't played a lot of football recently. Don't get too excited about him. Very much camp fodder and on the outside looking in as far as making the roster is concerned. Just tags. I really hope people sleep on Will Levis and he falls to the second round so we can use our first round pick on other positions, but it won't bother me if we get Will or Stroud in the first. That'd be all right with me too. I'd be good with that. Half Daddy says Marquise Butters the Seahawks. We're going to the Super Bowl, baby. Megan says, B, do you know or have any idea what Sean Desai's scheme will be? Well, Desai's scheme, Megan, is Vic Fangio's scheme, because he learned at the foot of Vic Fangio. Brandon Staley, the guy that was the former defensive coordinator for the Rams defense, the Rams defense we've been facing recently, has also learned at the knee of Vic Fangio. So when you think of Desai, or you think of Staley, or the Rams defense, or this Broncos defense we're bringing on, you think of it as this 4-3 under cover 2 shell defense. What it's essentially going to do, Megan, is take us from being a team that was highly predictable pre-snap to post-snap in both realms. What you show me prior is what I'm going to get post, to being now one of the most unpredictable teams from pre-snap to post-snap. That is really at the heart of what this scheme is going to do. And the other thing it does as well, just from an X's and O's standpoint, Megan, is it will tend to take one defensive lineman off the field in favor of adding an extra defensive back, which makes you a little more diverse in the type of coverages that you can run. You know what I mean? Those are claws. So it'll be full Fangio, Megan. I think it's a full Fangio type scheme coming into play. 16-bit blocker says, Brando, what do you think about the quarterback at our Cougs? I think he might have some true talent. He's on my list to look at, 16-bit blocker. I'm just getting into my quarterbacks, so I will have more information here in the next couple of weeks on him as I get into these guys, but haven't quite had a chance to really look at a ton of his tape. Okay stuff, I guess, from last year, but I need to take a little more closer look to give you an evaluation on that one. Dale Chapman says, I hope we are good enough not to get the number 1 pick because we need a quarterback and Will Anderson is too good to pass on. Hey, I'm not going to be sad. I ain't crying, Daryl, if we end up with Anderson. I don't care what our quarterback position is. I think he's, at least as he looks right now, one of those game-changing type talents, one of those very few and far between type pass rushers that come out, once every 5-6 years of a draft, where you got to wait on him. Your Myles Garrett type guy that he could be. So I'm in on Will Anderson if that's the pick, and I ain't gonna cry about the quarterback position if that's the case. He's so good, so good. Why do I? Says, I just don't agree with sleeping on Lucas. This dude was a top percentile athlete, and PFF gave him a 90+ grade for his entire career. I don't understand it either. Why do I saw some very lazy. It felt like at times some lazy and Cross wasn't going to get as much of this because everyone was like, well, he is a first-round tackle. But with Lucas, some of the stuff with it where you just I don't understand some of the nitpicking involved with him as a player. Even Samuel Gold, who does really good breakdowns talking about him, and he had some back and forth opinion on him in certain respects. And it's like, is he a perfect lineman? No, but if you're getting caught on his deficiencies, those are so few and far between for him as a player. You're really, I think, at that point, sort of overlooking the strengths he brings to play that you indicate on. The 30 straight starts, the 90-plus PFF grade, the being great in both run blocking and in pass protection, his mobility element despite his size, his length that you would love to have in tackles but is sometimes hard to find it to this degree. He brings it all to the table. Chicken God, she has to be sure that Pete would leave John alone and allow him to have the final decision without too much interference. I love it, Chicken God. That would be, I hope that'd make me laugh if we come to find out that that's what was going on with Jody, when she was just there making sure Pete shut the hell up and let John do his job. She put Carol in the corner. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles Riley, as always, with the donations. Very kind, very kind. Says, I was on the road when you started the stream and convinced me the Hawks had traded Marquise Blair to the Cards for a quasi first rounder. So bummed. No, Marquise Brown. Marquise, I got to enunciate better, Charles. Sometimes the words all just kind of roll together in a guttural, a guttural Marquise Brown. Wouldn't that be awesome if we could get the Cardinals to give us a first-round pick for Marquise Blair? That'd be amazing. I'd do that. In a heartbeat. Alexander Brandon, are you eyeing one guy for next season to be our quarterback one? Will Levis, Alexander. If I got to rub a genie in my lamp and he said, you got 3 wishes, and he says, when you get one of those wishes, what's the first wish? Right now, as it stands, I'm going to say, give me Will Levis in next year's draft. And then I'm going to wish for 100 with more wishes. That's wish number 2. Dale Chapman says, I think we should draft a corner next year to 2 or pay one. We have no true number 1 corner. Well, I guess I'd ask you, Daryl, do you think a number 1 corner is as necessary when you run as much zone as we run? You went out and got Trey Brown, you went out and got Trey Brown last year, who was as good for you as any rookie cornerback in the last 10 years. Sidney Jones was solid for you last year. You just drafted Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen, who could turn into players for you. We don't even know what they are quite yet, Daryl. I mean, what if we can get really good corner play out of one of these 2 young cats that we just brought in here in addition to what we got out of Trey Brown? And let's not forget with this, Daryl, you have, with Coach Carroll, the main skill set that I think that he provides with you as far as an individual positional group that he really understands how to train up and put in the right position to succeed, and that's the cornerback position. Richard Sherman, Byron Maxwell, Deshaun Shedd, Shaquille Griffin, Trey Brown last year. Hell, last year John Reed, Blasan Austin, Michael Jackson Jr. All these guys came out in the field and played really well. Yeah, there was the one Trey Flowers experience that wasn't a good experience, but throw that out as the outlier and look at the rest of the rule of thumb. And Coach Carroll gets more with less than maybe any other coach in the league as far as the cornerback position is concerned. So knowing all of these factors that are played, Daryl, the recent guys you drafted, Carroll's ability to train up the position, wouldn't you rather go lighter at that position, not invest as much both from a draft capital standpoint and a salary standpoint, in order to then take those assets that you now retain and put them to other positions that are more valuable and more necessary on this football team? Riverside says, I've heard nothing but good things about Cameron Ward. I like the fact that he knows Lucas. He's Quandre's cousin, and he balls out. I'll look at him, man. I promise. I will take a gander. Alexander says, Clowney went to Cleveland at a discount. Other teams offered up to $16 million. Well, I think big at the forefront, this is why he went to Cleveland in the first place last year, isn't it, Alexander? Was that he wanted to stop getting double and triple teamed at the rate that he was being double and triple teamed in his other stops, which was at an insane rate. Once he's over there with Myles Garrett, he gets his one-on-one opportunities, and that means he gets to go out there and eat. So I don't know if maybe those other opportunities were going to provide him somebody up opposite him on the other side who could rush the passer like he could rush the passer. So I think it makes a lot of sense for him to go back there. He goes back there and balls out again, puts another 11, 12, 13 sack season up. Who's to say that he doesn't then go sign then and still another couple-year deal worth 15, 16 million on average? Randall says we need to get the defensive outside linebacker for Bama. I believe his name is Will Anderson. Derek Thomas 2.0. Randall, we're together on this one as we normally are, man. We are of like mind on that one. I'm all over Will for sure. Randall says, is Jody Allen the only female to solely own an NFL team? I think technically Al Davis's wife owns the team technically. Outside of that, I think the answer is yes. Oh, Megan's got it. Gail Benson owns the Saints. So there we go. There's another one. Randall says, I heard Pete shush Jody during the draft and said, Jody, the men are talking. Just a rumor, though. Oh. If Pete said that, that's big balls Pete right there. If he said that, that would be hilarious. I can't see him saying that. No way. No way. Even if he was joking, that'd be hilarious. Daryl Chapman says the other Seahawks fans and Bronco fans started to attack me when I said Russ can't read a defense. Like when you watch him play, he doesn't read coverages or open receivers well and holds the ball too long. Daryl, you can go back and watch me. I got hammered for it. There was especially a spell there in 2020 where I saw him start to really revert and regress as a player. And maybe it was Coach Carroll delivered the bad news that he just couldn't take and didn't want to hear. But the fact of the matter remains is what you're saying is what I was seeing on the field too. And I brought it up. And it's when you see it, you know it. You know, you can tell when a quarterback's going through his reads. You can see it with the helmet turning. You can see he'll start to one side, helmet goes like this, helmet goes like this. With Russ, you'd watch him and just pinpoint on one side of the field and then start bailing into his scramble drills. And you go, why aren't you going through your progression? You know, why aren't you using subtleties in the pocket to move a step or two here or move a step or two this way or to climb the pocket, God forbid, climb the pocket to buy yourself some time. And just consistently, he's not able to do that. I saw the same thing, Darryl. There's some people that are just not going to, you know, they look at certain players and that they're like, you know, hero characters or whatever that can do no wrong. And it's like you can say Russ is a great quarterback and does all these other things that are really good on one side of the thing, while still also pointing out there's some things and deficiencies in his game that are also very important to note, specifically because some of the physical skill set has eroded with time, as does happen with a player that's played 10, 11, 12 years in the league and as much football as he has. But yeah, I'm not surprised, Darryl. There is a lot of people that push back on this and get kind of emotional about it, but it kind of is what it is. I mean, it's just not the element of his game. And I've been watching it very closely for the last couple of years in assessing his play. Dad Boy says Weddle is Wordle, but for guessing NFL players, try it some time. Okay. Take a look at it. Charles Riley says, I heard Jody liked the process. Very similar to shopping. I can see Jody hanging out in the showers. You guys got some good jokes here. Marty, I really hope the Hawks tank so we can get CJ Stroud. I wouldn't mind the Hawks giving up 2 firsts and a second to get him. I'm okay if we got to trade up to go get our quarterback, Marty. If they target a guy that they like and they've determined through their assessment he's a difference maker for the position that they want, they've built the team up in front of this guy. They've gotten the offensive line in the good state to prepare the road for this quarterback. I'm perfectly fine with it at that point. Randall McDaniel says Garrett Bowles, he's a tool bag. He's got some toolish elements to him, Randall. He's definitely got that meathead, I got the Richie Incognito vibes coming off of Garrett. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Megan says the bots are back today, having fun blocking them. They are. I noticed they're doing the one post, Megan, so it's removing the full of their post, but it's still they're able to still get in underneath the wire somehow with the rando. Bash Gordon, aloha. Go Hawks. Good to see you in here. Herbicide says if we win 10 and the Broncos win 12, that's going to suck. That's going to be a little tougher, especially as far as finding the quarterback's concerned. That's for sure. Marty says, yo, Brandon, what do you think would take the Hawks to trade? What do you think it would take for the Hawks to trade into the number one spot of the 2023 draft? 2 firsts and a second, or both firsts and both seconds? Well, Marty, it's hard to determine this a little bit because of the fact that you need to know where your first round picks are going to be. You know, if you're picking 8 to get to number 1 versus if you're picking at 16 to get to number 1. And then what is the Broncos' first round pick? Is it in the teens or is it in the 20s? So let me give you a kind of a situation and you can kind of slide it around from here. You can increase the value or decrease the value. Let's say that we're picking 10th in the first round. And let's say the Broncos are at 20. To get up to the number 1 spot, you're going to probably have to give up both of your first round picks in this draft and both of your second round picks in this draft and probably even just a little bit more to get up into the number 1 spot. You might get away with just going the 1 extra second round pick and a 5th or something, but at the very least, the equivalent value of 2 firsts, 2 seconds is the minimum to make that move. And it slides from there. If you're at 6, maybe it only takes 1 extra first round pick to move up from 6 in the first round, right? And if you're at 16, then it's going to take maybe a future extra first round pick. Maybe it takes just 3 first round picks across the board, 2 in this draft, 1 in a future first, to then get up into that number 1 spot. But it's going to be significant. The cost is very high to get up into that area for a quarterback. It always has been in recent years. Jordan Kraft says, Brando, would you rather spend a day with Pete Carroll or go on a road trip with Nick Cage? Probably Pete Carroll. I think Nick Cage has reached that point where it's like, and I can't say this for sure, but I feel like some Hollywood people get to that spot where it's like, they've done so many like drugs, alcohol, and everything else. Like their mind is just like, it's there and they're operating, but like, is everything connecting? Are all the synapses firing off at the right time? I don't know. At least with Pete, I could really pick his brain on and get some probably great stories from the past history of stuff that would be interesting. Megan says, I was just thinking about the JS reports to the boss, the John Snyder reports to the boss, like an owner like that, not front and center like some, but knows what's going on and where their money is spent on. It makes sense, Megan, right? I mean, it makes sense. You know, billionaires get to where they're getting, not by being hands off, but by being hands on. And so wanting to have those reports from John and have him report and know actively what happened, I'd want to be in the same place if I was him and the owner. And it makes sense. And I love hearing that. As I say, Megan, often, you know, you need, before you start anything on an active NFL franchise, you need an active, engaged owner who really does truly care about winning and not necessarily cared about other things like, let's say, the profit margins. Anderson, what's up? How you doing? Very good to see you, my guy. This is, hey, Brandon, good to see the stream is still going. Unfortunately, haven't been around. You've done a great job. I'll keep my comments short tonight. If Baker is cheaper or cut, what would you do? Well, thank you, Anderson, on the very kind comments. Kind of you to say. If Baker is cheaper or cut, what would I do? If I'm able to bring Baker in on a veteran minimum contract, Anderson, great. I'll go ahead and do that. Maybe if I maybe I'd even throw him an extra $1 million or $2 million. But I'm not paying significant portions of money for him. I'm not paying him an $8 million deal on a 1-year contract or something, which is what maybe Baker would want. So if he's really cheap, then and it's not going to cost me draft capital to trade for him, and the Cleveland Browns have already eaten that $18 million, then and it very well, by the way, could be a $1 million deal, of course, because remember this with Baker's deal. It's not likely to be a $3 million deal on a 1-year deal if he's cut. It will be a 1-year veteran minimum deal because there's an offset in the contract. So what that offset means is that the Browns are guaranteed to be on $18 million on the hook for Baker's salary this year, But whatever team signs Baker after he's released, and whatever that amount that they're paying him comes off of that $18 million they've got to then spend for him this season. So that offset language would still be there as it pertains to Baker, and would mean that you would get him pretty cheap. And I would be on board with that at that point, Anderson. Alexander says, I would be surprised if DK does not get signed to a new contract this summer. I agree. He'll be signed. He'll get it done. Randall, John Schneider was looking like his liver needed a break after the Russell Wilson trade. Unshaven, bloodshot eyes, hair slicked back. Looked cleaned up after the draft. I bet J.A. told him to clean himself up. Jody Allen told him to clean himself up. Probably. That was a probably stressful time that was probably a pretty stressful time for him. And you're moving a Hall of Fame quarterback. There's not a lot of general managers that had the stones to ever do that in NFL history. Marty's got Stroud over Levis all day, and it's not even close. Your boy Michael says 2 young tackles, young running backs, young receivers, and a soon-to-be new young quarterback. This is going to be fun. He says, I would love to meet you in person, Pumpkin, but the severe allergic reaction won't allow it. She'd cause that too, Megan. She would. Your boy Michael says, it blows my mind that DK is going into his 4th year and is still younger than Eskridge, who is going into year 2. Yeah. Part of my issue with the Eskridge pick at the time was a little bit of his age, in addition to some other matters, but also shows you how young DK is and why I'm willing to pay DK, even if we're not necessarily going to be good this next upcoming season, because he'll still be a relatively young player and still be very good at the time we're getting our next quarterback. And DK could be very helpful for a good young quarterback. Mike Matz says, what is happening with our center? Center position is going to go to Austin Blythe this year, Mike. Blythe is more of a mover in space, a little more quicker than some of the recent centers we've had here, a little more capable and able to run the Shane Waldron scheme that he wants to run it. So he's going to fit in here for a year, and then they're going to address it into next year as far as finding your center of the future. They tried in this draft. One of the interesting nuggets that came out of the John Boyle's story this last week was that they tried to trade back up into the first round, and it would appear to target Linderbaum out of Ohio State, but they weren't able to get the deal done. Weren't able to get their center this year, so we're going to have to wait a year, Mike, to get it into the future. Randall, Tubbs had one good play in preseason. He had a good year, Randall. I mean, he was good in 2005, wasn't he? He was really good in 2005, but then the injury thing just killed him. AGM Productions, RBLX says, what's the difference between shell coverage and zone coverage? Very great question to ask, AGM. So the cover 2 shell is what you're doing is showing pre-snap a cover 2 look to the offense. And that, of course, has the 2 safeties deep in the center point of the field, right? One on one hash, usually the other on the other hash. So usually kind of how it looks. So that's what's called a cover 2 shell, and that you're showing the cover 2 look. But a cover 2 shell defense is renowned for sliding out of the cover 2 look post-snap. You're not knowing how it's going to slide, who's going to drop deep, who's going to come downhill. Maybe you'll just slide into more of a quarters coverage. You can do a variety of different things out of the cover 2 shell, but that you're running cover 2 shell itself does not mean you're running into cover 2 as a defense post-snap. Now, zone coverage is a player dropping to a spot and just covering a particular zone or an area of the football field. So shell is we're showing you something pre-snap that's then going to be different post-snap. Zone coverage is a type of coverage, basically just a kind of man coverage and zone coverage. You're either running man or you're running zone. Zone is that you're dropping to a space and you're covering a particular spot of the field from a position. Now, shell coverage can become zone coverage post-snap, so you can slide into zone afterwards with it. It can be that as well, but it also can turn into man coverage post-snap. Megan says, Pumpkin's the kitty version of my nephew when you don't pay him attention. I know. She gets annoyed when I don't. She's already sulked off. Alexander Russ went to the dark side. Anderson says, side note, I'm actually optimistic about Locke. Pete won't put the game on his shoulders. We can use that hose he has in play action and take deep shots deep. Always good to have that downfield play ability. Agreed. It's agreed. I think what helps Anderson is when you have a team that wants to run the ball, play defense, special teams, limit the amount of total throws the quarterback has to make. That limits the necessary impact of that quarterback at that point, which then in a way somewhat then protects that quarterback. Megan says Jody was sitting between the boys to separate them and give them looks like, don't you make me put the naughty corner boys in the corner. You know I will. Potentially. It wouldn't surprise me. Just Tag says Anthony Richardson will be really fun to watch if we were to draft him, but I don't see him being a Seahawk because we never have a run-first type of quarterback. I think if it was 5 years ago and we're trying to move on from Russ and bringing a quarterback that might be of that kind of skill set, they might have looked at him. I think they're going to look more for the guy that can operate within a pocket and get the ball out on time, get the ball out with accuracy. And if you can't do that, if you're just more of a runner first, like you're talking about with Richardson, or maybe a guy like Jefferson, that could hold back Seattle from selecting that kind of guy, to your point on that. Charles Riley is celebrating 9 months. You almost made a cool year here as a member of the channel, Charles. He says, I am not only a fan of the Hawks Nest, I am also a member. Thank you for all your support, man. I appreciate you. Mike Botts is it going to be Drew Lock or Geno Smith as our starter? Boy, it's hard to make a prediction quite yet, Mike, until I see them both kind of playing. But I think Geno's the early leader in the clubhouse. He's got a little more familiarity here with what's going on. That's going to give him a bit of a leg up, and I think it's going to be a very close competition throughout on this. But when it's all said and done week one, if you're pressing my hand to the oven and you're saying make a choice, I'll go with Geno as being the week one starter. But I think they end up both starting football games for us this upcoming season. 16-bit Blocker says, you watch Cody Bryant will be a stud. He has work ethic. He does. He's great. Love him. Sean Hines says, who would you draft as a quarterback next draft? And what would you be willing to give up to move up to get them if needed? Will Levis would be the guy that I'd look at, Sean. I certainly would love to have a little more year of tape study on all these guys to make this as a final determination. But if you just want a kind of an early answer on this, it would be Levis. I would be willing to give up both my first-round picks and both of my second-round picks to go get Will Levis in next year's draft. I don't know if I would go much more further past that, understanding that there are going to probably be 5 or 6 first-round quarterbacks in next year's draft, which makes it less necessary for me to absolutely just target one guy and give up everything for him. I think that sort of reduces that need a little bit. But that was the nature of your question. So in the nature of your question, I would go that route. Empower Code, laughing my ass off. Brendan's cat is such a vibe. I love these streams so much, man. Genuinely feels like a tightly knit family. Well, thank you, Empower Code. I agree, man. We've got very much a family type unit here, and she is. Come here. Come here. What you doing? Oh. What? What is it? Huh? Let's give him a little bit of purr. You guys getting some purr on this? Get a little bit of purr action here on the... There you go. But thanks, Empower Code. Very kind of you to say that, man. Whitey says the issue with Levis is he tends to lack touch on short throws, and the offense he had had him throwing 32% of his passes at or behind the line of scrimmage. He will be fun to watch for sure. We do need another year of tape to kind of get everything finalized down. But boy, the plus angles of what he brings there's a lot of other stuff on the plus side of that too, and I don't think there's any quarterback that's perfect of any of these top guys we're looking at last year's tape at least. But maybe this stuff starts to get cleaned up as we go along and gets a little bit better and a little bit better all the way across the board, not just on Levis's case, but with the Stroud. Young gets a little more weight on him. Richardson gets a few more attempts than 47. Get a little bit more data. Have a good night, Randall. Thanks for all the donos on the channel, man. The great discussion as always, brother. Sean Hines says, isn't the Bears owned by a woman? I can't remember on that one. It might be, right? Isn't it one of that family that's owned it for years? Could we realistically wait another year and go and get Will Anderson this year? We could, your boy Michael. If Carroll's a defensive-minded coach. If there's any coach that would make that kind of decision, he'd be the type to do so. Say, Will's just too good. He's just too good. Sean Maney says our backfield's going to be elite. Can't wait to see the run game in action this season. Me neither, man. I think that's going to be a big component to this team and what it can get out and how much success it can achieve next year. I think it's the beginning component, Sean. So I started a couple of weeks ago with the running back room. I think that's where a lot of stuff starts to build out of, because if the running backs are elite, if the running game can be elite, then you're controlling the clock, you're controlling time of possession, you're moving the chains, you're protecting your defense, and if the defense takes a couple steps forward with the new scheme and they can be better, and you already know the special teams unit can be great, this is a pathway towards this team winning more games than they lose, and then with that, a pathway to getting into the playoffs. 16-bit blocker, I see Walker as a poor man's LaDainian Tomlinson. I could see that a little bit. 16-bit blocker. It's the jump cut stuff that they do in their game is definitely some shades of LaDainian. Felt like LaDainian might be a little bigger in size, just a bit. But I'm sure somebody would post the stat here showing that they were within 3 pounds of each other or something. So, but I'm good with that. I'll go with that. I'll take that comparison. Sean Maney says, where does Uchenna Usu fit in our defense? Will he start in the 3-4 looks? He will. And he's actually, Sean, in watching his tape after he was first signed, he's actually pretty decent as a run in run defense. He can set the edge. He's had an effect in that area of things. So he's going to be your blind side, I believe, 3-4 outside linebacker. And he is explosive, 16-bit. Kenneth Walker is very explosive. Megan says, there are so many reasons I love Paul Allen. What he gave to Seattle with our team and city, a true hero in my eyes, and why he is the namesake of my 12's Bear. Hell yeah, Megan. Very well said. Very well said. Ethan Techworld says, now being a couple months later, would you rather still have kept Wilson and got rid of Carroll? Yeah, I still would have leaned to doing what I proclaimed would have probably been the smart way to go with it. But there was also more to my decision than just making that choice of things, of course, Ethan. It was about the coach you were bringing in. It was about the commitment you were going to make on the offensive side of the ball, especially the offensive line. But, yeah, probably would have gone that route instead. But hopefully Carroll can make me look foolish. Megan Gok Rogers says, B, can you explain what a veteran's contract is and what the difference is with other contracts? Yeah, Megan. So there's the CBA for the Players Association and the NFL have negotiated when a player signs a 1-year deal and it's a minimum deal, that there is a floor to how far that minimum goes down. It's been historically, about $1 million? It's probably like $1.5 million or something. So that means if you're a vet who's been in the league, I think for more than 3 or 4 years, maybe it's after 3 years, I think, you're eligible then to make the veteran minimum, which would be that $1.5 million. So most other contracts, Megan, work off of a multi-year basis and bonus money. Well, a 1-year veteran minimum deal doesn't work off of any bonus money, and it's only the base salary that you're on the hook for. And oftentimes, it's not a guaranteed salary. unless they're on the roster week 1 and then after. Once you get to week 2, if you bring a guy in on a veteran salary, it's basically a week-to-week type of contract. So no guarantees, only the base. Other contracts, Megan, tend to be multi-years. They tend to have a base salary and a bonus that goes together to determine what you're costing the team on a given year. And it also means that if you cut those guys that are in a multi-year deal, there's dead money on your books versus a veteran minimum guy, because there is no bonus money on a veteran minimum guy. There is no dead money in the books if you happen to cut that type of player. So it's a very team-friendly type deal to get a veteran minimum player. It's kind of all upside, no downside. AJ on the beat says the Seahawks are going to get smacked no matter what will happen. We'll see, man. Jamal, I think the Seattle will be a great team. I mean, we have some stud players. I mean, look at the cornerback position. You never know, Jamal. You never know, man. 16-bit blocker says, Brando, if you ever need a babysitter for Pumpkin, I'm on South Hill. Hey, you never know, man. I like to take trips. I do like to take trips. Herbicide says, yeah, between Gates, Bezos, and the douche who sold the Sonics, yeah, Paul Allen was the coolest one. Yeah, he's been the best owner of I think any of our owners here in Seattle, that's for sure, by a wide margin. Charles uses these streams as an excuse to waste and so he doesn't work next day. I love it. It's awesome, Charles. Jamal Haji says, quick question. Did we get Marquise Goodwin? We did, Jamal. I wouldn't put a lot of stock into this signing, though. I don't think it's going to bring about much for us. Jordan Kraft, how do you think our fans will react to Russell coming back to Seattle in week 1? I think overall, Jordan, it will be applause and appreciation. There will be smattering of boos. So you're going to get a little bit of, I think, a mixed bag when he returns. AGM Productions, anytime, man. Thank you. I hope I kind of gave a good explanation on that. I can definitely elaborate a little bit more if you'd like. How much did we sign Marquise Goodwin for, Jamal? Well, this is a good question. It books in just with what Megan was asking. So we signed him to a veteran minimum deal. Be a 1-year deal for what, $1.5 million or whatever the cost is at for a veteran minimum, which means there's not a great chance he makes the roster. But if he comes in and he works his tail off and trains every day this offseason, maybe there's a chance. Megan says, B, if Levis is gone before we pick, do you have anyone else in mind for us to get? I think C.J. Stroud certainly could be a very interesting guy, Megan. Van Dyke of the Miami Hurricanes is another guy to maybe keep an eye on here. I'm a little bit out on Young. I'm not quite there with Jefferson because I don't know if he can operate a West Coast offense versus what he's doing in college. But those would be the 3 guys that come to mind outside of those 3 guys in total at kind of at the top of my list, Megan. Stroud and Van Dyke. Though, as Brendan told me last week, he can't see a guy named Van Dyke being a star quarterback in the NFL. And he might have a point on that. I hope Blair's healthy for the Broncos game too, Herbicide. Megan says, I'm not a performing SEAL dad, damn it. You spend too much time with these people and I have to be nice to them. Yeah, not happening. That is Megan Bumpkin's inner monologue. She's over there and she'll give me looks when I'm on the show for a long time. Like, really? 6 hours? Are you on all 6 hours to stream, huh? Sean Hines says, based just coming out of college, who has a higher upside, Darrell Taylor or Boye Mafe? It's a really good question, Sean. I'm going to go with Boye Mafe. But it's not by a wide margin. I think they're very close in projection to where they're going to be at the top end, which is 2 guys who will be around probably like 13 sack level when they're really rolling, but won't be into that necessarily 17, 18, 19 sack area that some of the special rushers get to. So upper level pass rushers in this league, very competent, very efficient, not necessarily stardom, but really, really good. But Mafe by just a little bit of an edge, Sean. I think Mafe's got some upside as a run defender that I'm not as certain Darrell Taylor does. Power Code says Russ is such an egomaniac. The dude didn't want to be here, period. No more discussion needed. Agreed. Why do I? Russ was one of the greats when it came to fourth quarter and game winners. Last several years, that has been on the decline statistically and showed watching the games. Not as good in 2-minute drives. Agreed. That stuff, the magic had started to kind of dwindle. Can't wonder, but if maybe some of the magic dwindled because of the fact that he just wasn't quite as able to move in the pocket as he was relying on in those 2-minute drills of the past. Why do I says, don't get me wrong, I love Levis, wonderful athlete and cannon arm, just will be looking to see if he clears it up in certain things. Agreed. Why do I? I'm with you on it. And again, he's just my personal guy right now. Everybody might have their guy or somebody they might prefer at this early stage. We got a whole nother year of tape, though. It's definitely a real premature time to have any guy that we're for sure on, and it's going to be fun watching him, man, especially watching him with an eye, knowing one of these guys is probably going to be ours. VTOOWF, Cardinals are going to be a problem with the Oklahoma chemistry building in Phoenix. What do you think? Not as convinced, VT. They lost some guys this offseason as far as free agency goes. Chandler Jones, Hicks. Let me go back to it here. What do they lose here? So Christian Kirk, Jordan Hicks, Chandler Jones. Okay, you brought in Marquise Brown, but you're also going to be down like the first 6 games due to a PED suspension for DeAndre Hopkins. And boy, VT, they have sure built a lot of their team towards just the offensive side of the ball while kind of ignoring the defensive side of the ball. Defense kind of matters, and everything for them seems to be about skill position players. So I'm a little down on Oklahoma. I'm a little down on the Oklahoma Cardinals. We'll see if it can pan out for them, but I don't think they're going to be as much of a problem as you might be thinking. I know Hollywood Brown and Murray have that connection going back from Oklahoma, but Brown kind of is what he is to me, and that's not a guy who should have been worth a first-round pick at this point. Why do I says Van Dyke needs to clean up some of his deep passes? Several times he bailed out by poor cornerback play, and they would needlessly grab and get PI. He needs to be more consistent in how he starts games, too. Definitely need to still dive into some tape on him, so I'll go with you on that. Sounds good to me on that. I watched just a little bit of tape on him, so I was sort of taking a break from my why do I. I did so much film watching of the college prospects leading up to the draft. I've admittedly sort of taken a good few weeks here to just sort of recharge the batteries. Bash Gordon, I'm pretty sure the Chicago Bears not only are owned by a woman, but allow their cheerleaders to play most of the downs. Also laughing out loud, go Hawks. VT says, also, if you have any, what are your opinions on Kenneth Walker III not even becoming a Heisman semifinalist? The Heisman's award that tends to go to the quarterback every year for the most part, right? And so it's become more of a quarterback award than any other kind of award. If another position is going to win it or be up in the semifinal state or anything like that, it's going to have to be a team that, you really got to be a difference maker to get that done. Also being up in the far north in Michigan State versus being, let's say, maybe an East Coast or a Southern team might have had him more into that position of doing that. But I don't think I derive much VT from him not being a semifinalist as to how it affects him as a pro, or whether or not that means that he's not as good from a projectable state at the running back position if he had been that. And yeah, I do agree. He was snubbed for the production he had and for how good a player he was last year. But that's where I do come back, VT, for me. Did he win the Walter Thorpe Award? If he wins the Walter Thorpe Award, that's okay. That's to me the one that's like, you got that, then that's good enough for me on that one. AGM Productions says, how does the compensatory picks work? It is a little bit of a secret sauce situation here, AGM. And what I mean by that is that the NFL determines in their own very silent, unknown way how many you lose free agents in a given offseason and you gain free agents in a given offseason. And the NFL takes what you've lost versus what you've taken in, and they spit it into their secret sauce formula, and then they determine that you've either lost more in value or you've gained more in value versus what you spent versus what you've lost. So if let's say you're a team and you have 3 free agents that are signed to other teams, and you bring no other free agents in-house, then that's all plus value to you. Let's say you have one guy signs a big deal, another guy signs a secondary deal, and another guy signs kind of a low-end deal. Well, maybe that high-end deal guy gets you a 3rd-round pick, and the secondary deal gets you the 5th-round pick, and the low-end pick gets you the 7th-round pick. Again, it's secret sauce. Nobody knows exactly how the formula bears out. You can get a general idea of teams and what they're going to get and be pretty accurate by just eyeballing it. But that's how it generally works. So when you look at the Seattle Seahawks team this offseason, AGM, we have lost some guys in free agency. That part is for sure, but we've signed more in free agency with other guys, Achuno Wuza or Al Jefferson, Al Jefferson, and a couple of little deals like that, Austin Blythe, where that's going to offset whatever we would have lost, meaning that we're not going to get any compensatory picks next year. Malcolm Butler is a team-friendly guy also. Jimmy G's Seahawks, baby. No way. I don't want Jimmy. No Jimmy here. No Jimmy. Mason, I know Clint Hurtt got a lot of credit as the D-line coach, but we've had a lot of young pass rushers with potential, and none of them took that next step. Maybe more of an indictment on Schneider. Could be Mason. Also, don't forget, you've been asking your defensive linemen to do a lot of 2-gapping, and if your defensive linemen are going to do a lot of 2-gapping, their impact is going to probably be a little bit reduced versus those guys that get to do the gap and halving or single gapping like we're going to be doing going forward. That could have also impacted a little bit of the production on the defensive line. I know that I spoke specifically with Clowney about this, and he talked about how hard it was with how much Seattle drove into the heads of the defensive linemen to play the run, how much that then impinged and impacted their ability to then be efficient pass rushers. You can do one or the other. It's very hard to do both of those two things. Being the old stop the run until you get to the passer is how a guy like Carroll would say it. And that's all easier said than done. Megan says, so how does the veteran's contract work if a player who is under contract under week 1 and is injured? So if he gets, let's say he's a veteran minimum deal, Megan, he goes through training camp on the veteran minimum deal and he gets past week 1 and he's on the active roster, then that veteran minimum deal becomes fully guaranteed at that point. If you bring the veteran in after week 1 into week 2, then none of it is guaranteed. So if he becomes injured let's say you bring in a guy week 2, not in training camp, not week 1, he becomes injured. There's usually some kind of little injury settlement thing where he gets a $10,000, $20,000 extra, but then he can be cut at that time for nothing. But week 1, fully guaranteed, you ain't getting out from under it no matter what. Oh, Amy Kimball with the $20 donation. Sorry, Amy. I actually had a couple here things I've been missing. I appreciate you on the $20 donation, Amy. Very kind of you. Hope you're doing well. Says, how fast will the team adjust to a new 3-4? Hope since principles are similar to last year. Love your podcast. Well, thank you so much, Amy. Very kind of you on the donation and kind of you to say. I appreciate that. I believe that the transition will be fast, and part of the reason that I'm having a little more optimism in regards to this defensive turnaround versus, let's say, the offensive side of the ball, which I think does take a year for the new offensive coordinator to instill his attack. It's going to take a year to move Mike Solari out and Andy Dickerson as the offensive line coach. I don't think it's the same way, Amy, on the defensive side of the ball. You were a 4-3 under team and how you were running your defense. That was your defense. This defense is a 3-4 under team. So you're still running some of those same under principles while at the same point in time, obviously adjusting certain things. You're going to be more blitz heavy. You're going to do more of, as I was saying before, less of the 2-gapping and more of the gap and a halving. Some of that's going to need to have a little bit of ramping up time period going on there. But you're still going to play a predominant amount of zone coverage. And I think that these things and these factors allow for it to be an easier transition. To essentially put it, I guess, to a bottom line level, Amy, you're going to be able to execute similarly to how you've executed in the past while more adding on top of those things that you did in the past. And that's easier to me versus we did certain things this way wholly, and now we're going to wholly do these things completely in an opposite way, which then to me would, regardless of offense or defense, be a thing that takes that year of time to ramp up, that year of time to onboard the right personnel. I don't think that that's going to be as much of a requirement here, in my opinion. So and the last part on this is to keep in mind with this too, Amy, think about as well the returns you get. Part of why that defense was having the problems in recent years that it was having was that you were so easy to prepare for, not just throughout the course of the given week in the preparations from a game plan standpoint, but easy to prepare for pre-snap to post-snap. At one point last year, you were showing teams 94% of the time, the coverage you were showing them pre-snap was what you were post-snap. This scheme is going to be completely opposite. So there is also a little bit of the returns that you get that are immediate just from being unpredictable when you were just so predictable prior. And that part should give us some encouragement for a quicker turnaround. Thank you for the donation, though. Very, very kind of you. Spectre7 is celebrating 8 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you, Spectre7, for doing so. It says, Paul Allen also has a sweet aviation museum in Washington. He does. Did a lot for his local area. This is a little bit more of closer to what we, I think, would hope from our billionaires versus what we sometimes see. It's the going sentiment out there from some when they look at billionaires of these guys that are mustache twirling evil men that only just seem to be all about continuing to expand their power, control, and money. Whereas with Paul, there was a lot of other things that he was doing that seemed to go beyond that realm of things. Look at the Rock Museum that he put into place. I don't like how the building looks from the freeway, but I can't argue with when you get inside and actually go through the tour. It's a pretty cool museum. So yeah, Paul's a good man. Good man. They're going to probably someday get a statue out there in front of him in the stadium. And Power Code, yeah, Brando is like a nice huggable bear, and Brando is a hardened grizzly. Yeah, I'm definitely a huggable bear. I've never been described as a huggable bear, but I will take that all day long. Stab S, thank you for the quarterback thoughts for the draft next year. We'll be checking more tape of them. No problem. Anytime, Steph, and I will continue to monitor and track every throw these guys make this season. I'm going to be watching and checking out for sure. Pumpkin's getting a little bit. Cat's getting feisty. Mason Dale says, how do you feel about bringing back former players as assistant coaches? Does it make a difference, or are they just names people remember and sound like smart hires? No, I think that I'm good with players being brought back. If they're passionate about it, they want to do it. I think that there's also a smart realm of doing this where you're bringing on guys that have that little extra care, that they played with the organization, that it's not just another team or a different logo on their hat, that it's actually something that they're invested in. And I do think that that's the case with a guy like Averill, who helps out pass rushers, or Chancellor time to time comes in, and Aaron Curry, and there's been a couple guys here as former players that become assistant coaches. So I think it's nothing but a good thing, Mason. No, I don't think that they do it just to sound like smart hires. I think if you're going to be a coach, you've got to earn your stripes, and you can't half-ass it or just have nepotism bring you in because it's good for a PR standpoint. I think you got to really be good with what you do. Brendan's hot tub streams. Yeah, I don't catch too many of Brendan's hot tub streams. Elwood says, did I miss talk on the quarterback battle? No, Elwood. I think we just don't know a lot of where it is quite yet. Gino supposedly has a little bit of the early lead in the clubhouse here before we even get to the mini camps and training camp. But we just need to see a lot more of it play out before we can come to a conclusion. Brendo's hair is no nonsense like his analytics. Drive says, hate to admit it, but the Rams on a different stratosphere than us other three. It's a valid point, Tribe. Valid point. They've certainly, and especially if you just take us out of this area of things, if you look at them versus even the Cardinals or 49ers this past offseason, three teams that did make the playoffs last year, they certainly went a lot more aggressively this offseason than those other two teams. I think there's a reason for that. But it has to be acknowledged that the Rams certainly continue to still go for it and do all they can to put themselves back on the mountaintop once again this upcoming season. Herbicide says, who you got, Geno or Locke? I think Geno starts out starting, but I think a Locke ends up getting in there by the end of things. 16-Bit Blocker says, Brando, in 2005, I got to watch the 49ers game with Walter Jones' family. His wife was so nice. I seen he was at the facility mentoring Cross. Awesome stuff. That is awesome stuff. I love to see it. I love to hear it. And it can only help when a Hall of Famer is giving you some tidbits of advice, man. It can only help. Sean Hines says, if the difference between grabbing Baker, if he's let go, is 2 to 3 games, would you do it or want the higher first-round draft pick more? If I'm able to get Baker Sean on a veteran minimum deal and I'm not having to give up draft compensation to bring him in, then I'm okay with him coming in to make us 2 to 3 games better, even if that does impact the first-round draft status. I'm not going to, as I've said, I think that the tanking for a pick thing sounds good in theory, but doesn't always work out as well going that route. So I probably still would go in that direction of things with Baker. Every time he would read Brendan Nelson's haircut name out loud, I'd piss myself into a semi-coma. Oh, that's awesome. Mason, most interesting positional battle outside of the quarterback is slot corner. I could see Brown, Amadi, Coleman, Blair, or Burns winning the job. And does the depth push Ryan Neal out of the dime looks? It could, Mason, if the best man's going to win it. I mean, if that is a lot of competition for him at that dime slot versus last year, Mason, there wasn't a lot of competition for dime. In fact, we reached one point where we had so many injuries, we couldn't even run dime as the year went along. So it'll be a different year for Ryan as far as that competition goes versus what it was prior, but he will be in the mix. Megan says, where's the best place in Seattle to buy Seahawks swag aside from the pro shop? I'm not sure on the answer on that question there, Megan, because I am on the east side, so I'm not sure. Somebody will let you know in the chat, I'm sure. Any number of the malls, I think, all have their own individual shop too, Megan. Why do I had to watch all the film I can now because I won't have time later. How we football junkies spend our free time is strange to people looking the outside in. It is indeed. I know how it goes, man. It's a balancing act. You got to pick your times. I got through like 240 prospects in the last draft, something like that, 250, and watching so much tape, I had to take a break. Especially some of the college offenses, which are not always the funnest to watch because they're so kitschy and just everything's just not always exciting with how they run it. VT says, what are my thoughts on Jackson Dart, Kelvin Slovis, Spencer Rattler, Caleb G. Williams, and Dylan Gabriel? Are those viable quarterback options? Potentially, VT. Again, to understand, so I go so hard, VT, on my draft coverage, and I usually got to spend 2.5 months of grinding tape. I don't just watch highlights. I'm watching whole games of multiple prospects, up to 250 prospects. So I get to the end of the draft, and I don't want to spend about the next month and a half of looking at college prospects. Just being honest. I get to that spot where I'm like, okay, I'm good for a little bit of time now. I'm gonna take a step back. So I've looked at some of those guys that you listed on that list there. Others I haven't. I don't know on Jackson Dart or Dylan Gabriel. Keldon Slovis is kind of just a guy for me at the quarterback position out of USC, probably more of into the 3rd and 4th round range of things. I don't see a ton of upper level tools for the NFL level. Spencer Rattler, when he's at his best, is to me like an immobile version of a Dak Prescott. The key here being when he's at his best, he is very able at making the wow throw, the throw that'll get you to stand up off of your couch. But he struggles with just doing the boring, simple, easy thing that you need the quarterback sometimes to do, especially within these modern offenses. Caleb Williams, of those guys you mentioned, gets me the most excited. He just has a moxie and a way he goes about playing the position that I really appreciate. I think he's got really good post-play intelligence in how he processes on the field, processing, much like arm strength for me, VT, are two components of a quarterback that I'm going to gravitate towards, especially when I see that at the head of their skill set. Caleb doesn't have as necessarily an upper level mobility, but it's pretty good. Good live arm, can make a lot of the throws, really throws well with touch. I like him the most out of those guys you list. I think Caleb definitely has a good chance to end up being a first-round quarterback if he can continue to grow off of what he's shown, especially with USC and where that program is potentially going. But Keldon Slovis, I think Slovis moved off of it USC too. I think he's gone to somewhere else, but he just didn't do a lot for me when I watched his tape. VT says also, what about Baker? Is that still up in the air or no? It is still up in the air, VT. According to Sam Howell of The Athletic, he reported this week that the Panthers, the Seahawks, and the Browns are in a holding pattern right now. The Browns are still trying to hold out to get compensation, / they also don't want to pay any of Baker's contracts, so they're trying to get some team to take that on. Neither the Panthers or the Seahawks are willing to do that at this point. Baker's also still rehabbing a shoulder injury, so he can't even practice at the moment. All this puts this into a holding pattern. If we could stop screens, Jay? Barry says, after the last 3 years of Russ's wishy-washy BS and putting out lists for trades, the best move for fans is to not react. To be indifferent. Indifference is the opposite of love. Oh, just the whole stadium just gets quiet. Starting at quarterback for the Denver Broncos, Russell Wilson. That's the stadium, by the way, after he says that. That would be pretty eerie. Russ is just looking around like it all just got quiet, like nobody's even talking. Why do I? 100% Brando, I would rather have the issue of my D-line getting gashed by the run because they were looking to pass rush compared to the issue of play calling slowing up the pass rush. It's going to be a key component. It's part of why I'm hyped about this defense is that the Fangio defense calls upon its defensive linemen to not two-gap, but to gap and a half. There's still some principles to what you might ask a guy to two-gap within that, but at the head of it now, you're taking the lineman from sitting in a stagnant state to getting in a state of getting uphill, getting upfield. Soviet Spy says 3-4 defenses have done very well in the last couple of seasons. They have. I think as much for anything, Soviet Spy, less to do with the fact you're now able to bring 4 linebackers on the field, but you can even go to now more of the 3-3-5 looks, right? 3 down linemen, 3 linebackers, and 5 defensive backs, which is this league goes to more of a passing heavy state of things. Having that extra defensive back on the field certainly then does help the coverage hold up just a little bit better. Jay says if we could have stopped the screens last year, we would have been 11-6. Yeah, you may not be wrong on that, Jay. Once we lost KJ Wright, our screen whisperer, boy, did it go down. Klaus82 says no one's talking about Jacob Eason. The reality is that he hasn't had a shot, and he has big upside. I know he's got big upside. He's got a very good arm, probably the best arm on our roster, and that's saying something. And Gino and Locke certainly have a good arm in their own respect. But there are other elements of his game that are been severely wanting the last time we saw him on the football field. And you gotta of course take note of it too, Klaus. When you got the Colts last year who lose Sam Ehlinger, who they had picked to push Eason, and then you have Carson Wentz last year not exactly lighting the world on fire, and then they still release him mid-year. There's something to be said from that for where they saw Eason at as him as a player. Now, maybe he can turn it on and become something much more better as we go forward, but he's going to have to show us on the field before I think we can predict it. How fun will your cast be this year? Even if Seattle has a bad game, we can all share notes on the latest college quarterback play. Exactly, man. I'm going to have fun with it this year. I'm a lot more easier going into a year like this where I'm not having high expectations versus watching my team have its Hall of Fame quarterback and waste his prime because they're not showing the hallmarks of being a team going all in for it. And that's going to be easier for me to take. Jacob Haas says, have you seen the Seahawkers podcast with Brandon and Adam? I've not, Jacob. I'll try to check it out. If it's really good, happy to check it out. Callie Tangerine says, I finally got my pick outside Lumen last week. Hope I visit again in the future. Nice, Callie. Very nice. Got that up on the profile, hopefully. Got to get that up on your profile. Get the duck off. Let's get the what is that? I know what that is. I don't know I forget what the name is. Audie Bell says Paul Allen didn't wall himself off from common people like a lot of billionaires do. Good point. Yeah, it seemed like he was a little bit more accessible. Boy, it's just something about those guys, and they get that money, they just slide into those weird ways. Money does corrupt, though, that way, I guess. Bash Gordon says, I caught one of Brendan's hot tub streams the other day, or should I say it caught me off guard, laughing out loud. I was like, whoa, should I be here? It was cool, laughing out loud. What's my favorite position to scout? Asked Mason Dale. Good question. I think my favorite position to scout is probably quarterback because there's so many things you can look at with it, but that's not very much fun, is it? So let's go with a different position. Gosh, it's a good question. Probably edge, because edge is the one where you get the most moments where you're just giggling at guys just handedly whooping the guy across from him, because there can be that difference in talent at the college level between a tackle and an edge, especially an elite edge. You go watch a guy like Trayvon Walker's tape out of Georgia, and it's like, yeah, he doesn't have a lot of pass rush moves, but when he lights a tackle up and he puts his two hands in that guy's chest plate, he is going to lift that guy off the ground. And there's nothing like watching a 300-pound man being lifted off off his feet, and the desperation and what that can cause in him, which I enjoy watching. Gerald Lewis, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. FFD Takoya says, I'm going to go to the Niners-Seattle game. How will my fellow Seahawks treat me and my girl? I'm from the Bay Area. I think the stadium's gotten a little bit better with that, F50. We used to be pretty gnarly 10 years ago, but they kind of cracked down on that. So, you should be treated well. Obviously, if you walk into an opposing stadium with the enemy's jersey on, and not just the enemy's jersey, but the Niners jersey, I make no promises for my people. That jersey whips us up into a variety of emotions, and sometimes those emotions can include anger, hate, and violence. And I don't advocate it. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying you put a few pops in a man with that kind of hatred in his heart for a given team, and anything can occur at that point. Anything can occur. And, we have a vibrant fan base, man. BT, I have not checked out Tanner Mordecai yet of SMU, outside of watching some of Danny Gray and the receiver for them that was taken, I think, by the Niners in this last draft. I watched a little bit there, so I can, I think he has a fairly lively arm, but I have not watched much of his tape as of yet. Robert Christensen says, do you think the Marquise Goodwin pickup will help us? I think Robert, he's just a camp body at this point, and I don't think that there's a high likelihood that he's going to make the roster. Didn't even play in 2020. Last year played very infrequently. He's, I think, he's just a guy. Just a guy. That's right, VT. Slovis moved to Pitt. I forgot about that. I was going off some of my early look at him at USC a couple of years ago, but that's right. Guys are bouncing around now more, VT. Got to stay on our toes with these guys. But I'll take a look at all the people you mentioned. I will be really expanding into and diving back into. So I'm just getting back into tape. I was watching Jefferson this morning out of Arkansas, and I'm going to start going through more of my list of guys. Alejandro Verduzco. Let's go, Alejandro. Good to see you on, my man. Really good to see you in the chat. Bash says, I know just listening to news throughout the NFL, everybody's talking about Bosa and Mack, but what about Clowney and Garrett? That's pretty scary too. Very scary. Every bit is scary, in my opinion, of a Bosa and Mack, if you really want to break this down to it at the bottom line. But I think that people's, there's a going narrative with Clowney that just sort of follows him no matter what. And I think he's a guy that gets a little underrated in NFL circles, NFL fan circles, and that he's a former number one pick, and everyone's just decided that he'll never be anything good. But he's an excellent edge run defender, one of the best in the league, and he's also a very capable pass rusher who's going to give you a very high pressure win rate. You pair that opposite Garrett. They didn't get quite the returns last year. Some of that was from the poor quarterback play and the poor offensive play of the Browns, but they still have a lot of good pieces on that defense. F50 says, I'm a Niner fan, Brody, but love y'all stadium. That's why I'm going up there in the city. Well, thank you, F50. It is a beautiful stadium. And I will say, F50, I didn't like the fact you guys moved your stadium out to Santa Clarita. You should have kept it in San Francisco. There was more of an ambiance and there's more of a romantic element to it being in the city with Candlestick, another one of those awesome names. But you should be okay, man. I appreciate you checking out the stream. And good luck on your visit. Why do I says good chance Watson gets suspended 48 games this year? Could you imagine Cleveland trying to keep Baker to be the starter for those games? Would be such a great NFL drama. I was thinking about that with them. Why do I? Because they knew they would anticipate that. And I'm just telling Baker, look, suck it up, buddy. You'll be a free agent after the year, but you're stuck here in Cleveland for another year. Nobody wants to be stuck in Cleveland for a year, by the way, right? Doesn't matter whether you're starting quarterback or whether you're out there in the oil fields of Cleveland if they have them. You don't want to be in Cleveland for a year stuck. Nobody does. But they're kind of hardlining it right now. Why do I? They're kind of hardlining it. And here's the thing. Nobody right now, as the current market stands, is going to give them any kind of compensation that they're wanting if they're really trying to talk about still getting draft capital back and not wanting to eat any of the salary. Carolina went and drafted Matt Corral. So they in Seattle were the only two teams that were in it. And now one of those teams has kind of been removed from it. Callie says, laughed my ass off. My PFP is not a duck. It's my Lilo and Stitch Experiment 625. Ruben, he loves sandwiches. Okay. It's a small little thing, so I can't quite, it's very tiny on my screen in the way it looks, but my bad. My bad. Lilo and Stitch is cool. F50 says, all live, bro. It's good. No worries here. It's going to be a fun game. It is going to be a fun game. And I do like that we've got the rivalry we do at 50. We came from the NFC West a little late to this game out in the NFC West, and there was a little worry that we wouldn't have the same kind of vibrance of that rivalry that we had with the Raiders and the Chiefs and the Broncos. But indeed, and especially in the case of the 49ers, that has been there and a part of this division battle over the last 20 years, which has been awesome. Who's our quarterback this year? Probably Geno Smith, but maybe Locke. Hard to say. I'm sorry, Tinder, but no, not one woman I ever met on there wanted me to be gone. Wanted me, so be gone with you, you liar. L2 Method says, bro, at least all the fake fans are gone now that Russ is gone. It's true. If you were here for just a player and not the team, then we definitely got a little lighter on our bandwagon if that's the case. Luckily, there's nobody in my chat that's that way. I had few and far between anybody that was saying anything close to that L2, but you're right. There were those fans that came into their Seahawks fandom right about the time that Russell Wilson arrived, and that it was hard for them to separate the two. And so Russell leaving definitely, I think, on a couple people hit him in a certain kind of way with their feels. 16-bit blocker says DK did very well when Geno was quarterback last year. Pound the rock, play action, and play great D. That's a winning formula. It is a winning formula. And it's a winning formula that doesn't require your quarterback to be a game changer, which is the most important part. Why says, me typos tell me it's bedtime. Night, y'all. Good stream, Brando. Have a good night, man. Appreciate you, Why. Always for the good football talk and discussion. Have yourself a great night. Yeah, I like the 49er. I agree, Tangerine. Niner and Seahawks rivalry is just great. I love it. TJ Wilburn says, what are the chances we shock the world and win the division? Well, it's probably like a 20% chance right now, TJ. But as I was saying at the top of this show, you certainly are right there with the Cardinals and the Niners as it being close. You know, those guys aren't far and away better than you. And maybe the Rams are a little bit in more of that far and away mode. But if the Rams were to lose two of those top-end guys, if they lose any number of two of Stafford, Donald, Cooks, and Ramsey, you lose two of those four. I think that team is in way different shape versus being the clear front runner of the division as they stand right now. Very top heavy. But, you know, there's a chance, TJ. There's always a chance in the NFL. That's kind of the key on this series of what I'm doing here with these live streams over the last couple of weeks is there is a chance. Nothing is certain. Not in the NFL. Megan says, I came to my Hawks fandom via our silver-headed coach, so I guess I'm a bandwagoner. No, not at all, Megan. The key on it is it's a bandwagoner if you're going to leave the team once Coach Carroll goes and you're no longer a fan of the team if Coach Carroll leaves. That's when it's a bandwagon. Like people are saying I'm a Russell Wilson fan or I'm a Seahawks fan, but then Russell Wilson leaves and they're like, oh, I'm no longer a Seahawks fan. That's what I mean it by. F50 says, how the F the Rams have all this money to spend? Well, when they got Matt Stafford at 50, they got a quarterback who had all his bonus money moved off the books because Detroit ate that bonus money. And so when they brought Stafford in and they got him on a new contract this offseason, they were able to take his salary down, his base salary down to a low level, and then only have to be on the hook for his bonus money, which then freed them up contractually to be able to make a couple of other deals. Smart on their part, helpful on their part, helpful on Stafford's part to take a little bit less money, especially this given year, to allow for that to happen. But that's how that particular door was opened. Megan says that is a possibility, B. Just kidding. 12s for life here. I know you are 12s for life. I know it. Mason, these girls want everyone, even you. Damn, some of these bots are ruthless. Bots are being mean, huh? God. It's not enough you got to come with a porn. You got to be mean with the porn, dude. Mean porn? It's the worst kind. It's the worst. That's the worst kind, I tell you. Never know. All right, well, we are 5 hours in, kind of clean and easy here, so let's go ahead and wrap this on up. We're at 10:30. It's a good time to wrap it on up here. Get the last of the combos in. Megan, thank you for taking care of the bots today. I'm sorry they're coming in so frequently. I've got the extra settings turned on, but they just don't know. TJ says, last question. Do you think Russ could be a Manning 2.0 going to the Broncos and be an MVP, etc.? I think Russ has that in his game to be that way, but this had to come with a certain approach by the Broncos in the way that they attacked their offensive line this offseason and how they spent the money that they had to spend. As we move into the future, TJ, we know that Russell Wilson is going to want to command anywhere from $50 to $55 million per year in a new contract next season. That means that they needed to get their work done this year as far as building a super roster around Russell Wilson. And when I look specifically at that offensive line, TJ, I see an offensive line that struggled in pass protection the last couple of years, who is now onboarding a quarterback who tends to hold on to the ball too long, or at least longer than your average bear in the NFL. I think that that's a little bit of an opening here for some problematic aspects to take hold. When Manning came in the door in Denver, they had Ryan Clady at left tackle. They had a solidified offensive line in pass protection, as well as being okay as far as run blocker goes, and then they added to it. Broncos didn't do anything to add further to their offensive line this offseason. So it's my opinion that those pass protection issues are going to still remain, and I think that's going to limit even if it's just to a degree, even if it's just limiting the top end of what Russ can be with the Denver Broncos moving into next year, it is going to limit it next year into being in that type of contention for MVP discussion. And then I think beyond next year, he's going to then be limited by the fact that he's going to want to be paid as much as he's going to want to be paid, because he, like Aaron Rodgers, seems to possess this weird, strange blind spot where they want the rosters to be stacked up completely around them, but they also want to take all of the money. So I don't think that Russell will ever get back into an MVP level or even to an MVP level of place, TJ. But it's not to say that he didn't have the ability to get there. But it's going to require some damn team at some point, if they're taking Russell Wilson, to say, hey, why don't we actually build him a pass-protecting offensive line first and foremost? We didn't do it for him in 10 years, and now the Denver Broncos aren't doing it in their first year with him there. At some point, somebody's going to learn that lesson, TJ, but I don't know why they're so hesitant with Russell to do so. So I don't see the same situation of what you had with Manning. I think it's a totally different situation. I think Manning's skill set allowed for him to still be very, very dangerous and lethal as he got older. I don't know if Russell's skill set's going to allow him to be as dangerous and lethal as he gets older. VT says on Twitch you can ban people. YouTube, you should do that too. Yeah, VT, I've got a laundry list of these porn bots that I mean, it's pages and pages. You can watch as I go to my as my bots that have been blocked on the channel. It's deep, but these bots create new accounts after new accounts after new accounts. So as quickly as you can block them, they're creating new accounts on the back end of it. Crota says, they say you haven't made it till you constantly get spammed by porn bots. There we go. F50, how do you think you'll do against Russ and the Broncos? And how's the weather in December in Seattle? December weather in Seattle is not going to be great, F50, especially for a guy like you coming out of California. I know you Northern California folks you deal with a little bit of winters there too, but it ain't going to be easy. It's going to be cold. It's going to be wet. It's going to be windy. So button up when you go into that. Get yourself some coats. How do I think we'll do against Russ and the Broncos? I think we'll do pretty good against Russ and the Broncos. This is the first game of the year for Russ. And he is just going to a new team. There's probably going to be a little bit of a learning stage there for him and that team. He's got to come home on Monday night, opening game of the season. The crowd is going to be ruckus. I think that we're going to be in his ear and very loud, and I think we're going to have a good chance in that game. But it will be a fun one to watch. VT says, how about waiting for Arch Manning in 5 years? I'm okay. He's supposed to be the best Manning of the bunch as far as talent-wise goes. So I'm with it. I am with it. Robert says, I say Goodwin makes the team, just my opinion. Could be, Robert. Again, I can only go, when I make a prediction on this, I'm going to make it off recent history. And I look at his recent history, and I'm not blown away by what he's necessarily done. He is a name. He's something people are familiar with. But I don't know if you're getting necessarily prime Goodwin at this point. And I don't know if he's going to be good enough to even overtake guys like Bo Melton or Freddie Swain. But yeah, I think there is going to be an open competition there for that fourth and fifth receiver role. And if he can come in and ball out, he'll win the spot. It's not like there's a baseline of a hugely amount of talented guys running the show right now in the receiver room. It's very much, it's open for a guy to come in and take control, take hold. $16-bit blocker says, great stream as usual. Thank you, 16-bit Slaw. 16-bit Slaw, I can't speak after 5 hours in. Thank you, 16-bit blocker. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for all the good talk here on the stream too as well. But you guys are always that way. The one thing with waiting on Manning, VT, though, you got to consider too, is I bet the Mannings are going to want that guy on the East Coast. Just like we saw with Eli Manning and rejecting going to the Chargers, I bet if Arch Manning is selected by, let's say, the Arizona Cardinals, wouldn't surprise me in the least to see the Mannings trying to push to get him out over on the East Coast instead. Bash says 20% chance. I'll take it. Let's go. Super Bowl Hawks. TJ says Russell just pretend the noise is for him. There you go. There you go. Scott Nina, I want the Seahawks to be the best run offensive team with a good defense. Trade soon expensive DK for completing the best offensive line with great backups. Scott, what if we could go get that great offensive line without having to trade DK, though? I mean, you've already got the second amount most of cap space moving into next offseason as we sit right now. you could spend the money on DK and then go address those 2 offensive line situations. And let's not forget, Scott, it's only 2 positions now we have to address. You've taken care of your starting 2 bookend tackles. Eventually, Damian Lewis moves over to right guard. So you merely need a center and a left guard. You can go get that. It's not as whole hog as it was prior and how much we were needing to address on this offensive line. So I think you can actually end up doing both and getting that accomplished. And I sure would like to hold on to DK. I think he's a very good talent. I think he's going to help out whatever young quarterback comes in here to a big degree. And he'll help out the run game too with the amount of double teams that he commands. So I'm okay with signing DK at this point. I'm more in favor of it. And the thing we're already building is too, in addition, Scott, on the front line, good backups too, in addition. You've now got Stone Forsythe as a good backup at the left tackle. You've got Jake Curhan as a pretty solid guy at the right tackle position. Hell, even Phil Haynes has shown that he can be pretty decent for you over at left guard. So you started to also build up the depth on top of the top end talent, the front line talent. Silverwolf AZ, laughing out loud, you should trade for Kyler Murray. Nope, you guys can keep him. I don't want the petulant midget. No, thank you. I don't need the petulant Keebler elf. He can keep his cookies and he can keep his little tree house. I don't want any part of it. I'm not a Kyler fan. TJ says, I'll support Russ this year starting week 2. I'll support Russ starting next year, TJ. I can't support him throughout this year. We need him to lose. I'm sorry, Russ. It's got to be this way. F50 says, nice, man. Good luck, fellas, this season. Bang, bang. Hey, good luck to you guys, too, F50. And have fun in that stadium. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. L2, thank you. You have a good night as well. F50 says, DK acting like a drama queen like Debo. The new guys. He's actually not F50. We know he wants a contract extension, but he said nothing of it this offseason. He's been quiet. He's been a good soldier. He's thrown his support behind Locke, even as he lost Russell Wilson. Now, as Chase Stern says below, a little bit of the DK drama stuff or diva stuff is it's quite overstated, I think. Quite overstated. Silver Wolf, it's a very enticing offer of Kingsbury and Murray as a combination, but we just can't pull the trigger on that one. Instead, what I need you to do is I need your team to spend $45 million on a 5-year deal with Kyler. I need you guys to hitch your wagons to that cart for the next 2 to 3 years, put a lot of money into it. I'm sure at some point he will develop into a leader. It has to happen at some point, right? By the sheer law of averages or something like that. A broken clock being right twice a day. TJ says, did you see the report where we were thinking about trading up to number 7 with the Giants? Yeah. Charles Cross was the guy. They wanted to get Charles. They were worried about losing him. They had a higher grade on him than Evan Neal, TJ, which I think is telling. I'm glad that they sat still and stood pat. Part of what I said with this draft and why I was so encouraged by it was the encouragement came as much by them standing pat and just not moving around from just holding where they needed to hold. Take the best player available on your board. Don't move back. Don't move up. Use your allotment of picks and take the best guy available on your board. That's what they did. They let that win out. They let that drive the day. And that it's so encouraging, TJ, from this draft, not because of the players that it bore out, TJ, but also because it can give us encouragement and hope for future drafts that they can execute it similar from a tactical standpoint. Mega says, I would have been pissed if we lost Cross at 9 as well as B knows. Called him 6 weeks before. Yeah, I know you would have been disappointed by that one, Megan. I was disappointed. Just a little bit. Marvin Mims. Paul says, will not be a top quarterback, but he's better than Garoppolo. All right. Well, we got to the end here, folks. I got all the questions in there. Paul, it's good to see you in there. Paul says Trey Lance will not be a top quarterback, but he will be better than Garoppolo. I agree with Paul on this. I think he's going to be better than Garoppolo, and I think he's going to be a good fit for the Shanahan offense and being able to work off of his mobility with the run game and how they do. They don't get any of that with Garoppolo where they can use a quarterback with some wheels. I think that's going to pair very nicely with their running game when it's all said and done. Megan says the only thing worse was if Desai went to the Vikings B. Yeah, that would have been tough swallow. Only we hire Hurt and then we don't have any hope for the real change of scheme. We just get again the same kind of changeover we got from Chris Richard to Ken Norton in basic tones. TJ says Jimmy G to the Seattle, no thanks. Yeah, I say no thanks to that as well. That does nothing for me. I don't need Jimmy Garoppolo here. He's not going to be all that much better than what you got out of Locke or Geno. Certainly, the Niners aren't going to be willing to deal him within the division unless we're returning back quite a haul. John Baldoz, thank you for subscribing, John. Very kind of you to do so. I really appreciate it. And yes, the bots are getting relentless tonight. They're just relentless. You damn bots. Well, folks, look, I'm making a play to you. Like I said, I'm like a lawyer in court. You know, I'm a lawyer in court. I'm that type of lawyer in court in that type of movie where the odds are all up against me, right? The judge is in the plaintiff's pocket. The jury is comprised of a lot of people that are not well suited necessarily to believing his case and believing where he's come from. I don't have a lot of evidence to back up what I say, but I'm trying to give you some hope. I'm trying to tell you that it doesn't have to be the way so many are telling us it has to be. And that way is that we have to be losers next season. That way we have to be bottom dwellers next year. We have to be tankers next year. Lose for Levis. Pay the price for Bryce. Suck for Stroud, they say. And I'm saying it doesn't have to be that way. I'm saying that the door doesn't have to be closed this upcoming season. I'm telling you that a dominant running game with true difference makers at the position and an offensive line that's been reinvigorated can take it to anyone in this sport. Anyone. And when you pair that with a defense that's top-notch and a special teams unit that's top-notch, and it all comes together, that's the type of team that can surprise people. That's the type of team where their story is not set. We think it'll be a certain way, but we don't know it'll be a certain way. Now, in today's show, I tried to show you even a little bit more hope with it, and it's a snapshot, admittedly. I'm trying to give you snapshots to build my case. It's a slow-building case here, because I got a lot to convince, right? Like I just said, the odds are against me here. Like that Phil Collins song. Odds are against me here. But I'm trying to overcome it. And when I tried to show you here with this offseason and the approach that the Rams, the Niners, and the Cardinals had, is that no one lit the world on fire. Yeah, the Rams continued to maintain themselves in a very aggressive state of things, but they were down a first-round pick and down a second-round pick. And they also lost a lot of guys out the door in addition to bringing a couple guys in. And with the Cardinals and the 49ers, they were both impacted as an organization by players that were wanting to be paid, and it made them have to hold on to their money, hold on to the kitty, and not let it go. And that meant they couldn't bring on as many players as maybe they would have liked to round out their teams. Meanwhile, the Seattle Seahawks absolutely eviscerated this draft. They're changing from their stagnant, old, boring defensive scheme. They're going to get the returns of the second year of a new offensive coordinator, as does tend to be the rule of thumb in the NFL when you're bringing on a new offensive coordinator. Yeah, you're damn right I got some optimism. You're damn right I'm going to try to sell you some hope. And I'm not some snake oil salesman operating off the back of a wagon here. I'm talking to you in a convention center. Because I know I got a few people here with me. I know I can see a lot of people on that crowd there saying, yeah, I can see this happening too. This sport, I'll say it again, I'll say it a million times before the start of the season, is the most unpredictable of any of the major sports. You don't know what's going to happen year to year. You'll have a general idea. You can be mostly right in a lot of different given areas. But it is so hard to predict. Just go check with any average fantasy football fan out there about how easy it is to tell what's going to happen in an upcoming NFL season. You have no idea. Broad strokes, you can understand what's going to happen, but at the end of the day, things can turn on their ear very quickly. And all it requires is an organization to have one smart, good offseason to start to move this in the right direction. And this is coming off a season where we didn't lose 2 games or 3 games. We still won 7 games with our quarterback having his finger hanging like it had been detached and was just sort of hanging there, is how it probably felt to him in throwing the football. And you still got 7 wins last year. Don't you lose the faith, my fellow 12s. Don't you make your peace in your heart already that we absolutely have to be bad next year. You never know. You never know. This team might just surprise you. It's the case I'm making. It's the case I'm going to continue to build. And I ain't going to stop until I've brought every last one of you with me. Because we're riding this year. The rise begins now. We've hit bottom. We've been in the darkness. We've down that hole. We're climbing up out now. Don't be surprised when we find ourselves climbing out a lot faster than you all might be thinking. Keep that optimism. Keep that faith. And don't you ever forget. Not even now. Not even with the haters. Not even with the naysayers. Not even with those certain people that just say, oh, no doubt we can ever be a winner for the next 10 years. We're going to the darkness. We're going to the abyss. We're about to be dropped into a black hole. You tell them to shut the hell up. You turn them back around and face them to front. Remind them what it is to be a 12. Remind them what we're about to do. And that's shocked the NFL world. You better believe it. Don't you forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks, baby.